we're doing a lot better than before. We're trying to get that rank 1 spot right now.
We're becoming better and better. We just need some time to get used to each other.
We're having a bit of a slow start.
If you stay confident, you're also going to play better.
Great start for this split, so yeah, we have a lot of confidence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 4 of the European League of Legends Championship Series, broadcasting live from our studio in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, and joining me is Trevor Quickshot Henry as we continue into the summer split and see which of our European teams are going to head to Worlds.
Yeah, and at the moment it is still anybody's game, with some of the squads still trying to find their footing and others trying to strengthen their hold at the top of the table.
And before we get into today's matches, let's take a look back at the highlights from yesterday. One of the big stories was that Brown was enabled here in Europe for the first time.
He was enabled and he was thoroughly banned out. 3 for 3 in the LCS. We did see him picked up in all 3 matches of the Challenger Series semi-final, where Voidal, who was playing for Ninjas in Pajamas, went 2, 2, and 24 behind the mustache, and he used the massive shield to help them win that series.
And yesterday we also saw FNATIC come out in a very strong performance and get the win against SK Gaming.
Yeah, FNATIC just outplayed SK in absolutely every way. They had perfect control. Their use of jungle invades with the 4 red trinkets and the 1 blue trinket was exquisite, and they strangled the life out of SK because they couldn't move around the map.
And in another upset, GAMBIT managed to take down Alliance and keep the 7-1 GAMBIT curse alive.
Yeah, taking down whoever's at the top of the table at the beginning of a split. And GAMBIT just played yesterday, played very well yesterday. They had good team fights, they had very good dragon control, they had intelligent, rotational, positional play, which is a sentence you don't associate with GAMBIT in the summer split, and they deserve the win.
Certainly looking better, that's for sure. And our last bit of news for today is that the Copenhagen Wolves will be playing with a sub in the mid lane due to Coulthard falling ill.
Yeah, so they brought in Mazzerin. He played for Gaming Gear EU at the Season 3 World Championships. He had a very mean Gragas and an Orianna, and we'll have to see what champions he's going to play to, because Gragas is no longer as viable in the mid lane.
Really excited to see how Mazzerin does here today. Let's have a look at the current standings, though, in the European LCS. Even though the top 2 teams suffered losses yesterday, they remain at the head of the table, where Alliance is in first with 7 wins and 2 losses, and SK Gaming in second at 6 and 3.
Yeah, moving past the ties in the center of the table, we do look at the Copenhagen Wolves and ROCCAT, as both teams are 2 and 7, sharing that last place.
But we have another 4 games coming here today, and we'll be starting things off with a matchup between ROCCAT and the SUPA crew, followed by GAMBIT Gaming versus Millennium.
Then FNATIC will take on Alliance, and we'll wrap up today's LCS matches with the Copenhagen Wolves versus SK Gaming. After that, we'll hand it over to Freak and Zyrene with the European Challenger Series semi-finals as H2 Gaming take on Loblin Shaw for a chance to battle Ninjas in Pajamas at London next week.
And for more information about the schedule, the teams and the players, head over to lolesports.com, where you can find all of that and much more.
You can check the stats as we head down the road to the Summoners Cup, and you can also vote on today's matchups. Just give a thumbs up to the team that you think will win on the schedule, and we'll check in before each game to see how you've all voted.
And to find out how you can join us at the studio here in Cologne and watch the LCS live, just click on tickets at the top of the page, and that's where you'll find all the information that you need to know to come and join us. And now it is, of course, your turn and your time to share your thoughts with us. Jump onto Twitter and tell us which team do you think has the strongest map control in the European LCS and why.
Yeah, you guys think big picture. I'm just thinking yesterday, FNATIC with their trinket invade strategy definitely had the best in my mind. You guys at home, remember to send your answers to us at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS. We will read some of our favorite responses later in the show.
And this Sunday marks Father's Day for North America and the UK. And while it's celebrated on a few different dates around the world, we sat down with the European LCS pros to find out how their dads have impacted their careers and how they honor their real-world supports.
It's Father's Day.
Vaterstag.
Well, it's different dates for countries.
My sister always reminds me when the date is, and then she sets up the present and I just give her the money and then I'm done with it.
We usually celebrate some stuff on 23rd February, and that's the Day of the Man, the Day of Protector of Russia, and usually we're celebrating it with our fathers, grandpas.
I'm quite close with my dad. He didn't really support this at the start, but I think now he actually supports me. He even watches some games as well.
My father is really supportive of the game. He tells me that he watches all the games I play at least.
Of course he's supportive. I mean, yesterday he sent me a SMS like, congratulations to me that we lost again. But usually he's very supportive.
He always encouraged me to stay focused and to keep on, even if we lose sometimes.
It's been nice to see what the guys are doing, and good to see J-Ring.
My father is very supportive, and I'm just gonna try to call him and just say, hey, I was thinking about you and I just wish you a good day.
Always great to see families getting behind their players. I know I wouldn't be where I am today without the help of my old man as well.
I agree with that. My dad doesn't watch, so Mom, tell Dad I say Happy Father's Day.
Wow. So let's get into our first game of the day as ROCCAT take on the Super Hot crew. Now, the crew have already taken down ROCCAT once this split, although yesterday we didn't see ROCCAT play, as their opponents, of course, were forced to forfeit their match. So the unknown factor of ROCCAT might just play into their favor.
Yeah, so in theory, ROCCAT have had some extra time to prepare for this game. They have more information to work with as well. It's the first time we've seen them on patch 4.9. And the last time these teams faced off against each other, ROCCAT made a very brave call. They let Cassidy through picks and bans, and their team comp was not able to contain Selfie on the champion. Now, considering the importance of overpower for ROCCAT, all eyes are on him to get a comfortable champion that can help his team secure a win. Overpower is very, very important for ROCCAT. He's been involved in 57 out of the team's 69 total kills. But he's actually only secured 27 last hits on champions, which puts him in 6th place out of all European mid laners. So while his kill participation is high for his team, he needs to get more kills if he wants to help ROCCAT win.
On the other side, the Super Hot crew was absolutely controlled by MILLENIUM yesterday. And even though their objective game was strong, they had no answer for Kerp on Twisted Fate. And that's a champion that Selfie himself has played, and also that we know that Overpower has a taste for too.
Yeah, I agree with you, and Twisted Fate did not have the same impact for Selfie when they played and lost to MILLENIUM during week 1. Selfie just took far too long to actually use his ultimate, the Destiny, to get to those side lanes. Then the few times that he did try, Kerp actually interrupted him and shut him down. So the Super Hot crew, when we're looking at the games between then and now, have shown a focus on objectives, even under pressure. And yesterday against MILLENIUM, they did have more towers, and they were pushing MILLENIUM around the map, but they had no answer for their opponent's team composition. They had no answer to that Twisted Fate. The reason I'm going on about it a lot is both of these players have used that champion. We're seeing it being played more in Europe, and I do think it's going to feature during picks and bans.
Yeah, whether that's a ban or a pick that gets through, we'll find out soon. But first, we're going to take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's ROCCAT with Xaxus in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celiver the AD carry, and Vander the support.
And of course, on the red side, we have the Super Hot crew with Mima up top, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie playing mid, Mr. Ral's the AD carry, and we will Failer as the support.
So let's check in and see how you guys predicted this match will play out. According to the votes on LOLesports.com, it's actually a 71% advantage for the Super Hot crew. That's some big numbers, but if you look at current form, it's hard to argue with them.
Completely agree, and the Super Hot crew are growing their fan base at an exceptional rate during the summer split. There's a lot of support behind this team, and they're earning it. They're playing very solidly. I do still think their strategic, their macro level game is quite good, but they're just a little slow to reacting to possibilities or opportunities in certain cases, like against FNATIC. It took them a very long time to close that game out. So they need to realize their strengths and weaknesses at a quicker pace.
And for ROCCAT, things not looking brilliant for them. I mean, they've picked up that one single win against GAMBIT, of course, got the forfeit yesterday against the Copenhagen Wolves, which is probably going to help them in the grand scheme of things. The fact is, though, that ROCCAT really need to hunker down and get some victories somewhere.
I completely agree. What we have seen from ROCCAT in the past few weeks, the more standard lanes are playing into their favor because that is where they are stronger than this rotation-based lane swap meta.
So let's find out then what's going to be banned and what's going to be picked here as we go into Champion Select for ROCCAT versus the Super Super Hot Crew. First ban actually coming out here for ROCCAT will be Twitch. Not wanting to let Mr. Rolls get his hands on that one. And another brown ban. He's now, well, he continues to be banned 100% of the time. And I'm not going to make any stupid bets today about growing a mustache if he gets through. Yasuo also banned out against Selfie, something we've seen time and time again. And when you don't ban Yasuo, he punishes you, as Alliance found out.
Very true. Cassidy is still up and available. Not anymore. So mid lane bans are being focused for the time being, and there's still a lot of champions up and available in regards to the top lane. So what do Super Hot Crew prioritize? Do they want to get rid of Jax, or do they want to get rid of a jungle champion? Because all of the junglers are still up.
Let's have a look. Jax taken away as the final ban. Kale was also removed, and looks like this is going to be a very easy first pick for ROCCAT. Ziggs left up in the game. We know how strong Ziggs is on multiple fronts, whether that's sieging down towers, whether that's defending towers with his brilliant ability to wave clear. That's going to be the first choice here for ROCCAT.
And Overpower was the first Ziggs player during the spring split to actually pick up the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith over on his Ziggs in the mid lane, farming up a lot of bonus gold. And we know it's a comfort pick for Overpower. He has played it a whole lot. I'm not 100% sure on this Rengar pick. We know Miner is a Rengar player, but Rengar has been available in the past, and he hasn't actually picked it, so we need to see if this gets locked in.
And Impaler had a big smile on his face for that one as well, so I feel we may be getting drawn into something here that's possibly not going to happen. We'll have to see. Actually, the Super Hot Crew switch away. Going to go with two very strong and safe first picks here, locking in their duo, Thresh and Lucian.
So the safe option for the Super Hot Crew. All of the junglers are still available. The priority ones of Lee Sin, Elise, and Evelyn. So the question is, where do ROCCAT and Super Hot Crew want to lock in the champions? Shyvana is still up. Irelia is still up. These are champions that both Xaxus and Mima have played in the past. If Selfie wants to play a pick-style game, he could go Twisted Fate. But knowing there's a Ziggs on the other side, it is a difficult lane matchup in the opening stages. We've seen Kerp punishing Twisted Fates with Ziggs in the early game. So Selfie may opt to go for something like a Nidalee. It is available, it is still there. If they get some form of disengagement with Thresh, you've got so much time with the Flays in the box to get multiple Nidalee spears out. So a lot of time being used by both teams during picks and bans.
And Nidalee already featured for Selfie in that mid lane. The highlight probably the one against the Copenhagen Wolves in week 2, where he ended 4-0-10 in that victory. On the other side though, ROCCAT locking in the jungler, taking Elise here for Jankos, and we'll also see Lulu come in. Expect that at this point to be going maybe into that top lane with Xaxus. We've already seen the fact that Xaxus has experimented a little bit earlier on when it comes to this year, and how he's actually played in that top lane with a few more AP champions. See exactly where that lands. Could, of course, in the end, still fall to Vanda in the support role. But now we go over to the Super Hot Crew. What are they feeling like for this?
Yeah, so Europe are continuing, we believe, the trend of this Lulu top lane. We as a region do it more than many of the other regions. What I do like from the side of ROCCAT is if they have an aggressive jungler like Elise and they have an aggressive support, maybe a Leona, then that Lulu's going to do quite well. But for the time being, you're really just going to use that Lulu to save somebody that gets caught out, because you don't have that tanky frontline. We much prefer seeing a Lulu mid with a beefy initiator like a Shyvana in that top lane. So ROCCAT going with that double AP. The last couple seconds do round down, and Super Hot Crew are not going to put Rengar on the top lane. So a little bit disappointed to see that. But Mima has had a phenomenal summer split on Shyvana. 6 games played, 4 games won, and you've just got all the makings of a pick flank composition, which is what FNATIC ran yesterday. They can come in from the sidelines. If Super Hot Crew want to run Twisted Fate, he would fit very well with that flank opportunity, and it would negate the zoning power that Ziggs and Lulu offers. Or they could also just go for a Nidalee, get some spears, flanking over team fight. So we'll see what he decides to go.
Well, the side for ROCCAT here, locking in a Jinx and possibly Morgana, but Jinx definitely going to be in there. And Jinx is another one of those AD carries that has kind of fallen out of favor. We saw a lot of her in the spring split. Not so much here the case. People focusing mostly on Lucian and Twitch, to be honest.
Yeah, they're definitely the go-to champions, and ROCCAT have actually banned Twitch in 7 or 8 of their 9 games. They do not want to deal with the champion. It also makes you think Salava doesn't play the champion, because they have banned him a lot, a very high percentage of games. This should be the first time we've seen Salava and Jinx this split, and I'm a little worried for him, because Evelyn should be able to get to him. Shyvana should be able to get to him. And there's a lot of opportunities to get to that back line. So risky play, but there is a fair amount of protection from Lulu, from Morgana, from the zoning Ziggs offers. So ROCCAT are going to be banking in these team fights on protecting Jinx and allowing Jinx to get all the damage down while Ziggs and Lulu offer zone control. They don't have the strongest of initiation, but I don't think ROCCAT want to play that game. I think they do want to be a little more reactive and play the poke defending game with the 2 APs in great range.
So on the other side, the Super Hot Crew's final choice here, looking for a mid laner that will go up against overpowered Ziggs. Orianna, we say this time and time again when we see that, and it will actually be locked in. A very all-round strong champion is Morgana, with that scaling up into the late game as well.
Yeah, and with the Orianna, you've got safe wave clear, which the Super Hot Crew were lacking. They were relying on the culling. Now you can just put the command attack down and let the ball clear the waves out. So we didn't see the Twisted Fate, who would have given wave clear, but less team fight presence. And I think the Super Hot Crew are looking more for a forced team fight composition, allowing Shyvana and Evelynn to go in from the sidelines. You get a good shockwave on and try to reduce the impact of that Lulu wild growth or the AoE damage that Ziggs offers. But the thing is, if Super Hot Crew don't get good flanks or get good positioning, that shockwave is going to be very difficult to land.
We'll have to see, guys. Well, now that the squads are locked in, you guys have a chance to change your vote somewhat. So tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag ROCWin or hashtag SHCwin, and we'll see if these lineups have managed to sway your votes somewhat. Of course, it was about, I think, 71% in the pre-game there. So a big total in favor of the Super Hot Crew. As said, we can't really argue with that now, looking at current form between these two teams. However, you have the chance to change that. I don't think it's going to change too much, though.
I don't think so either. I think the Super Hot Crew have put together a very strong comp. I do think they can split push. I think they've got strong team fight capabilities. But they need to take advantage of the vision game. They need to make sure they get ahead so that Shyvana and Evelynn can come from the sidelines. sOAZ did a fantastic job yesterday of always finding the right time to jump in with Dragon's Descent against SK. And it's going to be on Mima to do the same thing here against ROCCAT, because if they don't time it correctly, the Black Shield and the zoning from Ziggs and Lulu, it's going to be very difficult to overcome.
Well, here we go, in-game then, ROCCAT versus the Super Hot Crew. I think an important game for both sides. ROCCAT, as I said before, just needs some wins on the board. For the Super Hot Crew, they've had a couple of difficult losses, I think, on the bounce now, where they've had some real troubles being involved and really putting up a fight in their last 2 encounters. So we'll see if things have been talked about overnight and over the last week and whether they can come out strong here against, honestly, a team that are struggling right now in the league.
Yeah, I think the Super Hot Crew have definitely showed a level up in their mental approach to, objective play and moving around the map, because you can see it very clearly in how they approach the game. If they can force ROCCAT's hand in a good lane swap early on, they can put ROCCAT immediately onto the back foot, and it looks like Super Hot Crew with a very focused invade, trying to look for any opportunities. The thing is, Overpower does have good range in these bouncing bombs, so they're going to take a lot of poke, depending on how long they stick around.
Hot coming out there, and ROCCAT had already started to move away. However, Mima's been completely separated from the rest of his team. Will he be forced to use a flash here? Jankos going to be chasing in with those spiderlings. The bombs come down, and the first blood is going to land in the lap of Overpower. His Ignite finishing off the kill there, and well, that's not what you want at level 1 for the invade. Okay, First Blood is not worth the amount right now that it was previously in League of Legends, but First Blood is still a First Blood, and we can see that Overpower has gone back home to shop, and he's going to have a lot more to work with in lane.
Yeah, grabbed himself a couple of wards. The First Blood comes in like 1 minute 20. Yes, you've given over a couple hundred gold to ROCCAT, but it's not a massive, it's not a game-changing loss. And just as I was praising Super Hot Crew for their objective and their decision making, they decide to blind invade and get themselves caught out. So not the strongest of moves. I do think it was like a half-hearted invade. Mima was going in, the rest of the team was kind of backing out. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication between the team in regards to what they actually wanted to garner from that play. And we are going to see a lane swap, but it's not 2v1, it's going to be 2v2, and they've just moved the duos to the top lane, and they've left their top laners respectively on the bottom. Mima, no TP, so keep that in mind.
No TP, Xaza still having his available to him. Also interested to see how Jinx comes in. As you said, first time that we're seeing Jinx here in the summer split, as I mentioned before, was also a big peak back in spring, but since the likes of Twitch have really come to favor, we've been seeing less and less, or no Jinx, actually, statistically correct on that front. We'll see. Well, a vote that came up a little bit earlier on, apparently you guys feeling like the Super Hot Crew maybe in a little bit more of an advantage. It actually increased by 1% in the Super Hot Crew's favor.
Every single point counts, I guess, at this stage in the game. I do think that, you know, for ROCCAT's team composition, there's going to be so much pressure on keeping Saliva alive. Yes, you do have great damage from Ziggs. Yes, you will eventually have good damage from Lulu. But in terms of the teamfight presence, because Super Hot Crew are going to be coming from the sidelines, it's going to make Overpower's life very difficult for landing those big Mega Inferno bombs. So if they cannot keep Saliva alive with all of their abilities, Smite Fights, oh, Impaler doesn't even have it available, so couldn't have taken that anyway.
Yeah, I think I was hoping that it had taken Jankos a little bit longer there so he could actually challenge for that. Doesn't get it, and that's a nice little cheeky pickup for Jankos on his way out. As we expected here, Overpower doing a great job of farming up in the early stages of this match. 22-17 CS. He leads on that front. Impaler, meanwhile, is on the top side of the map, and we'll see if he actually puts any pressure down onto Saliva and Vander, who actually have all of their summoner spells available. So no massive danger, really, even with Evelyn on that top side.
No, and this goes back to the style of play that is becoming more and more apparent in 4.8 and 4.9 in Europe. It's just these almost straight-up lanes. You are seeing the 2v2s, you're seeing the 1v1s, and it's giving us these extended periods where we can see who is mechanically superior in the laning phase, and then whoever makes the fastest and smartest call to go for the objectives. What we've been seeing from Elise jungles in North America in the same time frame is 3, 4, 5-minute dragons when you have Elise. You can juggle the aggro very effectively with the Spiderlings. And we actually see it yesterday as well, in the last game of the day, if memory serves. So we need to see if ROCCAT are on the same page, if ROCCAT can take advantage. Not having the AD carry and support there may mitigate that or lower the risk.
Yeah, I think so as well. Stop them from getting so aggressive on that bottom side of the map at the early stages. This top lane, as you mentioned, the duos up there, currently 36-32 CS, so Mr. Rolls having a bit of a harder time there. He's had the minions pushed onto his turret for quite a while now, but we will fail at starting off with a shield. We'll be able to help him out somewhat with that execute of the minions underneath his own tower. However, this could be interesting. Impaler moving down towards the bottom lane, and with that aggression out of Mima, I thought Xaxis may have sniffed out a bit of a problem there. He's been spotted by the tower Impaler as he comes around the corner. Will he force a flash? Yes, he will. Jankos flashing away. Mima went very, very low, though.
Yeah, the combo, the power of that Glitter Lance, catching both Mima and Impaler, mitigates the kill threat, but Summoner Spell burn. So that is a successful gank from Impaler. He has a few minutes where he needs to rinse, repeat, and come back. And once Mima has got access to his ultimate and maybe his first itemization purchase, they may try put some kill pressure. But technically speaking, Lulu is fairly safe against Shyvana, has all the tools to slow him down, turn him into a munchkin, wild growth himself, and get out cleanly. So Xaxis is just going to play a little safer in that bottom lane.
I don't think there's much of a problem really overall. We'll see as both TPs are now up, which obviously allows them a bit more of an easy time when it goes to when it comes to going home, recalling and getting themselves right back into the lane. Currently Mima is leading in CS over the two, so got to give him some real credit for that one. We mentioned yesterday that at least coming into yesterday's games, his KDA and overall performance very much improved over what we saw of Mima in the spring split.
Yeah, very, very solid tank player. And as the game has continued to evolve, Mima, I think, has kept up with the champion pool available to top laners, as well as the teleport strategy that they need to employ, because he's got some of the best statistics in the region. He's playing Mundo, he's playing Shyvana, and he's playing them to a very high caliber. And if you contrast him to, say, Wickd, who sometimes talk about his champion pool, or sOAZ, who maybe isn't the strongest with the teleport usage, he's doing very well. Unsung hero, as it were.
Unsung hero, completely agree with that one. He kind of was just quiet though, no real hype around Mima, no real negative impact either from him. He was one of those players that somehow gets under the radar all the time, as Vander is going to get himself a pink ward down and is able to get himself a bit of ward clearage going on there on that side of the map. Meanwhile, Mr. Rawls headed down towards red buff, thought he might be getting that given over to him, but apparently not. Impaler will just smite that away.
So in my mind, the first big objective fight we're going to see will be around the dragon. And I think ROCCAT may be more inclined to initiate that move because of the fact that they have Elise, because Elise is very, very strong at taking the dragon early on. But the question is, do they do it by pulling Celevan Vander down to help them, or do they try and put Jankos in the top lane for a gank to get the tower? Oftentimes you'll only see that sort of dragon engage once a tower objective has been secured and you've got the numbers advantage. So we need to see what the question is. For the time being, ROCCAT is going to go for an early invade. Impaler does have smite, and again, well, he didn't have it previously. He's going to pick a fight though.
Yeah, going to throw down his ultimate here. He's going to have Oriana coming down. Mima will join in as well. There is the Dragon's Ascent over the side of the wall, and Jankos going to be the target here, but I think he's got the speed, thanks to Lulu, to actually get away from it. The shield mitigating some of that damage, and it's a nice blue steal, forcing out 2 ultimates there from the opposition.
Not going to be available if any further objectives come to play. So ROCCAT with the first aggressive move of the game, and they come out ahead, securing that objective, denying it from Selfie. He does have the Chalice of Harmony though, and he has got a tiny, tiny CS lead of Overpower, so he's doing well enough. But once Overpower gets his hands on that Ancient Golem buff, he's going to be able to punish Selfie a little more. We'll see who gets his big rate.
And he will be Overpower. Nicely done there, moving in, throwing him up with the satchel charge and finishing off there with the bomb as well. So nice little move from Overpower, as you mentioned, a little bit behind in CS in this lane by now. Also want to just point out the AD carry totals, because there is a bit of a disparity already working out. Celevan does have the advantage, got a BF sword start, as we also see from Mr. Rawls.
Yeah, so it's actually an interesting start to this game, because neither team is looking to punish an opponent. Jankos and Impaler have not been particularly gank heavy, which is somewhat expected on an Evelyn. But when you look at Jankos, he's farming up very well, 40 CS. He's already finished his Spirit of the Ancient Golem. And we talked about how ROCCAT are going to be relying on Celevan for damage. There's a very big indicator that Jankos rather, wants to be a tank. Well, they're going to go on Xaxis again. He's almost got flash.
Yeah, no ultimate here for Impaler though, and have to feel that they're not really going to get much out of that one. His flash just coming off cooldown, and look at this, ROCCAT moving straight in towards the Dragon with Morgana and Jinx coming through. Lulu pushed up in the lane as well. I don't see anyone challenging from this Vander. He's just going to go up there and put a ward down into the Tribush, which will spot one of them coming through. Impaler, of course, invisible. First Dragon of the game going over to ROCCAT.
They can go for a tower dive as well. They've got enough members on this bottom lane. Elise can juggle the aggro very effectively. Look for the cocoon. If it lands, they're going to go in.
And they do land it onto Impaler this time. The aggro actually from that turret went onto Celevan though, so not really able to do much, at least for now, in this bottom lane. Good damage into the turret, but I think between Elise and Shyvana, between Evelyn and Shyvana, they may be able to clear things out. There was a TP from Xaxis onto the top lane as well to try and hold his turret. ROCCAT looking for the first tower of the game. They're going to get it, as well as a dot binding, landing onto Impaler. They chain the CC, and Jankos gets that kill. Super Mega Death Rocket came through, but wasn't even needed. It's a nice pickup for ROCCAT with a tower and a kill.
Dragon, kill, and the tower, all stemming from ROCCAT making the decision to go for the objective. They pulled Celevan Vander away once the wave in the top lane was pushing to the Super Hawk crew. Mima's been caught.
He's being caught. I think he's tanky enough at this point, and Celevan was taking damage from the turret, so decided not to go in there, as the Mega Inferno Bomb was actually used there by Overpower just to clear out this top lane and give a little bit less pressure on Xaxis' side, and also really bring Overpower back when it comes to the farm, because he's starting to lose out. However, ROCCAT still have 3 men. There is now a 3-man reply from the Super Hot crew. This should be enough to defend this turret.
They're going to hold this one off. What I really like about how ROCCAT have pulled this very nice lead in the early game is they made the conscientious decision to force the minion wave in the top lane, then pull Celevan Vander down to this bottom lane for support. And we talked about how with the Elise on your team composition, you've got superior dragon control in the early game. So they took advantage of it. They made the play, then they punished to get a tower. So I really like the decision-making from ROCCAT, but Super Hot crew haven't done anything to try interrupt them. Super Hot crew have been very passive in this laning phase, and they've given ROCCAT the time to make an informed decision.
Seeing the first items actually coming out now as well with that gold lead for ROCCAT. Bloodthirster is done for Celiva, whilst Mr. Ral's only got the ingredients for that one and not finishing it off. We see the Athene's Unholy Grail is finished already in the mid lane for Selfie. Not quite done on Overpower's side, but I'm guessing that he's sat on a decent chunk of gold. And look at this, ROCCAT moving from that bottom lane straight into the mid lane. Super Hot Crew had recalled from there, and they get a free turret.
That shouldn't happen. I mean, Selfie backed away. ROCCAT happened to make the move for the middle lane literally as Selfie had moved away. So a little unfortunate for the Super Hot Crew, but you do have to give credit to ROCCAT. They made the aggressive move. They've secured their second tower of the game. And Impaler is sniffing around. It's very clear Impaler wants to try shut xAZ down. This is the third gank. We'll see if this one works.
Well, he's got Wild Growth available, he's got Flash available, and there is the Wild Growth. Will knock both of them up, even putting down a good return on the damage towards Impaler. Blue buff again is going to be stolen away by ROCCAT. Second time in a row that Jankos will smite that one out for the victory. They may, however, lose his turret, but Impaler is actually tanking it up here. Goes very, very low, almost being finished off. Throw down the shuttle. That was really, really well done from Impaler.
Impaler was so close to being taken up by that Glitter Lance. Very, very close indeed. Manages to sidestep it at the last second. Tower was secured in exchange for a blue buff, but ROCCAT have set their sights on the inner turret. There is support from Super Hot Crew, and that's the wave clear of the Orianna. Able to not only clear the minions, but prevent ROCCAT getting closer. Celiva needs to have more ranks in that queue. Just see how he's doing before he tries to siege up those towers. But for the time being, ROCCAT, a very commanding start to this game.
Looking incredibly strong, and this is the ROCCAT, maybe we could say, of the spring split that surprised everyone in where they managed to finish, trying to put down some damage here on towards that middle outer turret, but sufficient cover already there with Overpower, Celiva, and Jankos all coming in to make sure that there was no damage done onto that middle outer turret, and that leaves ROCCAT with the lead on multiple fronts here. A bit of ward clearing out as Vander will spot the pink that's in that death brush. And a little bit nervous about sticking around to finish it off. I think he didn't quite have vision of everywhere else, but not a problem really. Blue buff also spawning on the ROCCAT side of the map. Let's not forget that Jankos stole the last couple away from the Super Hot Crew, and Overpower will get his own. So thorough buff control here from the ROCCAT side.
So the question is, who's going to make the move for the next dragon? I think that's going to be the focus for ROCCAT, and that could be the opportunity for the Super Hot Crew to regain some footing in this matchup. If the Super Hot Crew can get ROCCAT to clump up together and land a strong shockwave with Evelynn or with Shyvana, that's how they can get back in the game. But for the time being, Super Hot Crew are nowhere to be found. This is the third tower they've given up, undefended. Two of them back-to-back, just not responding and not respecting ROCCAT's rotations.
And they need to move quickly here. They've only got Mima defending this top wave. There's a siege minion in there as well. They've got a lot of damage. This is 4 men from ROCCAT pushing on through. They're going to send We Will Failure up there, but he's really not going to offer too much. And ROCCAT get a second turret in the top lane, completely uncontested. Mr. Royals should be able to get rid of this outer turret in the bottom lane here, but ROCCAT having a bit of an easy time here pushing those turrets through.
20 seconds until Dragon. Super Hot Crew do grab a tower out of the deal, but they've lost an inner turret. We've seen a few interesting things. Mima's grabbed himself a Banshee's Veil as his first big item collection, and I do think that's a great Mega Inferno Bomb from Overpower. I do think that the Super Hot Crew are waiting. They've got a team fight composition. They want to be flanking. They want Orianna to hit multiple ROCCAT members, but Orianna needs time before she can shred people and destroy people, and Super Hot Crew have just taken too long to try and pull the trigger. So let's see, they've started the Dragon off. Look for Vander to land a good Dark Binding. That'll be their initiation.
That's a good box going down though from We Will Fail. It'll stop them coming in and allow the Dragon to go over to the Super Hot Crew. We know Zaz's TP'd in for that one. Mima also teleported down towards the Dragon area should a fight have broken out. Didn't happen. The Super Hot Crew get a Dragon pack. That's vital at this stage for keeping them in the game.
Yeah, it really, really is. And the way ROCCAT are playing, they didn't want the team fight. I think ROCCAT recognize and appreciate that in a straight-up head-to-head 5v5, their team comp will most likely just get run over, will just get trampled by Evelynn, by Shyvana, and then the Orianna ball on top of them. So instead of putting themselves into a team fight, which they would probably have lost at that stage in the game, they give the Dragon up. It is a smart decision. The thing is, now ROCCAT have got the most difficult task of breaking that inner line of turrets. They've caught Super Hot Crew out, but it should, in theory, be easier to defend the mid and the bottom inner turrets with some vision, with some warding. And you can see we will fail on counter-warding duty.
Look at that statistic. 5 blue buffs for ROCCAT, 1 for the Super Hot Crew, which is not a good statistic to have. Xazz's going to come in here. They get the slow on selfie. They knock him up as well, but have they got the damage to finish off? Shield comes in from We Will Fail It. In the end, not able to finish off selfie, but look at this. It's allowed ROCCAT to put the pressure back on towards the bottom lane where Mr. Raz is trying to clear out. Will dash away from the traps there, and it doesn't matter either way. They've managed to get that inner turret, and you were talking about that, the hard inner turret line. Usually hard to break through, but the fact is ROCCAT putting pressure on middle, forcing the Super Hot Crew to move around with a wave pushing with them in the bottom lane, and ROCCAT moves so well across the map for that.
They are doing a very, very good job of playing the map in this matchup. And had the Super Hot Crew locked in a Twisted Fate instead of an Orianna in the laning phase, they would have had the Destiny available at this point to try and flank, to get the vision of their opponents and try to find those picks. Because Super Hot Crew have got a teamfight comp, if they can't get ROCCAT to group up together in 3, 4, 5 members, I think they'll be very hesitant to start a teamfight. So smart play from ROCCAT, Xazz's an overpower zone, and the rest of the team go for the objectives. Let's see if they can keep this tug of war with Super Hot Crew, pull them to one side of the map, grab an objective elsewhere.
And Jankos actually just took another blue buff away from the Super Hot Crew, continuing that trend of really problematic buff control out of the Super Hot Crew. Not really had anything for Selfie to work with in this game. See that Selva backing away will take the red buff from the ROCCAT side of the map. And I'm guessing that he's actually sat on a decent amount of gold here to go home and spend. Bloodthirster was complete earlier. Got himself Berserker Greaves in there as well. So we'll see exactly where Selva decides to go next in terms of his item build.
Yeah, he's a little bit of CS behind Mr. Riles. That is, of course, a symptom of moving around the map and playing the rotation game. He hasn't been sitting in a single location long enough. Payla almost gets caught out. But again, we're getting closer to Dragon respawning. The previous one was secured by Super Hot Crew, uncontested by ROCCAT. And I think ROCCAT have built themselves up a nice lead, but they're not exactly, so clearly ahead that they can just instantly win team fights. It is only 2,000 or 3,000 gold right now, which is not a massive amount. But look at Jankos' build. He's got Aegis of the Legion as a second item. He's playing full support tank jungler. He wants to be the front line. He wants to annoy and interrupt Super Hot Crew as long as possible, just further adding to this, sort of protect the Jinx sort of comp that ROCCAT have put together.
I said earlier, the ideal scenario with Evelyn, come around the back of people, flank the team. There's been no full-on team fights here out of ROCCAT. They've only got 2 kills to their name right now, one of which came after about a minute's play in this matchup, which shows you how slow it's been in terms of ROCCAT wanting to team fight, even with the lead. But the fact is, Impaler's not really had much of an impact. He forced a flash from Xazzas, and that's about it. But look at this, slow gonna come down. Here's the ulti out of Vander. I think they're gonna be able to lock up Mima. No, he flashes last second there before the ulti procs, but Selva now will be forced to flash on his own. Good job, but the hook lands, the flame will come in, and Selva is gonna go down. That's a nice pickup for the Super Hot Crew.
Very, very nice pickup. We Will Fail his flash hooks have been very good. He did that against FNATIC as well, if memory serves, flashing over tidal waves and getting the CC. What I like from the Super Hot Crew is that they instantly responded. Not only did they get the kill, they've come back to defend a tower. So, they've caught Overpower.
They've caught Overpower out there with the hook, but no real follow through because Selfie had already been CC'd up at the back with a good binding coming out. Meanwhile, Xazzas putting down some pressure, and they're zoning them out really, really nicely here, and that's the problem. This Ziggs getting ahead, got a lot of damage already with the Athenes, with the Void Staff, got a needlessly large rod in there as well. He's hard to stick around when Ziggs is there.
There is 1 minute until Dragon. So the Super Hot Crew with the kill, it came a little early. They weren't able to transition from a kill to the objective. So what they have done is got a few extra wards in the river, but the ROCCAT vision is superior to Super Hot Crew at this point in time. Teleports are available, so for this next Dragon engagement, it looks like ROCCAT are moving into position. It looks like they're trying to get wards down to predict where the Super Hot Crew are moving in and then securing that objective, because there are, again, it's only 2,000 gold, and the longer ROCCAT wait, the more likely Super Hot Crew are to find an opportunity to flank. That's a good binding.
That is a very strong binding. Got shields coming out though, so preventing most of the damage follow-up that came from ROCCAT. However, they are the team that have the position there by Dragon, which will be coming up in just a couple of seconds. And once that is actually there, we'll see if ROCCAT are just going to go straight in and take it. They've got 4 men there, as you mentioned. Crucially, TPs are up for both Mima and xAZZ. Dragon going to be started here by ROCCAT.
Yeah, Mima's closer, so he's not going to need the channel time of teleport to get in range. ROCCAT are split up. Jankos and Selva are trying to rush the objective down, while Impaler wants to sneak it away. Let's see how far xAZZ can get. He's teleporting in.
Teleporting right to the front. Mima is in the thick of it as well, but I think the Super Hot crew are going to be pushed away from this one. I think the Dragon actually did reset there, so he's going to have to be worked down from full HP. Once again, they managed to catch out Impaler. Is he going to go down? The bomb comes through. Loss of damage coming in, but Mima right in the middle of the team will actually have to ult himself out of there. In the end, it's Mr. Raz that gets the kill. There's the shockwave coming in. Overpower goes low. They can't quite finish him, and they turn it around on towards Selfie. Selfie got himself the kill before going down, though. That leaves us at a 1v1. The hook goes to Selva, but We Will Failure will pull him into a death. Does go down in the end. That was the ignite from We Will Failure, and it will be a 3-for-2 overall there in favor of the Super Hot crew.
We Will Failure lands a very crucial hook, which allows the Super Hot crew to get that extra kill with the last tick of that ignite. The one thing I want to give highlight to is ROCCAT had actually started the fight incredibly well. They did not present themselves as a 5-man unit to get caught by a shockwave. Now as Mima coming into the TP, that's a very quick back away. xAZZ does not want any of that. Jankos is sticking around. Let's see who's going to get the dragon. Doesn't look like Jankos. Or maybe he does. Flash and smite.
Oh.
Joe, it's not over yet.
You have to be real careful because Impaler's low and he's going to get bound up. There is the kill. Jankos will get that one. The Dragon really baiting them in here, but xAZZ will also die. Mr. Rawls gets that kill. Will they stick around here for Dragon? I can imagine so. They've got Oriana, who will finally get a blue buff of his own. Thresh coming down as well. The Super Hot crew going to have the numbers advantage by Dragon. Let's have a little look at that one.
What I really liked about how this fight started is ROCCAT kept themselves split up. So the power of Super Hot crew is reduced because they can't hit multiple targets. You've got Vanden Overpower zoning from the left. You've got xAZZ zoning from the right. And it was only once Jankos got sort of found a pick onto Impaler that the team fight really broke off. But again, look at Super Hot crew. They want to be grouped up. They want to be fighting as a team, and they didn't get the opportunity to do so. Great culling on the fallback from Mr. Rawls. Landed that last killing blow, and look at the death sentence from We Will Failure. Holding Selva in place, and Mr. Rawls and Mima are just going to get that last bit of auto attack damage. Ignite gets the kill.
Minions helping out with that one as well. So where does that leave us? We're 25 minutes into this game. We're tied 5-all in kills, but 5-2 in towers for ROCCAT. It's giving them about 2,300 in the gold lead. Let's have a look now if that changes, because Dragon has been started. Super Hot crew are too slow to react to this one. ROCCAT get themselves another one. 2 out of 3 so far.
Yeah, very well played. You did also highlight the fact that Selfie got his hands on that blue buff a few minutes ago. That's actually the first blue buff that he's got his hands on in a long time. They picked another fight. They've caught Selfie.
And Selfie's in no man's land, but again, a good lantern from We Will Failure will allow him to get back a lot of shields on both sides of the map here. We saw it during that last fight that it looked as though Impaler was going to die. Then he got shield after shield. So many heals came in onto him, and he was able to stick around for it. Here's another blue buff spawning in, which will go to Overpower. But ROCCAT, the team that are still in control, but these team fights still not a done deal.
No, they're definitely not. What I do like is that Super Hot crew, ROCCAT are actually playing their comp very well. They're not putting themselves in a position where Super Hot crew can punish them. And as this game continues to grow, we're going to see whose late game decision making is going to reign supreme. What I like about Super Hot crew's trinkets options, they've got 3 reds and a blue, which is, in my mind right now, more about the defensive play. They need to clear out the wards in their jungle because ROCCAT have spent a massive amount of time moving to Super Hot crew's jungle. So whereas yesterday we've seen all those reds being used aggressively for FNATIC, today it's more defensive for Super Hot crew. They don't want to be caught off guard. They don't want to be surprised. ROCCAT, on the other hand, they want to clear the vision. They want to come from the sidelines. Landed good Dark Binding, landed Glitter Lance, which will allow Selva to get all of his damage down because he's almost got that last Whisper completed. And we've already seen how quickly he melts towers and melts dragons.
So, Super Hot crew could do with a couple of towers here. Middle, outer turret still not down for them. Such a crucial one. Definitely the most important on the outer ring of turrets overall. Not even being able to really do much damage, but they are starting to settle in around that one as Overpower's like, yeah, I just farm them from a distance while you're trying to take them away as well.
Yeah, nice try. Nice try. But Overpower secures it. CS-wise, SUPA are doing a better job. They've definitely held higher numbers, but the goal difference between the two AD carries is definitely swinging over time. Mr. Rolls, for the time being, if you look towards the right-hand side of that graph, it actually is a lot even, a lot closer than it was a few moments ago, thanks to the Dragon. You know, ROCCAT did grab themselves the Dragon. It is worth a lot more as the average level is climbing. And ROCCAT, we talked about how difficult it is to get to the inner turrets. They snuck the bottom inner turret, but they haven't caught SUPA unawares since then, so they haven't touched the middle inner turret.
Yeah, also on those graphs, got to keep in mind the numbers on the left-hand side, because that wasn't, even though those swings look huge, not a massive amount of gold in there. And of course, the 2-0-2 for Mr. Rolls compared to the 0-2-3 of Celiva certainly going to be helping out, as we may have a fight kicking off. The binding landing on towards Impaler. Wild Growth comes in, but not doing a massive amount. But there's the bomb to the backside. Mr. Rolls catches a bouncing bomb as well. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to do a whole lot. Impaler will take the lantern away, and a lot used in that fight, but no one goes down.
Very smart from ROCCAT again. They have the fight on two fronts. They keep SUPA split up, and it means that Selfie needs to make a decision. Do I use a less effective shockwave on only one or two members, or do I hold it? But as ROCCAT grouped up the 5, they didn't chase. They started Baron. Impaler's in trouble.
Impaler's dead. Xaxus will get that kill, and the Baron, as you said, already started Celiva and Xaxus, the two men that will be trying to keep them away. Of course, does have the range to get through. Is Selfie gonna bounce around thanks to Overpower, who's trying to get in. There's a shockwave, will manage to get Celiva, but he flashes into the Baron pit, and look at Baron. It's not taken all that much damage. Finally, they will be on it with 4 men. Only 1 man trying to keep them away. Baron gonna go low. Mima now moving in. Selfie and Mr. Rolls there as well. Baron is still alive and still doing damage to ROCCAT. A last second repel comes out of Jankos, the shield as well, stopping all that damage coming in, and a massive brawl around the Baron. Baron doesn't go down. No kills apart from the initial one onto Impaler, who got caught flat out.
Without Celiva being dedicated on that Baron, that was always going to take a long time. Jankos has built full tank. He doesn't have a lot of damage to burn through Baron, which is why we looked at that for 30 or 40 seconds. It ends up being a single kill in favor of ROCCAT, and what ROCCAT did do effectively is force the Super Hot Crew's hand. They did make Super Hot Crew come to them, but what they didn't do was respond as well. Celiva was somewhat unsure. He was standing on the outside of the pit with the rocket launcher, as opposed to being with the minigun inside the pit to secure the objective. So Super Hot Crew come away, I think, making the best of a bad situation. They only lost 1, and the objective is still there to be contested.
Good stuff, really, overall. And as you said, it was the lack of damage that kind of caught me out there. I thought ROCCAT were going to be doing the Baron a lot quicker than he was actually going down. Probably gave Super Hot Crew a bit of a lifeline there, because they did come in a little bit later to that one. Either way, Baron not going to be the focus just for now. There's a lot of wards on it from ROCCAT. And they are, however, sending Xaxus towards this bottom lane. Again, take note of the teleports. Both top laners do have teleports available, so Mima will probably be the one that's sent to deal with Xaxus wherever he goes.
So the Super Hot Crew need to lull ROCCAT into a sense of security. If the Super Hot Crew can get some vision down around the map, like that's a great mid lane wall that we just scrolled over, it will allow the Super Hot Crew to look for opportunities to flank. For anybody who watches the North American LCS, last week, Cloud9 was blue side. They were playing against CLG, who were red side, and Cloud9 pushed up the middle lane. They were feeling very confident. They had 5 of the members just going to the inner turret, in a very similar situation to what we see ROCCAT in right now. And it allowed Dexter to get a perfect 5-man flank with Evelynn. That's what Super Hot Crew want to do. Not necessarily in the mid lane. It could be around Baron, it could be around Dragon, but it all stems from vision. If Super Hot Crew don't have that information, they can't make the flank.
And here we have the Dragon being done. As I said before, both TPs are available to come into this one. However, Lulu is already joining the fight. So ROCCAT going to get this one started, or are they? Are they going to try and make a play on the inner turret? We see that Super Hot Crew, Selfie getting caught out there off to the side, and there's a lot of CC. Don't make a mistake here. ROCCAT got the chompers to go down after a cocoon lands, after we see a dark binding landing. If one of those hits, it's going to be followed up completely with a big chain. Mima's actually trying to get rid of pink wards here, which may become a problem or not.
That wasn't worth it.
Could knock him away.
That wasn't worth it. He's been forced to use Dragon's Descent before Baron's up. There's no shockwave, but there is still Smite. Look at ROCCAT. They're focusing it down with that minigun of Saliva, and SUPA Crew, I think they want a challenge.
Going pretty quickly. We will fail her off to the back. Mima trying to run interference on the front side, but they're keeping him away from this one. There is a binding going through on towards Impala. The bomb will follow through. Overpower able to pick that one up. The Baron not being regen, and there is the pickup. ROCCAT get the first Baron of the game. Will they chase on for more kills? I think the SUPA Crew already in a safe distance away, but ROCCAT working hard for that one, but playing it perfectly.
Selfie's going to need to take a good, long, hard look at himself for getting caught out in that position. They were split away from the rest of his team. The SUPA Crew can't afford to take those small skirmishes because of the power of Lulu with Glitter Lance and the Morgana bindings. That's a 3-second CC on the Dark binding. ROCCAT with Baron have taken 50% of the tower off in this mid turret, and I think they're going to stick around. They've got minions in the top lane that they can switch around to, and they just need to deal with the minions in the bottom lane if they want to continue playing all three.
And we see Ziggs just being a constant problem, as Selfie going to get another binding right on top of him. The Lantern went down to offer him some support. Dragon, by the way, is live here, so ROCCAT are just going to simply back away from that middle inner turret that they've just taken and have for themselves an easy Dragon pickup. And this is where the game gets a little bit out of control. The SUPA Crew are trying to hold it in, but then you lose a Baron, a tower goes straight after a couple of kills mixed in. Then you lose the Dragon on top of it, and we start closing in on 10,000 gold.
If ROCCAT did not have Baron and a 7,000 gold lead, I would actually say that the SUPA Crew now have the possibility to get good positional plays. Because ROCCAT, in order to siege those inhibitor turrets, have to fully commit. They need to get the poke from Ziggs down, the poke from Lulu, and they need to be pushed up very, very deep in the lane. SUPA Crew are going to be cheeky, steal away that last outer turret, just let Mima tank it up, and that's just catching ROCCAT a little off guard. ROCCAT, of course, recalling from the Dragon. So for the SUPA Crew, the name of the game is look for the opportunity to punish ROCCAT on an aggressive move. Because SUPA Crew are behind in gold, behind on Baron, if they make an aggressive play, they can get punished and really fall further behind. Whereas if they wait for ROCCAT to make a move, SUPA Crew have the option, dive in, get a good shockwave. We still haven't seen Selfie hit more than one target with a shockwave.
And being caught out a couple of times here as well, not having the most comfortable of games, that's for sure. And look at this, ROCCAT getting up to the steps of that inhibitor turret in the mid lane. In fact, a little bit split up here. Jankos is trying to fend off both Mima and Impala, doing a good job of it as well. And the question now is, can ROCCAT hold on to this turret with the constant pressure of Ziggs bouncing those bombs to the back?
Look at the vision around this middle lane. ROCCAT are so confident in their play. They've got pink wards behind them and to the left. So if Evelyn wants to come through that side, she's going to be revealed. Impala's not going to surprise ROCCAT. So this is very intelligent play from a ROCCAT. They're using the range to their advantage. Overpower actually just used his Mega Inferno Bomb to kill some of the minions. He killed Weevil with a Mega Inferno Bomb from the back line. So strong play. Let's see what they can do with it.
Oh, Impala actually getting a little bit caught out. There's a shockwave. Will drag two of them in, but the tankiest two with that wild growth on Impala will just get away from that one. Barely any health remaining, and now ROCCAT just going to tank up this turret. Selfie will be forced to back away, and they brute force their way through. Didn't even see that we will fail a kill, by the way, so a 5 versus 4 always going to give them a bit of an advantage. But I also have to question then, is 5 versus 4, why start a fight?
Yeah, desperation play. You know, if SUPA Crew had surprised them and got a kill with Impala or Mima or something, it would have worked out. I think this is just a poke. So Satchel, let's just see, bouncing. And Mega Inferno Bomb. Here we go.
Wow.
Dead center.
That's impressive from Overpower, playing that one completely blind.
You know what? I actually think Weevil had flash available, and I would dare argue he was watching middle lane. I would dare say he was looking, so what's the rest of the team doing? Because I would not have anticipated the Mega Inferno Bomb for that play, but it worked out, and this is why Overpower first picked that Ziggs. 312, 320 CS, and he's had some very good Mega Infernos. He's controlled the waves, and he's just grabbed kills left, right, and center.
They also come decisively quick. We obviously get the forewarning in as a spectator, but for them it's sometimes a little bit touch and go. They may have felt, even if I flash away here, I'm not going to have that for later if I want to make a play or even escape when it's a 5 versus 5. Either way, it leaves ROCCAT solidly in the lead, and as I said, that 10,000 gold lead is about to hit 61.3 to 51.9 in favor of ROCCAT. 7-3 up in turrets, got the leading kills as well. The question now is, what are the SUPA Crew going to try and do to stay in this game? One thing that's now working in their favor, or I can't really say working in their favor, but it's not as much of a problem anymore, is the fact that the Baron buff has ran out for ROCCAT.
Yeah, it'll only be a couple of minutes before it's available again, though, and ROCCAT have played very patiently and they've played very controlled. They've made very minimal misplays and mistakes, and every time they have made a push or a move towards an objective, it has been very well informed. They've had very good vision at all stages of this game to deal with Evelynn and to deal with Mima and Shyvana. Because again, if you have wards fanned out around you, you're less likely to be caught, off guard, caught surprised. Mima, for the moment, is actually very deep in this lane without vision, and I'm not sure if ROCCAT are looking for a kill. I think they're just trying to get some wards down themselves. They don't want to invest everything in killing Mima and then have nothing for a team fight.
Yeah, they're moving into a classic split push position again. We see Tabzz going towards his top lane. He's going to push that one all the way out. The rest of the ROCCAT team moving up through that middle lane here. The Super Hot crew, of course, are going to at some point have to reply to this one using Mime, who's still got his teleport available, but it's one of those slowly but surely things here for ROCCAT. Step forward from Celiva, take a couple of hits down onto the turret. They've got super minions moving up the mid lane now as well, so the pressure's starting to build for the Super Hot crew.
And, this is ROCCAT just catching everybody by surprise. Nobody would have expected ROCCAT to have this level of intelligence and strategic movement in comparison to last week's games. So, coming out of the dark yesterday, having not seen them play, this is a very positive upswing for ROCCAT. They handled the, early laning phase well. They made the first aggressive moves towards Dragon. And they've taken so many towers just under the noses of Super Hot crew, punishing them for not being able to defend. And ROCCAT have done a very good job, so you have to commend them on the strategic play. Let's see how they break this final set of towers. Even the Dark Binding is great. Oh, We Will Fail's gone in.
Oh, it follows through there just as that back shield actually will time out, but We Will Fail is going to die here, no question about that. Mima right in the middle doing a good job, but Celiva getting away to the back and therefore to safety as the bomb comes through. Sidestepped by most of them. Mima will go low. There's a flash cocoon from Jankos. Gets the finisher as well. He's down a rampage. The selfie gets caught out. Bounce back through, and look at that. 3 men instantly knocked down by ROCCAT. This is going to give them a second inhibitor of the game.
This could be the game. There are super minions on the Nexus turret, and ROCCAT may look to finish.
Pushing through here, as I said before, a vital win for ROCCAT if they can pick this one up. Mr. Ross trying his best to defend out, just dashing away from that Dark Binding. There is the first turret going down. Mr. Ross going to be chasing Celiva, going very deep on that one. It's not really going to matter. They've got Tabzz, I think. Oh no, it's Celiva. I don't even know. One of them tanking up those turrets, and there is the Nexus now going to be focused down. Overpower looking for a final kill that he doesn't get. It doesn't matter though, because ROCCAT have managed to take down the Super Hot crew.
Very, very coordinated play from ROCCAT, and I'm thoroughly impressed with their decision making. This is a night and day turnaround from last week, where against Alliance they struggled to take advantage of their early lead and early game. And this time round, there was very little hesitation, and just very intelligent decision making. They challenged for the right objectives, and they punished when Super Hot crew went away.
And we said that the fact that they didn't play yesterday, that they got that forfeit win over the Copenhagen Wolves, may have given them some advantage, more time to prepare for the Super Hot crew to watch their game yesterday, and also not allow the Super Hot crew to have one more game to watch, to research, to figure out exactly how ROCCAT are going to come into this one. And honestly, that looks like a completely different team to what we've seen in the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think every single member of the team was integral to helping out. We see great wild growths and little answers. Jankos had superb ganks. Overpower, I mean, that was a first pick insta-lock Ziggs. It was the quickest champion of the entire pick and ban phase, and it completely worked out. Overpower was just everywhere. And for me, the biggest commendation is just on how ROCCAT moved from tower to tower in like the 10 to say 20, 25 minute mark before they hit a bit of a roadblock. They snuck towers, they had great vision, they were sieging mid lane, they had this ring of wards. It's just very good forethought and planning, and it feels like they've got a grasp of how to play the macro game with these compositions in this setup.
And I hate to say it as well, but the Super Hot crew, since that loss to Alliance, now on a 3-game losing streak actually, that loss to Alliance was a real one-sided affair. The game against Millennium was pretty one-sided. That one was less so, but still ROCCAT had control pretty much the entire time.
You could put an argument forward for ROCCAT being in complete control.
Brilliant, brilliant play by ROCCAT. We're going to send you over, though, to Sjokz on stage to get some Rift side insight from that match with Jankos.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm Nyph, your Sjokz supporter, joined here by Jankos after that victory. Jankos, you last week were especially under the impression of the loss versus FNATIC. A lot to work on coming into this week. And then, what an early game from you guys. Talk me through the plan.
So usually we got good early game, but then mid-late game we pretty much are bad. But when Wedgie came back to the house, he said that we need to improve that, and he actually showed us how to do it. So I think early game was always strong style, but I don't know.
Well, you mentioned that Veggie is back with you guys. How does he help you out specifically to level up your game?
He watches a lot of Korean replays again and stuff like that, so he knows what he's doing, and we just watch replays with him, and he's just showing us at replays of our games, of OGN, how to finish out games, what to do in mid-late game, so he's very useful.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because mid-game has been a little bit of a problem for you guys. And here, a lot of skirmishes around Baron. Tell me about the decision-making going into that and then having to pull off.
We knew that we had advantage, so we just wanted to ping Baron and just bait them to come to us. And we just poked them, then bait Nashor, pick up few kills, then again bait Nashor, and finally we took the Nashor and few kills, and we just snowballed from that.
All planned. Well, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, as for us, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, MILLENIUM takes on GAMBIT, and we're going to break down this game over at the desk. Don't go anywhere.
If anyone asks, we prepared a lot for this game, okay? If Mishai asks, if Nick asks, we really knew what we were doing.
ROCCAT looking for the first tower of the game. They're going to get it as well as a Dark Binding. Landing onto Impaler, they chain the CC, and Jankos gets that kill. In the end, it's Mr. Raza gets the kill. There's the shockwave coming in. Overpower goes low. They can't quite finish him, and they turn it around on towards Selfie. Selfie got himself the kill before going down, though. That leaves us at a 1v1. The hook goes to Celeber, but we will fail it. We'll pull him into a death, keeping him away from this one. There is a binding going through on towards Impaler. The bomb will follow through.
A set of towers. Even the Dark Binding is great. Oh, We Will Fail's got it.
Oh, it follows through there just as that Black Shield actually will time out, but We Will Failure is going to die here, no question about that.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Lee Deman Smith and Martin Deficio to break down the first match of the day, where ROCCAT defeated the SUPA Hot Crew. Guys, let's take it back to picks and bans. Very, very well-rounded comp coming out from ROCCAT. A clear plan. You had some question marks. Maybe Selfie could have gone for another champion, but what were your general thoughts?
Well, we were talking about a possible Nidalee pick for Selfie in the mid lane because ROCCAT with the comp had 0 hard engage. You were basically Elise Cocoon and Morgana's Binding. That's everything you have to start a fight, otherwise you can only disengage. So Nidalee would have been able to stand from distance, poke away over and over. However, they picked Orianna because they needed wave clear and because they didn't want 2 weak solo laners when they have Evelynn jungle who needs a bit of time to scale up or scale up as well.
Yeah, I mean, exactly as the man just said. We've talked about it upstairs to great lengths. We were like, why is there not going Nidalee at the same time? But it would have made sense. But as you talked about it, they only had the Dark Binding and the Cocoon. But people getting caught by it.
True.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about the early game first off, because day and night difference to the ROCCAT that we've seen. It's a ROCCAT we actually saw in the beginning of the spring split where they knew exactly what to do in that early game, and just very impressed with the way they moved around the map.
Right, so in ROCCAT they were running this fast push comp here, built around Jinx for the tower damage, and then every single champion were ranged. So Elise, of course, goes out of spider form, ranged attack onto towers as well. So as long as you can move around, clear the waves very fast, get to the tower, you will always be able to get some damage onto it. And at the same time, you have Black Shield, you have Lulu to disengage. Like, you have so many options to get away if you get caught in a bad spot.
And they were pretty systematic. I mean, if you look at how they played, bottom turret went down very quickly, straight back to base, straight back, took the mid turret, straight back to base, took the top 2 turrets. 0 reaction from SUPA Hot Crew because they just did it so quick and efficient. It's actually, if you look back, like you say, back to the spring split, this is what they did best. Once they started taking those outer turrets down, they got control of the game. They were happy. If they were put on the back foot, ROCCAT struggled, but this time around, Veggie back in the house now as the coach. Seems to be working well.
Absolutely, and then as I said before, the mid game is something where we struggled, and now we did see the game slowing down once more. When I talked to Jankos, he said, well, we knew what we were doing. We were just waiting for them to come to Baron and finish it out. But what's your guys' take on it?
Well, so all the outer turrets were gone, so obviously they couldn't move fast around. Again, it would be too dangerous to just walk straight up to the base of a SUPA Hot Crew and just start hitting the tower, because then the flanking potential of Evelynn and Shyvana around them, so it was a bit too dangerous. Therefore, they were just waiting for a pick with either Elise or Morgana. They got it around the dragon fight where they hit Selfie.
They caught Selfie out, yeah. Dark Binding dead.
Simple as that. Caught him, he died, went straight for Baron, waited just for SUPA Hot Crew to move in, another Binding, another Cocoon, another kill, take the Baron, and from there on, it was pretty easy for them.
But for SUPA Hot Crew, there was a number of questionable fights around the Dragon where they could have come out on top. There was a couple of times where they were chasing down a little bit too long and they got caught out and then went back and forth. Mr. Rallis was collecting up a good few kills around those Dragon fights. And if for that, maybe he would have swung his ray, but they didn't seem to be playing as a team. They kept going individually in there. Mima, we saw him caught out right at the start. From the very beginning level 1 fight, the team didn't really seem to be playing together.
Yeah, and I don't mean to call anybody out, of course, but Selfie also getting caught in that late game and the Orianna pick, it can work out in the late game if you hit 5 people, but he didn't actually get more than 1 person in most of the fights.
Well, so first of all, they were obviously behind for pretty much the entire game because First Blood, towers going down very fastly, so it's hard for them to get a real team fight. And also the whole idea behind ROCCAT's comp was to never actually get in a real team fight. They never had to go 5 people up and say, okay, engage onto you guys, take the fight. No, they're just waiting for picks left and right. Otherwise, they would always back away, poke a little bit, go in, try and get a pick, back away again. So Orianna pick could never do anything unless they could flank around with Evelynn or Shyvana, put the ball onto one of them, use the shockwave then once they jump into the middle of ROCCAT. But of course, because ROCCAT played so safe, never happened.
And it's a tough time for SUPA Hot Crew because they've just lost 2 games, 2 teams below them in the rankings. We're, of course, going to London next week, so they're going to be traveling, so they've got less time to prepare. It's the worst time to try and hit a slump for SUPA Hot Crew. Luckily for them, everybody in the top has also lost, so they've not lost too much ground just yet.
Good point. Maybe one last thing about ROCCAT. When we talked about them in the pre-show, the things that came up with, they don't really handle lane swaps that well, their mid-game isn't that well, but it seems like they've picked up on all those aspects, so how much can you say about it? It is obviously only 1 game.
Well, I think actually we can say quite a lot because of the moves they made on the map. Just looking back at the early game, where obviously it's the 2 dual lanes up in the top lane against each other, and so Dragon is opposite side of the map. It's very hard to take the Dragon when your dual lane is not there, of course. What ROCCAT did was simply push out the top wave, recall down to bot lane, move the bottom lane there, take the dragon, take the bot tower, at the time where sOAZ was level 8, so he was strong enough to actually defend 1v2, therefore he could just teleport top lane against the Super Hot Crew bot lane and just defend everything, and therefore ROCCAT got the lead, and it was just a very good tactical move, and it shows for me ROCCAT has improved.
Absolutely very crisp play from ROCCAT, and as for now, we're going to head back over to Joe and Quickshot at the desk for our next match.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, let's head into our next game as GAMBIT face off against MILLENIUM. Now, GAMBIT need to prove that they can deal with MILLENIUM. As the last time these two teams played each other, Nick Syndra really had no answer for Kerp's LeBlanc in that one. Yesterday, of course, though, GAMBIT went up against Alliance and ended up taking them down after a pretty hard-fought battle. Now, GAMBIT simply outfought Alliance, and they had near perfect control of the Dragons. Their victory yesterday also kept up the tradition of top European teams going 7-1 before having their hearts broken and shattered by GAMBIT.
We need to see how heavy that curse is and if Alliance keep losing. But back on topic of GAMBIT, I do want to highlight the fact that they tried that duo mid strategy when Darien was playing Kayle. He sits in the mid lane, he helps to theoretically push his opponent around and get some XP and CS. It's an interesting alternative to the duo jungle option that we are seeing from other teams. I do want to highlight, if you look at his CS at 10, where the duo mid is still taking place, he's a full 30 minions behind the league average. That gap grows to 50 CS at 20 minutes. Deficio and I had an incredibly heated debate earlier about whether it's effective or not, and it's something that we need to see if they keep doing. Anyways, GAMBIT, they pushed Alliance to the limit. They had better dragon control despite being down on towers. Their team fights were great. They had some positional play. They secured 4 out of 5 of those dragons, and I talk about the dragons a lot because GAMBIT still retains immaculate dragon control, having secured 25 this split. It puts them second in the entire European region for a team that came into today seeded in 6th place. It's not something you would have thought of.
Shows their swinging form as well, because I think most of those Dragons have come in their last couple of victories as well. And of course, on the other side, MILLENIUM had a fantastic performance against the Super Hot Crew as well. Once again, Kerp put forward an incredible show to help his team secure the win. This time he was playing Twisted Fate, and his ability to find and punish Mr. Rolls time and time again helped deal MILLENIUM a winning hand.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Kerp is the front man for MILLENIUM, and he's usually set up to secure kills with the aid of Kottenx. But what happens after is his ability to roam and then positively impact his side lanes is very, very admirable. The problem is if he doesn't do well, then his whole team struggles. If you contrast his stats and his wins and his losses, the difference is immense. 5 times the kills, 1/3 of the deaths, and double the number of assists. MILLENIUM as a team, they do continue to demonstrate inconsistency in their overall gameplay, hence a 5-4, but the average level of their teamwork is much higher than in the spring splits, and when they're playing well, they're playing very well. They've absolutely dominated several games this split. They've also secured half of their total number of wins from the spring split in the opening 9 games. They have 19 games left to do. Don't do math on the fly. I don't know why I'm doing that. So things are looking very positive for them. They only got 9 wins in the last split. They've got 5 this one already. We'll see how high they can end up the table.
Well, both MILLENIUM and GAMBIT have mid laners who have stepped up their game, and while Kottenx will look to contain Diamond in the jungle, the swag lord Darien thinks that his team's experience will win out.
I don't understand GAMBIT at all. They can lose against the worst teams and win against the best teams, so it's really hard to tell what GAMBIT is gonna do.
Darien is a cool person to 1v1 because he's just going really hump. Even if he's 1 level behind or if he's 10 CS behind, he will still go really aggressive on you.
In previous spring season, they have weakness. It was Kerp, but right now he have play much better. But I think we can still beat them because we have more experience.
I think the last time we played GAMBIT, we kinda played safe and we just capitalized on NRQ doing mistakes pretty much, since he was really nervous in the first week.
When we play some more stable and don't fall off early, we will win versus MILLENIUM because they really tend to make mistakes in mid game and late game.
We need to play like last time, very aggressive, get control of the enemy jungle. It's really important to shut Diamond down because I think it's the key for them to win.
They're a strong team, but you just need to get used to how to play against MILLENIUM to just beat them. And right now, we know how they play, and we'll just watch their games and discuss how to control them.
I really want to just touch on the point that Kerp made in his opening statement there, that GAMBIT, you just don't know which GAMBIT's going to turn up. We made that point yesterday, and look what happened. They look like a different team again.
Yeah, completely different team. We need to see which team gets control of the Dragon Pit, because it's definitely something that is game-changing in GAMBIT's victories.
Well, we're getting closer to that game, so let's head on to the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's GAMBIT Gaming with Darien in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, and the duo of Genja and Edward.
And on the red side for this match, it is MILLENIUM. Kevin up top, Kottenx in the jungle, Kerp playing the mid lane, Creatine on AD carry, and J-Ree playing the support.
Well, before we get to Champion Select, let's see how you guys called this game. According to LOLesports.com, 54% of you voted for GAMBIT.
Still very close. MILLENIUM have been better on average over the last 9 games, but GAMBIT looked... Actually, both of these teams looked great yesterday. It's going to be an interesting one to see how it plays out.
So, as we move towards Champion Select, then let's talk about which champions we can expect to see banned out here and who's going to be picked. Mid lane's going to be a big thing.
This is a tough one, a really tough one, but I think MILLENIUM are going to ban Braum and Kassadin. You know, I don't know where I'm getting that from, but you know, I'm pretty confident. Nidalee has to be a consideration. Nick did a very, very good job on his Nidalee yesterday, landed some very key spears, and I also think Lucian is going to be a priority. Creatine's played him 6 times, Genja's played him 5 times, so definite focus on Lucian as the primary go-to AD carry, but we have seen Creatine playing the likes of Twitch, the likes of Cogmore, so he has a wider diversity, whereas Genja's been focusing on that, Lucian and Caitlyn.
And seeing Jinx in that last game for the first time in this split as well may add that into the split, whether with it's just Celiva that's been practicing as much on Jinx. We'll have to see, because we're going to move into Champion Select, figure out exactly what will be banned and picked from both GAMBIT and MILLENIUM. GAMBIT, of course, on the blue side have first pick, first ban, and they've already taken out 2 quick bans, taking away LeBlanc from Kerp and Twitch from Creatine. Other side, Kassadin ban, a Jax ban as well, and there's Ziggs taken away. We know how dangerous Kerp is on Ziggs. He's performed brilliantly on that champion. Will Braum be the final ban here for MILLENIUM, or is he gonna get through?
I sincerely hope not, and I would love to see the moustache in the LCS. It was used by Voidal in NIP and, you know, managed to rack up 2 wins. I think, you know, junglers are getting a bit of a freebie today, considering there's only really 3 top-level LCS junglers available. We need to see what happens. It is happening, potentially.
Kayle taken away, which means Braum is available here. Who's going to pick it? Is anyone going to pick it even? What we know, though, is that GAMBIT will prioritize Lucian, as you said before, taking that for Genja here on their first pick. So, for MILLENIUM, will they take anything different? We've got 2 support players here that both have played weird supports in the past. Let's not forget J-Ree, pretty much the only one playing Blitzcrank and Zilean, to name just a couple. Edward, he's been all over the place in the past couple of years with what he's brought in. Kennen in the support role, playing Gragas most recently in there as well. But we'll have to see how that one all works out. I think there's going to be higher priority picks in these early couple of stages. Oh no,
we got him!
Going to get locked in here for MILLENIUM as their first choice, along with Lee Sin. Glad I didn't make the mustache bet today.
So, the heart of the Freljord, he has been locked in. This is the first game we're going to see him. I'm incredibly excited about the mechanics of playing Braum in lane. We'll get to the details later, but generally, he is primarily a defensive support with great knockup potential. Yasuo is also available, so when you pair Braum with Yasuo, it is a scary combination. Consider that both Braum and Lee Sin could help get that last breath available, and we know Kerp likes to play assassins. Kerp has played Fizz in the past to great success. If he wants to get his hands on Yasuo, there's a massive amount of natural synergy, and if Siobhan is not locked in now by GAMBIT, you could even put Siobhan in the top lane and have a bajillion ways to activate Yasuo's ultimate. I'm a little excited by this, I think you can tell, and we need to see how the rest of the picks and bans plays out.
Well, let's keep it calm for now and see how that all goes down. What we do know for GAMBIT is that they've locked in Twisted Fate for Nick in the mid lane. We'll also see Diamond playing Evelyn this time around. So 2 out of the 3 jungle pool that we really have now on board have been taken in this game, and that Twisted Fate, and we'll see how Nick does moving around the map with that one after Kerp's brilliant Twisted Fate performance picked up the win for MILLENIUM against the super hot crew yesterday. So what are MILLENIUM going to go with here? They could pick the mid laner now. AD carry also, I mean, they've already got Lucian on the GAMBIT side, so no real rush to get that one in.
There's not a real rush, and I really think Kevin is showing a massive preference to this Irelia. He's been playing Irelia over many other champions. He's currently 3 for 3 on this particular champion. And it makes me wonder, what is Kerp going to play in this middle lane? Because you've got a lot of burst damage from Graves. You have dashes from both Lee Sin and Irelia, and Braum can actually jump into the middle of a fight as well. And you've got a lot of CC as well as damage from multiple sources on the MILLENIUM side. But GAMBIT have got the makings of a pick composition. With Evelyn that can come in unseen, and Twisted Fate that's going to be able to surprise you very quickly with the Destiny, they may want to lock in champions that can aid that type of play, that can jump on somebody and kill them very quickly. I'm not believing what we're seeing right now.
No, Quinn, Malphite, probably not going to be the two champions that they end up locking in. These two, however, could be real possibility. Thresh for Edward, maybe, and then Aatrox for Darien in that top lane. We've seen Darien play Aatrox before, and we went back to that point of it kind of fits his style. He gets a second chance of staying alive when he sometimes gets caught out of position, let's put it, as Aatrox will actually be locked in here then for the top lane for Darien. So Aatrox versus Irelia and the Thresh for Edward. We'll see if he can return to his glory days of the Thresh Prince.
Been a long time since he's been at that same level of dominance on Thresh, and Thresh is a champion that can do very well against Braum in the early stages of the game. Up until level 6, his ranged ability and the Flay on-hit damage will do a lot to help keep Braum at a low HP. If GAMBIT are going to look for that 2v2 lane, I'm not sure if they want to. They may want to do a lane swap. And like we talked about, the aggressive assassin has been locked in for Kerp. I personally would have liked to have seen a Yasuo just because of the synergy in the Wombo combo, but Kerp is played and won with Fizz. It is also a champion that can destroy a Twisted Fate. If Kerp gets ahead early, he will insta-give Nick at every opportunity he has. What MILLENIUM are going to be looking for, though, is finding picks, killing a member of GAMBIT, and then using a numbers advantage to win the rest of the team fight. The only reliable CC is coming from Braum and that Glacial Fissure. Once GAMBIT pile on, he's going to knock them up. And if MILLENIUM don't have proper targeting with their champions, I think they could be in a lot of trouble, because Irelia and Evelyn can run amok in those team fights.
And we saw the stats for Fizz so far. They split 1-for-1, both games, of course, from Kerp, where he had one great game and one game where he probably just wants to forget going 0-5 and not really having fun with that one. But guys, which comp do you think is going to win out? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag GMBWin or #MILWin, and we'll see if those picks have changed your vote. Got a feeling that you might just be voting because Braum's been picked up for MILLENIUM.
I would be. The moustache definitely tickles my interest, so we need to see how effectively Jayri can play this champion. It is patch 4.9, so his numbers have been tweaked since release. Damage on the Q and the tankiness from his W have been reduced, and we'll get to each of the abilities in-game. I really like to break down the specifics of the mechanics for those that haven't seen him, but we need to see them first in-game. So for our spectators, make sure we watch these duo lanes.
Yeah, I was going to spend a lot of time washing the Tash down in that bottom lane, or in the top lane, wherever he may be. But we are going to get into game, guys. It's GAMBIT taking on MILLENIUM. And the first time here in the European LCS that we are going to be seeing Braum in action, picked up by Jayri this time around. GAMBIT, of course, banned him yesterday, so we'll see if not banning him here today will be a little bit of a mistake for them or not.
So very quickly, Graves and Braum are going to give a lot of defensive statistics in terms of bonus armor and magic resist. Thanks to Braum's W, stand behind me. He's going to dash to an ally, and he's going to give them bonus armor and MR. And you combine that with Graves' passive of that True Grit. When Evelyn and Aatrox jump onto them in a team fight, they're going to be much tankier than your standard AD carry and support lane. And that is the best picture-in-picture we've ever had.
I was going to say, we've got a special Braum dance cam going on in the bottom left-hand corner there. Not sure we'll keep that up for the entire game, but we'll have to see how much time we'll be focusing on that duo of MILLENIUM. One thing I do know, Creatine had a fantastic performance yesterday, and sadly for me, since I'm playing Jat in Fantasy this week, who has Creatine just from that one player, is pretty much destroying me up until now. So we'll see how that one goes. GAMBIT, in the meantime, have sacked Diamond and Edward. Are they going to go for a blind hook and catch themselves a Braum for breakfast?
It looks like they want to. There's not a lot of damage to back it up, though. Without Genja being nearby, it's not going to play in his favor. So Braum, he's already skilled his Winter's Bite. It's the Q. Long-range skill shot, it applies a slow to the targeted hits. And look for the passive. He's going to catch Genja with it. I'll bet you money. And if you manage to get all 4 of those procs from Braum's passive, you will stun a target, and anyone can activate them. So what I want to see is how effectively MILLENIUM focus the stun down. Because at max rank, it'll be a 1.7 second stun, and we'll see if MILLENIUM can focus the target and get the kills. It will help them. But immediately they're on the back foot, they've lost their blue buff.
Lost the blue buff, and we see here that we are going to be looking at that 2 versus 2 duo head up in the bottom lane with Creaton's Graves and J-Reed's Braum against the Lucian Thresh of Genja and Edward. Interested to see how that one all works out. Also interested to see how Darien plays this game. Now that it's solo lanes, he's going to go straight into the top lane.
Yeah, and he may be able to feed to provide dragons, as Diamond was so happy to point out yesterday in the interview. On this Aatrox, he's also going to have... He's actually got a very good champion that will help GAMBIT in team fights against this very high quasi-assassin build. Because MILLENIUM want to be focusing down individual targets. And if they focus Aatrox down, he can just come back to life.
Not as many Braum fans as I first believed here. 54 to 46% still in favor of GAMBIT Gaming. So not much of a change really when it comes to what you guys at home are thinking this game is going to go like.
And note just how passive both Creaton and J-Re are playing at this level 1. They do have a lane matchup that should theoretically lose in trades to Edward and Genja, because Genja's going to get those multi-shots off from his passive. Oh, Kottenx finds Diamond. Going to trade some damage.
They're going to trade some damage might be the wrong word here. Diamond is going to hammer away at Kottenx. Red buff for both of them, and I tell you what, Kottenx needs to be a little bit careful. Kerp is coming around the corner. Kottenx needs to be careful how deep he goes on this one though, and here we see it. Kerp going to go right in on towards Diamond. Twisted Fate is there. Gold card and wild cards come down, but Diamond falling low. He's got a flash. Holy Sin comes in, managed to secure the kill. Nick has flashed through. Kottenx following him. Kottenx going low. He will flash away. Kerp flashes back in, and now they've caught Edward. It's a good play coming out, but I think the damage might be too much. No, he's made enough distance there to get away, and that will leave MILLENIUM with 2 kills. Disastrous for GAMBIT.
Overconfidence on the side of Diamond. He didn't have the full support of the rest of his team. He gets caught out, and MILLENIUM are able to land 2 very quick kills. More importantly, is one of them is in Kerp's back pocket. Because of the fact that he wants to be ahead and he needs to have items as quickly as possible. Oh, they've caught Jerry.
And Flay gonna come in there, but I'm not sure they got enough damage to put him down, but still, damage is damage. A good trade there for GAMBIT in this bottom lane, and could do with a couple of good trades at this point. This top lane, which has been fairly quiet so far, Darien actually ahead slightly on the CS at 28 to 22, and now Diamond coming across. Kottenx already there, and actually not quite going to spot Diamond out. Actually, that's probably a lie, because he's just thrown the Q straight his way. Diamond just heading him off, so no real action to be had on this top side.
No, not this time around. It did look like Diamond was trying to find a way to get into that matchup, was unable to do so. So, double Doran's rings picked up for Kerp. This is going to give him a very nice power spike, in addition to having that flask. So he's got more sustain than Nick. But again, we need to see how quickly Kerp can start finding those kills and roaming around the map. What we have noticed is Creaton is falling very far behind in CS. He was left alone because J-Re went to roam and help out in the jungle, did not pick up any assists. And the lane matchup does very badly against Threshers because of the fact that Braum is melee. So he's not going to have the ability to really punish Genja or Edward. Once J-Re gets to level 6, he does have some kill potential with his ultimate, that Glacial Fissure. And Diamond is sniffing around mid.
Speaking of Fissures, there is a stun going towards Kerp, but he actually dodges most of that damage and is actually going to put some back towards Diamond, who comes in. Lee Sin was waiting off to the side, and as you mentioned, Kerp, not a champion, not a player, and not a champion even this time around with Fizz that you want to let get going. Currently 1-0-1 after those kills before. Creaton also, we heard the low health ping down in the bottom lane. He is running almost on empty at this point. Need to be very careful about how they handle this bottom lane matchup still.
Yeah, gotta be so careful. Creaton and Jerry need to survive until 6 and get some assistance from Kottenx or from Kerp. Either of them can come down. Hell, Kevin could even teleport in. And if you combine, any one of them plus the slow and the stun that J-Re's going to offer with Braum, there is a definite amount of kill potential. I feel like Diamond is spending a lot of time trying to find ganks, but he's ahead. Jerry's jumped in.
Oh, Jerry has jumped in there. Diamond will show himself. Kottenx is there. Creaton's still pretty low, as we are going to see the hook come down. Edward falling low himself. Kottenx, though, didn't have the health to actually follow through and pick them up and kill. Meanwhile, Darien gonna lose his blood well. Not much health there to be regen, but Kevin doesn't want to follow through. He used a hell of a lot there, and actually we see the teleport from Kevin was interrupted.
Yeah, we do see that Kevin. I'm gonna hazard a guess that he teleported back to lane and instantly went aggressive on Darien because he does have that sheen. So I think that was the way it played out. I do want to quickly go back to that J-Re initiation. You noticed he jumped to a minion. His stand behind me can be used to dash to minions as well. So get in range, land that Winter's Bite from the Q, and look for a stun. His big shield, the Unbreakable, will also mitigate the 100% of the damage from the first projectile that connects with it. That's excluding turret shots, which means, and then everything else, it's damage reduction, which means that Unbreakable can counter the culling very, very, very effectively, assuming Jerry's in the right place at the right time.
Very interesting start to this one. Darien actually coming back into lane. Apparently he's been talking a lot to Genja before this game because he's come back with the triple Doran's Blade up against Kevin. Wants a bit of power now after Kevin TP'd back into lane with that sheen and went instantly aggressive on him. We heard in the video before the match that Kevin said, love playing against Darien. Doesn't matter whether he's ahead or behind, he's always aggressive, always going ham, and I think that Kevin trying to dish out a bit of his own medicine there.
One of the things that's interesting about Darien is it doesn't matter how many times he dies, he's almost always even on CS with his lane opponent. Whether or not it's ahead or behind league averages, which is what we talked about earlier, he does tend to farm well in his respective matchups, and he's doing it again now. He was under pressure from Kevin, he's returned with this instant power spike, and with 3 Dorans and his passive on the W, he's going to get a lot of HP back on auto attack, so we'll see if the sustain helps him out.
Genja also been quite aggressive down bottom. Again, a bit of damage coming in. See 73 to 52 CS, and that's allowed Genja to get a BF sword compared to the Vamp Scepter actually on the other side for Creaton. So a bit more sustaining there for Creaton, but raw power in favor of Genja. And probably means that Kottenx is going to have to spend some time around this bottom lane, and almost worked out for them a little bit earlier on.
So Jerry's getting much closer to level 6. You'll notice Creaton has got access to his collateral damage. So this is the time for the teleports to come in, and Jerry's actually started a fight maybe a little early.
Got a little bit far on this one, a lot of damage coming in. Twisted Fate ultimate is going to be popped, but where's he going? What's Nick going to do with this one? He's going nowhere. It gives them vision, at least I suppose, of where Kottenx was for that one, but no follow through. First Destiny of the game, going to go almost unused.
That is a very, very big swing for MILLENIUM. It allows them to now make a play in this bottom lane with Kevin's teleport, which will be up soon, or with Kottenx, without fear of having Twisted Fate interrupt. So they need to be aware of it. J-Re does have access to his Glacial Fish, and here comes Diamond!
Oh, this is bad news for them. Diamond coming in. There is the ultimate coming down from J-Re, but he's finished off by Genja. A nice kill back here from GAMBIT. They do have Lee Sin moving around the back, but is Kottenx comfortable enough with this one? Do they think they can get anything? Is he just waiting for Fizz to move down? He was pinged out. No further action there.
So a lot of people talking about the power of Braum, and Braum means victories, and he's banned in scrims and ranked. If you play with a coordinated Thresh, ooh, that was very close. You can actually shut him down in lane. Genja and Edward have done a very good job of keeping him on the back foot. Look at Kerp, throws out the Chum the Waters, and that could have been a dead Nick.
Especially since Kottenx don't even know how he got there, went round to the water thinking around the back of the race, came walking up from the opposite side of the map. Nick, though, staying safe for now on that one. Has fallen a bit behind in CS, and of course with his 1 death and Kerp being 1-0-1 as well, is behind on items and everything, and that lane offers to him. Meanwhile, Kevin now coming back into lane with a little bit more, using his teleport. Is he going to go insta-aggressive? He is. Darien, however, this time he's able to just jump away, does have his Bloodwell passive available again, so he's back to somewhat safety.
Yeah, going to be able to have that margin for error, I think is the term. So Jerry gets hooked, but got no ultimate available. So finally playing a little more aggressively. He's had that Sightstone for a few minutes now, which is going to give him some HP. And the reason that's very important is the damage from his Winter's Bite and the Q actually stacks with a percentage of his HP. And because he gets bonus armor and magic resist, it makes his effective hit points much more effective. And we do see Kerp, he's looking too aggressive, but no ultimate yet.
No ultimate available for him means probably no kill. Just going to bully Nick a little bit out of that lane. His ultimate, by the way, Destiny, will be coming off cooldown here in just a short while. Meanwhile, Creatine and Jerry got a brief respite down in bottom because both Genja and Edward did recall. However, that's not going to last too long. Genja's going to come back to lane with Bloodthirster done. We'll see if Creatine's actually got the gold. Doesn't quite have the gold actually just yet for a BF sword. So he's real behind when it comes to itemization there.
Yeah, 20 CS is effectively a kill at this stage in the game. And not only is Creatine behind, but Kottenx is falling a large amount of CS behind Diamond as well. Diamond is farming up an absolute storm on Evelyn. And if you consider the number of times he's been present in lanes, barring his over-aggressive start to the match, he's actually had a lot of pressure applied, and he's making MILLENIUM at least consider and think about where he might be. So we do see Diamond roaming to the top lane. Kevin's got Flash and his ultimate. I think they're going to go from that now.
I think he's going to need it because we got Twisted Fate moving towards the top as well. There's the gold card. Kevin here in all kinds of trouble. Won't be able to take down Darien's passive. And that is another kill in the bag for MILLENIUM. However, sorry for Gambit. However, MILLENIUM with that numbers advantage now on the bottom side of the map going to be going in towards Dragon. However, Genja and Edward are still there.
Here comes Genja. Culling's up.
Culling's up, but we see how effective Brown is at blocking that when they get the knock-up onto Edward, but Jerry is going to go down. Edward knocked up in the air by the fish. This will surely be a kill back for MILLENIUM. It's Kerp that gets that one. Genja trying to get away. Here comes Darien. Creatine's going to fall. Kottenx as low. That's a double kill for Genja. Can they actually get Kerp here? Genja trying to lifesteal a little bit back, but the presence of Darien offering them a lot there. The Dragon didn't go down, and that means that Gambit come out so strong in that fight.
Very, very good fight for them. They end up trading 3 for 1 once all is told and done. Because Kevin died in the top lane, they gave up 2 more around the Dragon Pit. Genja is now 4-0-0. He was in a lane matchup that he was already winning thanks to the range advantage over Braum. And I just think very smart play. MILLENIUM tried to rush Dragon down, but Kerp and Kottenx, they are looking for the objective. They weren't looking for the team fight. So once Jerry had initiated that, the rest of the team weren't on the same page. Spent so much time trying to focus down Edward that with that Bloodthirster, the damage and the combat advantage that Genja had was just, it was too much to overcome, and it's allowed Gambit now the potential of this Dragon.
Genja continuing to show that he's maybe got what it takes to constantly carry them through as they manage to hook onto Jerry. Follow through, doesn't get the knockup, but there's a lot of damage to go Jerry's way. His shield blocking a lot of that, but now the TP coming down. Darien caught in no man's land. Genja gonna be locked up by Creatine and Jerry and finished off. It's a kill for Brown, but look at Darien. Continues to go heavy, but he's lost his passive, and he's gonna go down to Kevin. That's a double kill for Irelia, and now they keep going. The fish thrown out. Earth's gonna come through. Have they got the damage for Edwin as well? The slow from Kevin will lock that one up, and it's Creatine to get another. And despite Gambit's great fight before, we now see a 4 for 1 in MILLENIUM's favor.
MILLENIUM are back in the game. This Dragon is going to even up that gold by a very large amount. The killing spree bonus that Genja had accrued ends up going to J. Reed, which is not necessarily ideal, but they managed to get it on their side regardless. It's 1,000 gold that separates them, and that all stems from Gambit being overconfident, from not evaluating or thinking about the options. 4 members of MILLENIUM were close by, and you know, Gambit may not have had full vision on the likes of Kottenx or Kerp until later on, but look how deep they chase, and then they're split. Genja goes down the lane, the rest of the team is split off to the left. Communication and teamwork there, not the strongest. And all props to MILLENIUM. That's a great kick from Kottenx as well. I think MILLENIUM just did a good job of focusing whoever was closest and managing to secure the kills.
That fight all happening without Kerp using his ultimate until these last very few moments to lock up and secure the kill onto Edward. Only Nick survives that fight, so really well played by MILLENIUM. It's going to give Gambit a little bit of food for thought, I think, now, as to how they play the rest of these, or these next few minutes, certainly, in this matchup. If we look at towers, it's 2-0 for Gambit, taking out that mid one earlier, thanks to Nick as a hook comes through, but there's no follow-up there from the rest of Gambit.
So nobody to keep up with him just yet. Just a quick update for those that are interested in Braum. J-Ree is actually maxing his Q first, and he's got 2 points into his E at this stage in time. So going for Winter's Bite and then Unbreakable. Of course, that big shield, it does scale with percentage damage reduction with the more points you put into it. Look how aggressive Jerry's playing. They're in a gold card in the mid lane. They're going for Nick.
Yeah, he's dead. Kerp actually going to get that one with the Ignite. Easy finisher for him. Can they get in on towards Genja? The knockup will come through thanks to Jerry, but with Diamond now there, this could be a real problem. Edward steps forward, but they turn around, put all the focus onto Edward, and Kerp will get in and gets himself onto the rampage. Meanwhile, Kottenx and Kevin now coming through. They're going to go for Diamond. Slow is down, but have they got the damage? They do now. Kevin's there, and he gets the kill onto Genja. Diamond going to be headed up on the other side, and this is going to be an ace for MILLENIUM.
MILLENIUM just roam and find the targets they want. They jumped onto Nick just off camera, managed to blow him up, and as GAMBIT was scrambling to defend, the single target mobility that MILLENIUM has, almost every single champion has some form of movement spell that they can move around. I mean, Kevin and Kottenx were focusing down Darien while the rest of the fight was happening in the mid lane. MILLENIUM have just got such a great skirmish, 2v2, 2v3 type of champions, and they're making full use of it because GAMBIT have been caught out, split up, and they're going down.
You see there once again the chasing power with Braum. He not only offers a lot, or much Tash you could say, but also much CC to be added in. I'm sorry, I've been saving that one for a while. But really chasing down well after what was a bit of a ropey start for J-Ree down there. These last couple of fights really coming out big, blocking a lot of that damage that comes through. And in the end, it leaves MILLENIUM now with close to a 2,000 gold lead.
I was really happy with how Jerry positioned himself moving into the river. His shield blocked every single shot of the culling from Genja. And it's just a massive amount of damage reduction to really reduce the effectiveness of that champion. Unfortunately, MILLENIUM out of position to defend their last outer turret, but they're ahead in gold. They've got that dragon from earlier on. They've got twice the number of kills of GAMBIT, and they still haven't secured a tower. So if and when MILLENIUM do start pushing the map, which is what really matters, that's when they're going to accelerate much further ahead. And that's a Lich Bane already completed on Kerp, so he can potentially drop towers quickly.
Oh, Twisted Fate's going to join in this one. Where is Kerp going to go? He's actually going to go deep for Genja. He gets the ultimate off, but I don't think he's got the damage to get through. He will fall here. The shutdown will fall onto Diamond.
So Diamond's going to get the bonus gold. I think Kerp with a little bit of an odd flash. I'm not sure if he hit the turret when he tried to chase Genja down. Regardless, he gets dropped. It looks like the rest of MILLENIUM are getting some good damage on the mid turret, and I still think that's a trade they'll be fairly happy with. Pulled a lot of members from GAMBIT down. They know Destiny's not available, which means once Chum the Waters is up, they can go again, and Darien's the next target.
Darien is going to be in trouble here. Does have his passive available, but is that going to save him? They actually kick him out pretty much of the turret range. He will jump through, but he'll be chased on, and it's Kottenx that gets that one. Kevin helping out nicely, but this turret is going down. J-Ree had just come across. That won't really make any difference in things. Nicely done by MILLENIUM. 13-7 up in kills now. 2,000 gold is the lead.
Yeah, and that all, again, reduce the threat of that Destiny, and then you can continue pushing elsewhere on the map. Kerp, I think, is going to be working towards a Zhonya's Hourglass at some point. Maybe a Death Cap is his next item with this blasting one. But once he does get that Hourglass, it's going to just allow him to run amok in team fights. Dash all the way in, dodge the gold card with his Playful Trickster or the Zhonya's Hourglass. And as GAMBIT are scrambling to find a target, you're going to have Irelia, Lee Sin, Graves, and Braum all dashing around in the team fight. So while it's important for MILLENIUM to stick to the same target to kill them, it's also very difficult for GAMBIT to lock MILLENIUM down. They've got single target CC, which is great, but there's 5 champions that can dash and dodge and dip and duck and dive, so it's going to be difficult for them.
They can lock anyone down. We do see turret actually fall in there, which brings MILLENIUM back to 3-3. So all outer towers on the map are now down. The question is who's going to start making the moves for these inner turrets. Dragon, of course, will be coming up in just over a minute's time. You have to feel that that's probably going to be the next port of call for both of these teams.
Yeah, and GAMBIT need to be careful. If they want to initiate, they need to do it fast, and they need to catch MILLENIUM off guard. If GAMBIT give MILLENIUM the chance to initiate first by diving onto the right target or using that Fizz ultimate, then MILLENIUM can just insta-give somebody and instantly have the Dragon be a much safer position. So it does look like that Dragon has respawned, and we will be seeing whether or not GAMBIT can actually initiate quickly enough because teleport is available from Kevin, Destiny's being used from Nick. He's going top lane, Dragon for Millennium.
Diamond trying to save that one, but that one will help out. Meanwhile, Kevin actually caught by both Nick and Darien. He flashes, but there's two flashes coming in, gets stunned up, and that will surely be the finisher. It is Darien that actually gets the shutdown onto Kevin. Well, look at this. Millennium hunting for a couple of kills down bottom. They don't get it, but they did get that Dragon. As I said before, there's the hook onto Kottenx. Actually, Edward going to get slowed down. That's a good play, but now with Creatine coming in, this could be real dangerous. A good block of the Culling. Edward locked up and finished off. He put the box down. Kottenx just stands in the middle and says, I'll just wait it out.
That was the perfect example of how powerful Braum's passive of concussive blows is. He landed onto Edward, Edward flashed away, and the last few auto attacks from Creatine stunned him. Because he was stunned, the rest of the team could pick that kill up. So they end up trading 1 kill for 1, Edward for Kevin. Kevin burns 1 flash for both Nick and Darien's flash, as well as Nick's Destiny and Exhaust. So even though Kevin went down and gave up a kill and an assist, he gets more summoner spells and an ultimate out of the deal, which means Millennium come out very far ahead in that trade as long as they can take advantage of that situation. So smart play. Millennium are continuing to accelerate their control, and they're just in a good place. Kerp actually finished a Void Staff as his second item, not amassing huge amounts of ability power yet, but he'll get there, I'm sure. 514 is doing a good job.
And already able to do big damage either way. See that Braum very tanky at this point, actually picking up a Negatron cloak there. On the other side, Edward actually got the Chains vest, got a Giant's belt as well, so see where he's heading with that towards the Randuins by the looks of things. Meanwhile, Millennium already starting to clear out and have a lot of pink wards. Look at the pink wards on the map here for Millennium. One thing is, of course, the complete vision control and the ability to sweep out those walls, but also to keep an eye on the sneaky Evelyn, who could be up in their jungle, getting wards of his own down.
Been doing a very good job of dealing with Diamond's Evelyn. Even with the amount of presence and attempted ganks from Diamond, Millennium didn't lose complete control of the game. And then they punished Gambit when Gambit were over-aggressive. So Millennium have hit some very big power spikes in items. Randuins and Triforce for Kevin, like you talked about. Oh, Darien, let's see if he can get away.
Well, that is a lot of damage coming his way. However, look at the lifesteal back here for Darien. Ignite is ticking away, and that will be a bit of a problem for him. Does get the slow. No, it doesn't. Kerp will dash straight onto him, but now has he got the damage to finish off? There is the Blade of the Ruin King being used by Darien, but Kerp's still going to be able to chase. His cooldowns will be coming up here shortly. Darien is going to do a lot of damage as Diamond gets caught on the top side of the map. There's a Culling coming through, and again we see the Braum blocking out most, if not all, of that damage.
Very, very well played by J-Re. Unfortunate for Kerp to not find the kill onto Darien, but I really like the fact that Kerp is willing to flash over those dashes. Oh, they've caught Genja.
They caught Genja, what happened? Yeah, they do. They got the damage. Oh, summon a heal coming out, and there is the Destinyprox, which sends Millennium running, sends them scattering on this top side of the map, and somehow Genja gets away with that one. The use of his summoner heal. Did have flash available as well, should he really be called into that one, but stayed alive. Pretty much I think the Destiny was the scary part for Millennium there.
The mobility on the side of Millennium is just so difficult for Gambit to deal with. They've got a lot of movement themselves and dashes. There's a lot of champions that can move very quickly, but Millennium in that situation, you've seen how instantly they thwarted the power of Destiny. Nick couldn't even get in range to auto-attack because of how quickly Kottenx was moving to the rest of his team. So we were, there's a lot of drama happening. Darien forced to burn his ultimate, his passive rather, because of the fact that Kerp jumped on him. But that is a scary sign when Darien is arguably meant to be one of the tankiest members. He hasn't even finished his Randuin's Omen yet. Oh, round 2.
Round 2. Without a passive, and boom, there's the fish in your face. Ultimate miss completely, and now Darien is maybe gonna still go down. Well, I always somehow underestimate that damage if you can get a second combo off there from Kerp. Despite missing the ultimate, picked up his 6th kill.
I love the little shrug from Kerp's shoulders, like, meh, didn't need the fish. I got this, yo. But I mean, he was 5-1-4 going into it. So much damage to deal with, and Darien has not itemized any MR. He's got Ninja Tabai and a Warden's Mail. So there's no magic resist to thwart Kerp. So unfortunate for Darien, but he's still doing fairly well in the CS regards. And if you look down the items, 2 Randuin's Omens for Millennium. So not only are they mobile, they can deny the movement speed from their opponents with those actives. And with all the penetration that Kerp and Creatine have built up, their burst damage combos will be more effective at this stage in the game, and they're making it work for them.
I've got this yo. I don't think it's something that will ever come out of Kerp's mouth, to be honest, but whatever. He manages to get that kill, and he's building himself up towards that Zhonya's Hourglass, which will give him a little bit more safety. Also have the Zhonya's already done over the other side for Nick, along with his Athenes, and his second needlessly large rod is going to be picked up on that front. We see the difference between the AD carries as well. Creatine, Bloodthirst at Last Whisper, and then into attack speed. On the other side, Genja picking up the Static Shiv as his second item after the Bloodthirst.
Yeah, very important for Creatine to go for that Last Whisper because of how important Graves' burst damage is. He needs to get buckshot and collateral damage to melt through Gambit's HP. And when he combines that with the assassination and the single target focus that Lee Sin and Irelia have, it allows them to instantly remove people from the team fight. It's how MILLENIUM will want to continue playing this game. Focus single targets down with their champions who do very well at shutting them down. And with Dragon coming up very, very soon, it looks like MILLENIUM are playing the baiting game. We'll look for a Glacial Fissure from JRE. I think he may want to start this off.
Well, Dragon has now come into play. Let's see. Q from Kottenx will start proceedings off. Diamond and the rest of Gambit. Not sure how much they want to try and fight for this one. In fact, it looks like they're going to try and make a play on the mid lane here. Dragon does go MILLENIUM's way, the third of the game that they pick up, and I'm not sure that Gambit are fast enough to really do anything about this. In fact, MILLENIUM may even be looking to chase.
What I'd love to see from MILLENIUM is Captain Boots on one of their team members, maybe even Kerp, who's going to be on the front line. If MILLENIUM had been able to run down Gambit, they could have started a fight. MILLENIUM now have better positioning on the inner turret, and with the zone control and the threat that Kerp's ultimate and Braum's ultimate will offer, it should give MILLENIUM some time in this tower. Unfortunately, they don't have any minions to back them up, and it looks like they're playing it a little safe.
Kevin tanked a couple of hits and I think was like, come on guys, hit the turret. I'm tanking this one up, but there was no real follow-up. A little bit of danger maybe came from the fact that they got no real vision on the blue side of Gambit's jungle. Speaking of that blue side, Nick will get himself the buff once again. So as teams back off, we're about to hit the half an hour point in this game. We'll see if it becomes a halfway point, who knows. 15-8, MILLENIUM leading kills, a solid 4,000 gold lead, and it's 3-3 in towers. But that, we just seen you on your screen there, the danger man, Kerp, 6-1-4 with Fizz.
So MILLENIUM have got a relatively unsafe wave clear. You know, the range on Graves is very short. Irelia's ultimate has a fairly lengthy cooldown. So if Gambit ever get themselves into a position where they can siege up against MILLENIUM, the power of Twisted Fate in that situation can be very good. What it also means is MILLENIUM have a difficult time sieging. So in order for MILLENIUM to take these inner turrets, they are forced to do the same. They have the same problems to deal with that FNATIC had yesterday. They need to get vision control, they need to surprise people, or they need to find picks.
Oh, they get the slowdown onto Edward, but no real follow-up there. Darien was playing the risky game of clearing the wards at the back of the Baron pit. Did take the Lantern out to safety, but a close call. MILLENIUM looking for a almost free kill there if they'd have been able to lock up one of them. However, they have full presence around that Baron area. We see using those sweeping lenses, 4 of them that MILLENIUM currently have. Only Creatine, in fact, doesn't have a sweeping lens right now. And MILLENIUM know that they've got a stronghold on that area. However, there's two wards still for Gambit just outside of the Baron pit itself. So I think MILLENIUM not got as much control as they'd maybe like to believe.
No, very, very important, and they're not even going to notice that ward just outside the pit either. Now, MILLENIUM and Gambit have got a lot of damage on both of their sides, so a Baron bait could be very important, and so unfortunate for MILLENIUM. They don't know that Gambit knows they're not going for Baron. They're trying to bait it out, and Gambit aren't falling for it.
Oh, you say that.
Oof.
Don't
make me eat my words. Don't make me eat my words.
Good thing is...
keeping vision. He's playing a human ward.
Ah, there we go. Scan coming down, and I'm saying, nope. Need to move away, because Genja's actually pushed up that mid lane. Meanwhile, MILLENIUM now come out of the brush and kind of just run around in circles a little bit there. And like, what are we doing? Are we pushing? Are we going back here? What are we doing?
Gambit are too scared to siege because they're behind, and they're afraid if they get caught from the sidelines by Fizz or by Irelia, they're going to lose members and lose the fight. MILLENIUM don't have the tools to siege, so they can't sit underneath the tower because Twisted Fate's wave clear is very high, and they run the risk of being flanked by Evelyn or Aatrox. So in order for either of these teams to actually get an advantage, it needs a misplay from their opponents, or it needs Millennium actually tower diving or forcing Gambit's hand. Millennium tried to do it at Baron. They just missed some crucial vision, and I think we may see the Dragon/Baron dance to determine who's going to have the next leg up in this game.
You know, one put around the corner will be spotted going down from Millennium's side, so they know exactly where they've got to scan to clear that one out. Diamond also having a bit of run around, seeing what he can spot out, and we'll see Kerp and Kottenx moving down from the red buff area. That red buff just going over to Kottenx, and look at that Gambit saying, no, we don't want a piece of this one, just gonna back straight away from it.
So Gambit are still keeping up mostly as far as the gold is concerned, considering that Millennium have had the Dragon control and considering they've got 7 kills and a whole bunch of assists under their belt. Their CS is still good. Genja in particular has got way more CS than Creator. Almost something happening, but really just tentative. So for Gambit, they just need to be very, very wary. If they do start a fight, it has to be Diamond or Darien on that front line, and they can't afford to let the burst damage of Graves and Fizz hit the squishies of Gambit. If that happens, that's an instant team fight victory for Millennium.
Here we go then. Push on towards that turret in the bottom lane. Inner tower going to take a lot of damage, and I don't think they can hold this one. That's a nice move from Millennium. Moving 4 men to the bottom lane. Irelia was just inside of the jungle, and that will be the 4th tower of the game for Millennium. The first inner turret to go down on this map. Very important there. That may just open the floodgates for Millennium to work a bit more magic on the others. However, Gambit pushing out here towards Baron.
Floodgates, I think, is a little overzealous there, Joe. I think it'll open...
Spring a leak.
It'll spring a leak in Gambit's defensive dam. I think that's a better way to look at it. And as long as Nyph is still standing, the power to wave clear is there. Also, Nyph can actually respond with Destiny if he needs to. And I think it's quite smart that Nyph didn't waste the ultimate for that inner turret on the bottom lane, because that's not a game-changing objective. Gambit are already behind. They need to be careful. And look at the patience from Millennium. They had 3 members there that could have jumped onto Diamond, but they opted against it. They don't want to waste their ultimates or waste their initiation when their objectives like Dragon or Baron on the table. And this should be completely uncontested for Gambit.
Yeah, no one's going to come around this one. That will be, as you said, a freebie for Millennium. Will compound their gold lead, moving up towards 6,000. See the numbers, 4 out of 4. That is pretty epic control so far for Millennium. And if you look back to yesterday's win for Gambit, it was all about their Dragon control that was able to keep them in the game and eventually turn the tides in their favor. So that's something they're lacking this time around. But as you mentioned, Millennium being very, very passive, very safe about how they handle this game. No risks.
They can't afford to, because their comp has no wave clear. So safe wave clear. So when Millennium do actually lose a team fight, it's so much more difficult for them to defend towers. And because Gambit are behind, they're not sieging. So we've just got this stalemate situation that we've already touched on. And I think for Gambit, they've done a good job of keeping vision up in the Baron pit. But Nyph on Twisted Fate has been far too passive for my liking. They've had opportunities where Nyph could have looked for ganks, could have looked for, you know, the very first Destiny he used ended up being thwarted as a no-go just because Jerry and Creatine could back away quickly enough. And if you contrast that to Kerp yesterday, he was tower diving with that Twisted Fate. He would go under the towers and focus down Mr. Rawls. Anyways, Millennium, the first brave move. They've started with Baron. Vision is in their favor. Looks like he's going to peel this one away. Finally going to get that last ward as well.
Curious. Gambit moving towards it, but not really in a position there where Millennium could have, I think, got any kind of opportunity. This, though, could be that opportunity. If they see Genja down on the bottom side of the map, gives them an instant 5 versus 4 scenario.
Not if, when, because it does look like Genja's going to shove that lane out. Gambit, I think, are doing a fairly good job, because what they can do is they can feign pushing for the inner turret. It looks like they're going to commit for the time being because they haven't peeled away, and this should be Baron for Millennium, and Gambit have just given this up. They're not contesting, they're not going for inner turret. I have no idea what the decision making is, because they've just given that up. That's a mistake.
Not a good call, and Darien's gonna die here as well. Getting caught out, Fish knocks him up in the air. Will of course have his passive pop, but that'll be followed straight up from it's Kerp that gets that kill. And now they're gonna keep chasing here. It's Diamond, the next target. A lot of damage coming his way. There's the dive in from Kottenx. They kick Nick out. He uses a last second Zonya's. That'll buy him some time, but Creatine able to finish that off. Gets himself the killing spree. Not only do they give up the Baron, they lose 2 men straight after it as well. For almost nothing.
No, for nothing. There was nothing to
true.
gain other than a bunch of CS on Genja. He immediately shown himself. The rest of Gambit did not commit to a strategic push in the mid lane, and they got completely out-positioned around Baron. This should be an inhibitor turret as well. There's so much damage. Kevin's gone in.
Kevin's gone in, and they're going to focus Diamond, and that's the burst we were talking about earlier on, and it's been so prevalent here for MILLENIUM. They're going to take the first inhibit. There's 40 seconds on Diamond, 20 on Nick, 10 on Darien. A simple push to the top lane, and indeed, that's the one outside of the base that is left standing. It means that Gambit, after this little MILLENIUM push, are probably only going to have their base left to work with.
And wow, MILLENIUM aren't even going to face tank the turret, so going to push the minion wave right up to it. They've got so much tanky stats. This is just playing it super, super safe. And MILLENIUM punish Gambit for poor decision.
No, Darien. See Hook coming in. The ultimate of Kerp is still available. It's actually Kottenx and JRE that were keeping them moved and zoned away from that inner turret. In the end, looks like MILLENIUM, as we've been seeing time and time again so far this match, that safety is the name of the game. No mistakes. Don't mess anything up with a lead this big, and they're going to go home, spend all the cash that they've earned after picking up that Baron and the kills. Just
a few big items being completed. Lee Sin grabbed himself some more defensive stats and spec as Kyle Graves, grabbed himself an Infinity Edge. Relez picked up a Zephyr. We've got Locket of the Iron Solari as well as a Ruby Sightstone for JRE, so it's just the item difference is nearly insurmountable. And when MILLENIUM can focus down any member of Gambit, they don't even need to initiate on the backline. They don't even need to initiate the squishy targets because they can get rid of Darien and then basically rush down whoever's left. You've seen how quickly they melted, was it Diamond under the tower? You know, all 5 members just piled on, landed on top of him and squashed him under their combined weight.
So let's see now, MILLENIUM actually moving towards this bottom lane. Super Minions will start to pressure Gambit's middle lane or the Nexus turrets eventually as they work their way through. Kerp has cleared out bottom and the rest of the team moving a little bit deeper through that Gambit jungle to intercept the next wave of minions that's coming out of the base.
And it's so weird to contrast Gambit from yesterday, who had strategic play, who rotated around the map against Alliance and really did a good job of controlling the Dragon Pit and controlling the tempo of their pushes, to just give up a Baron because of a side lane CS for Genja. That's reminiscent of problems that we were seeing even last split, where Genja would be on the side lanes and it would cost important objectives in the late game. It's something that they'll need to go back and review. Anyways, Super Minions making it very close to that middle lane. Inhibitor steps, and you know what, MILLENIUM could dive. If Kerp gets bored, he could just throw in that Chum the Waters and they can look to finish anyone. There's no passive for Darien either.
Kevin, the one to start things off. Kerp actually going to dive straight in there, and it's Darien that they focus on first. He will be absolutely destroyed. Nick down to half HP. Actually, JRE going to be hooked under the tower, and he will flash out of that one. MILLENIUM taking a decent amount of damage. That Baron will help with the regen, and it's 50 seconds until Darien actually comes back in, and the mid lane is being pushed all the way through now. The Super Minions are onto the Nexus turrets, and that means that MILLENIUM are going to get a second in him.
They're going to get this one. There's no one from Gambit that can hold them off. The question is, do MILLENIUM fall back and play it safe, or do they want to contest more objectives? They do have the numbers advantage for another 30 seconds. Dragon is up though, and I think it looks like playing it safe. Safety is the name of the game here. 8 towers down, 2 inhibitors down, and everywhere MILLENIUM go, kills are sure to follow.
And they're over the 10,000 gold lead here on MILLENIUM, and they're going back with a decent amount of gold to spend across the board. We see Quicksilver Sash coming out. There's all kinds of different things being picked up now for MILLENIUM. Banshee's Veil was complete for Creatine as well. Right, looks of it, they're just going to be gearing up until this next Baron comes into play, where, you know, if Gambit gave that last one up so free, there's no real way that they can contest for this next one.
No, there's no way they can contest for it anymore. They needed to have, well, they needed to have not done that. a few minutes ago. And Millennium don't even need the Baron. Because they've got such a big advantage and their initiation power is so much stronger and scarier than Gambit's, they're just going to brute force their way in. I think smart play from Millennium to wait from Creatine. There were only 4 members on the in here. And in order for Gambit to do anything, they need Diamond and Darien to get multi-man knockups and ultimates, and it's not going to work. Take a look at the burst.
Kerp going in on towards Genja, uses the Zhonya's. Kottenx coming around the side as well. Nyph trying to keep him away from that. Kottenx may go down, but they've killed off one. They've managed to take down Edwin. Diamond going to be ping-ponged around the team as he's kicked back by Kottenx. Darien may be getting in there. No, he's going to be blown up and forced to back away. Nyph also at half health. They seem to have repelled Millennium for now by killing the jungler, but Millennium got the inhib on the way out.
1 for 1, Millennium's carries are still up. There's no more disengage from Edward, and there was no box available in that fight. Gambit are doing okay at holding off these sieges, but it's quite clear that Millennium are just throwing themselves at their opponents. They're looking for the objectives, taking advantage of the big lead that they've built up. Unfortunately giving up 1 or 2 odd kills here or there, but map control regained. Maybe it does look like they want another Baron. Super Minions still in the bottom lane and that middle lane. It's going to be easily secured. And there's not a lot Gambit can do, I'm afraid. Their opportunity to contain and control Millennium has actually passed.
40 seconds until that Baron comes up, and it would take, I think you're right there, a monumental mistake from Millennium at this point to lose on this 10,000 gold lead that they've managed to build themselves up. And look at this, Kerp waiting inside the death brush, and pretty much whoever comes towards that one, whether it's 1v1 or not, Kerp is probably going to win out on that battle. As I said before, QSS is available to him should he end up getting a little bit locked up. And there we see it. The Baron about to spawn in. Millennium already sat there and waiting. They're going to take this one down. But Gambit are actually going to try and come across, but honestly, they're going to be too slow, number one. There's Destiny actually used. Not going to make a difference whatsoever. Millennium get the second Baron of the game.
Too little, too late. Millennium going to set their sights on the top lane, get a big minion wave to work with, and Darien's doing a decent enough job shoving out the super minions in the bottom lane, which will buy a tiny amount of time for Gambit to make use of. But again, Millennium have tower dived before, they're going to tower dive again. If Gambit are not grouped up together as a 5-man defensive unit, then Millennium will just punish that. Millennium will jump in. You know what? Even if there are 5 members of Gambit, I still think Millennium will want to dive in.
Yeah, I don't think they're too afraid at this point. Kevin got the tankiness, got the damage in there as well. It'll be a real threat as the Q going to land on towards Genja. Kottenx couldn't quite get behind him. Will tank up a couple of turret hits, but that regen will just bring him straight back to full HP here by the time that next wave starts to come through. And that won't be too much of a problem for Millennium. Here they go then, moving forward. Diamond is going to move in there and try to do some damage. Didn't actually use his ultimate for quite a while on that one. Gives him the shield, but not too much pushed in the way of Millennium.
No, ultimate is now not available for Diamond, so if he does get caught or go in, he's going to be much less. Now, super minions are going to be bashing away, or rather, siege minions in the bottom lane in here. And Millennium are just playing this game super patiently. They may have caught Darien.
Yeah, Genja's actually gone away from this one, and there's the burst. 2 of them at least gonna fall from this. Darien will leap away, and now Nyph, the next focus. Look at that damage from Kerp. He will actually get shut down by Genja, who came back in, but that is the third and final inhibitor gonna go down. The bottom inhibitor has been done for them pretty much here with those minions, and that will go down as well. So all 3 inhibs down. This is surely Millennium gonna win the game. They push through. Darien gets knocked out. There's 4 men left alive for Millennium, although Kottenx is very, very low. Nyph and Genja, the only 2 left to maybe hold on to this one, but look at those inhib turrets. Sorry, the Nexus turrets, and they do dive onto Genja in the end. Nyph gonna be the next target. The ace for Millennium as the Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus itself will, of course, follow, and Millennium pick up a very impressive win over Gambit Gaming.
They go 2-0 on the week, and just such exciting play. That was the definition of a pick comp. Single target dashes and movement and mobility, and just punishing over and over and over. Any single time Gambit showed any moments of weakness, Millennium just punished it. It was a very exciting game to watch, but that Baron should not have been so easy for Millennium.
And it's not the first time that we've seen Gambit make these questionable positioning decisions where one person who's not Darien, who has a teleport, goes to clear out the bottom lane or just to get the CS down there. We've seen just a couple of weeks ago Genja doing rates and getting caught out, which led to an enemy Baron. They really need to fix that. They can't afford to not have their AD carry there for a fight. Oh, I mean, there wasn't even a fight, was there? Because they were just nowhere near it.
At 35 minutes, when you have a top laner that has teleports available, you've sent the wrong person to that side lane farm. It is actually something that we have criticized Genja of many times in the past, of being on those side lanes. And it was the Baron that really tipped the game completely in Millennium's favor. They had control, but it wasn't absolute control. And once they had that Baron, they're just super confident. They forced the towers, they tower dove, and it was a convincing win for Millennium in the end.
Yeah, impressive stats by the end of it. 25-10 in kills. There was a 16,000 gold lead for Millennium coming out. So looking very, very good. I remember at the start of yesterday, we talked about both Millennium and GAMBIT in terms of their consistencies. Now, GAMBIT have shown once again that they are probably the most inconsistent team in the entire league. However, Millennium, I think, answering those critics somewhat, going 2-0 against two very, very good teams in the league right now.
I agree with you, and I actually think if you look at Millennium holistically, in terms of all of the games that they have played, the average level is high. They've had games where they've lost. They've had games that have been beaten. But you can attribute that to their opponents playing superbly.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have a bad game. You know, you can't be the absolute best all the time. And for Millennium, I actually think they're in a good position as this league continues to roll on because they're showing a very good style of play. I said this yesterday when they won. I'm going to say it again. They only do well with pick compositions. We have not seen them win through split pushing necessarily. We've not seen them win through 5v5 team comps. They play single target burst compositions. And they do them well. But I do think it's worrying because if people know how to counter that, they may not pick up as many wins.
And we've seen those losses as well when they've had a similar type of comp, when they've had similar champions. We talked about Fizz before we started this game, 1-1 for Kerp, one very good game, one terrible game, let's call it. This one was a very good game for him. He ended 8-8. You know, probably could have avoided even those two deaths in the grand scheme of things, but really, really well done. Creatine as well. We've been a little quiet on him, I think, in the last couple of weeks, but he said at the start of the season, motivation's there, and he's playing like the Creatine of old before the broken arm.
Completely agree. He's definitely upped his game. I do just want to call Kerp out very quickly because he is on my flex pick on my fantasy team and he didn't get 10 kills or 10 assists. So we're going to have words after this because I need to beat Rivington this week.
Well, boo for you. Well, guys, we are going to head over to Sjokz and Deficio, who are standing by with Millennium's J-Ree.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, standing by with the J-Ree, talking about that win. And we're going to talk a whole lot about Braum, obviously. Let us start first about priorities, because we've seen it banned out a lot of times. So how high up the list was he for you guys? And what did you want to build around it or fit Braum into?
For us, Braum is not really like first pick material. But since they didn't pick it, we just pick it from them.
And what is it exactly he does as a champion? Of course, you are the support here. You should know everything about him. So tell us.
He's like very heavy CC champion, like Leona, but range poke and the ranged ultimate. So he's really strong.
And what happened in the laning phase then? Because he's so strong, yet you guys actually fell behind against Genja and Edward here. What went wrong?
We misplayed the early game and they got level 2 first. Then we could never really come back after that. So yeah, we were just behind.
Well, you say you just picked him, but it seemed like in team fights that you knew exactly what to do. And we're actually going to take a replay. We're going to bring it up on the screen so you can talk us through it because it shows very well what Braum is so good at in those team fights.
Yeah.
So just roll the clip, of course, and we will see what happens with Coach J-Ree on Braum here. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I just missed my Q, then ultimate Genja, gets a knock-up. Then I just block the curling with my shield, so I take no damage. And then we just catch Edward with Kerp.
And I assume obviously this was the whole idea behind your comp. You would catch out targets, land first a passive from you, and then multiple members would go in and land a stun, and you have all the single target damage we see here.
No. Now it's just basically clean up after we got the first 2 kills.
All right, so as you said, it wasn't going so well in that laning phase. Now that you played Braum for the first time, you decided to pair it up with Graze against a Lucian and a Thresh. Why this and why against that matchup, and why would you like to play it with?
I prefer to have Lucian because it's so easy to proc the passive, but since they picked it, we just went with Graves.
Yeah, well, it absolutely worked out, and great to see Braum in action, of course. We also asked you guys at home something at the top of the show. We asked you to tweet and let us know which team do you think has the strongest map control in the European LCS and why. And here are some of your answers. The first one is from @DownpourStar. FNATIC, when they play as a team like yesterday, they are unstoppable. I saw shades of the old FNATIC.
I agree. I mean, also just with the fact they picked up 4 sweeping lenses very early on in the game yesterday, denied all the vision, and just kept finding targets in the jungle, had some good wards as well. So I agree, once they actually play their game correctly, they are still very strong, and also the map pressure, because the map focus is very good for them.
Jerry, your opinion on playing versus FNATIC?
They are really annoying to play against because they barely do any mistakes. So yeah, it's really annoying to play against.
The second tweet is from @ParaCrankster. I think Alliance has better map control this compared to the last split. Alliance show a lot of potential heading to London.
So I agree it's better than last split, but we actually saw yesterday they had a few issues against GAMBIT where they lost all the dragons, couldn't really find the right team fights. According to them, of course, it was due to a bad comp. So you see what they play against FNATIC today, but I agree as a team they play a lot better and they have a lot more focus on generally wards. Every time I talk with Froggen, it's like wards, 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 and Nivea, wards, wards. And so obviously they have pretty good map pressure.
Yeah, Jerry, also must be a big difference playing against Alliance now and last split.
Yeah, they're also really annoying to play against. Like, once they get ahead, they just place wards in the whole jungle and then you're screwed, basically.
There's not a lot you can do. Well, of course, we'll see both FNATIC and Alliance face off in just a minute. But for you guys, thank you for those tweets. And remember that you can send your questions and answers to us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS. We need to head to the base to upgrade our trinkets, but we'll be right back with FNATIC versus Alliance.
Maybe then Graves, Braum, how is that lane?
Manly.
No, it's good.
Genja.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Nice.
Nice.
I got to the
Nice.
Look mid, look mid, look mid.
I'm running.
Running. No flash. I'm slow. Go from here.
Nice. I'm coming.
No Eve. Go Eve. Go 4 seconds for you. I got it. I got there. I slowed her. No evil. Trefane the W.
I go. Genja.
Eve.
I'm so strong. Kill him.
Get him. Stand for me. I want to kill.
Nice.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Deman Smith, and joining me is Martin Deficio Linger once again at the caster desk as we move into the third game of the day between FNATIC and Alliance. During the spring split, these teams went 4-3 overall in favor of FNATIC. However, FNATIC did not start the season well. They lost to Alliance during the opening Super Week match. They've struggled to find their form in the summer. However, yesterday, they looked incredibly strong once again, taking down SK Gaming, running a pick comp.
Yeah, and it was such a dominant performance because they got ahead early on and used Twitch and Twisted Fate simply to find picks everywhere and denied so many wards from SK Gaming. They had full control of the map. And for once for FNATIC, they always talk about how the early game is fine, but then the late game, the calls are bad. This time around, they didn't actually lose the late game, and therefore they kept the lead and kept punishing SK Gaming and also won the game. And we just have to highlight Rekkles on this Twitch here. 10-1 and 10, kept sneaking around, finding kills again and again. The entire team was with him, and it simply meant FNATIC never really fell behind.
He just said, actually, coming down the stairs, like, I hope I get Twitch again.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think it's going to happen. Alliance, of course, they've really stepped it up in the summer split. They're now standing at 7 wins and 2 losses in first place. So far this season, they've really shown the ability to adapt to the current meta and lead the field in the early game minion control. Yesterday, however, it all went wrong. The game slowly slipped further and further out of their control until GAMBIT took them down with yet another win streak going their way.
And we talked about a Nyph pick here. Should teams start banning it away from Froggen? GAMBIT felt they didn't have to ban it, and Froggen actually picked it. Didn't really have too much of an impact once we got to teamfights. His early game was good, but he couldn't do anything in teamfights. He couldn't engage properly, and GAMBIT just kept running around him, so the walls wouldn't do anything. The Nyph pick wasn't the issue, however. It was more the objective control from Alliance. They lost every single dragon except for one, which was Sjokz, who stole it away. It was supposed to be straight up a GAMBIT dragon. Sjokz managed to steal it. So they had no control of the dragons. It was everything GAMBIT used to actually get into the late game point and be even in gold. Of course, though, they are still the #1 team, so I'm hoping for them, for their confidence, they can now bounce back against FNATIC. Otherwise, we might see them do what FNATIC did last split and lose 7 games in a row.
Well, of course, the bonus for them is everybody lost around them, so it's not
true.
too bad.
Very true.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, FNATIC's jungler Cyanide, he believes that teamwork is more important than having the strongest mid laner in Europe on your team. Although Froggen himself, well, he suspects that his opponents will be focusing too much on kills instead of getting the objectives.
I think FNATIC, if they have a good day, they can be really good. But lately they have also some problems, and they gotta fix those first.
They would rather just try to get the kills and roam to other lanes and get kills that way, rather than just going for straight up objectives.
It doesn't matter that Froggen is one of the most skilled players in Europe, as long as we can outplay Alliance as a team, because that's all what matters in the current meta.
SOAZ on the top lane that he plays weird heroes.
SOAZ's Lee Sin is very different. He doesn't do laning, he doesn't really do the usual top lane stuff, but he appears randomly on the map and tries to kill people, and if it works out, he's doing really well, but if it doesn't work out, he's very far behind.
Top lane, it's like either lane swap or you just play browsers, and if you have a bad matchup, you're not gonna end up 1v1 since you want to lane swap.
If he would just focus as well on the meta heroes, well, it's really strong, he would be much better.
Now League of Legends is more about us and our team, rather than outplaying the enemy one-on-one.
Yeah, Cyanide hitting the nail on the head there. It's all about how they play as a team rather than how their opponents are going to work out for them. They have to focus on themselves.
And we see it pretty much everywhere around the world. TSM is a great example. Perfect or very strong individual players doesn't work as a team at the moment.
Absolutely. So let's check out those lineups for these two teams. The big match of the day for me, this one. On the blue side, it is FNATIC. That means sOAZ is in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, xPeke in the mid lane. Wonder how he felt about Rekkles, Froggen being called the main mid laner. Rekkles, of course, the AD carry, and YellowStar on support.
On the red side, we have Alliance with Wickd in the top lane, Sjokz in the jungle, Froggen as the mid laner, Tabzz on AD carry, and Nyph, of course, is the support.
And of course, talking about those mid lane, it is our featured matchup of the day. It is the clash in the mid lane between xPeke
and Froggen.
And both are really veterans in the pro scene. They've been here for so many years, always played on the top level. Yesterday we saw xPeke on Twisted Fate just dominating the map and the game. And Froggen, on Nyph, we talked about it. He did well early on, but teamfights he couldn't do anything, and therefore also Alliance lost the game. And both mid laners, we just have to say, they can carry their teams on a very good day. And we've seen it before, time and time again.
Well, you guys at home have been voting on which teams will win today. So let's check in and see who you picked in this match. It's a close one. 52% of you voting, and it's Alliance that are ahead of the FNATIC fan vote. That's big.
But still very close. It's the #1 team here against FNATIC, who's been a bit inconsistent, but they played really well yesterday, and Alliance, of course, lost. So I agree. It is actually going to be 50-50 here.
Yeah, so that's got to be FNATIC fans versus everybody else.
True.
Pretty much. That's about the only way they managed to win that vote out. So what do we expect? We're going to be coming to picks and bans. We just saw Braum in the last game. Do we think he's going to sneak through the cracks here? Are we going to see possibly a Nivea coming out? You know, you think of obviously Alliance talking yesterday. Pretty much every member was saying they were not happy with the picks in that last game. Yet, if you look at the first 5-6 games, they pretty much had everything there, apart from Lulu.
That was the weird thing. They were talking about, lack of engage in the comp they had, but they've been running these champions over and over again. And if you didn't look just at the champions itself, I don't think they're going to change up something like the jungle pick, because Lee Sin has been working for them time and time again. And of course, there is only these 3 top junglers at the moment, so I don't think they're going to change anything there. Maybe it's the Nivea pick they weren't happy about, could be AD carry pick, could even be Shyvana up top lane for Wickd here, where they want to change things up. So I'm actually expecting Alliance to come in with some new picks, maybe surprise us a little bit, because they have been running the same champions for the last few weeks.
And what about on the other side for FNATIC, of course, sOAZ, Cyanide. A lot of pressure on those guys, Peke as well, I guess you could say. Everybody delivering yesterday, both sOAZ on your screen there and Cyanide alongside him. 3-0-15 yesterday.
So the question for me is, will FNATIC try and run a pick comp again? Try and get Twisted Fate, try and get the Twitch here onto Rekkles, or will Alliance maybe ban it away and say, we don't want to take a chance? Because again, yesterday, they were so good at playing the map with this comp here. They were so good at denying pretty much all the wards away, or killing all the wards from SK Gaming, had the early scrying up onto Twitch as well, and just kept finding kills left and right here. So maybe Alliance are a little bit scared of it, want to ban away Twitch. Twisted Fate could be a possible ban. Of course, opening up for a lot of things. Could even see a Kassadin go through.
As you can see, we're just waiting for picks and bans to get underway. There's a few issues. I can see Wickid's not got his headset on at the moment. Just to cast your minds back to Super Week, when these guys faced each other last time, sOAZ was completely taken out of the game. This was when Alliance really shined. It showed that minion control for the first time really in Europe.
And it was also a time where people normally always banned Jax. They didn't do it, gave the Jax over to FNATIC, they early picked it, and then had the whole strategy of denying him all the farm here, froze the lane for one of the first times here in Europe we actually froze the lane, and therefore once he finally could get some farm, nope, Sjokz would just appear, dive him away from the tower. There was nothing he could do in this game. We could see them try and leave Jax open again, try and do the same thing, but this time FNATIC should be ready for it.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans about to get underway. It's the third match of the day, of course. Coming up after this is SK versus the Copenhagen Wolves, but for right now, it is FNATIC versus Alliance. There is the Lee Sin, Aurelia, and Jax ban. These bans coming thick and fast. Kassadin and Ziggs. Braum, is he going to be banned out? Will he get picked this time around?
So I like the Ziggs ban here from Alliance actually, because Peke has been playing it quite a lot, and they often ban away. Don't want to deal with this annoying lane champion. Also the wave clear, of course, going to late game.
Boom, insta-lock. There we go. Braum back on the menu. This time it is YellowStar running the Taskmaster. Of course, that leaves a number of things open for Alliance. Kayle being one of them. Lucian, of course, on the table. It does mean that Twitch is available as well if they were to go for that, or whether they're going to let Rekkles have it.
Seems for now they actually want to give it over to Rekkles and maybe try and shut it down early on in the laning phase with this Lucian pick. We always talk about how good he is in the laning phase, how good he is throughout the entire game. And of course, if Kayle gets locked in, it was the champion Selfie used last week against FNATIC, where they got to late game, where he just destroyed them in teamfights. Froggen, or possibly Wickd in the top lane. We've seen Darien play top lane. Kayle is looking to do the same.
So Kayle, as you mentioned, could it be the top lane? We've seen it
Can be both.
a number of times in
Even
career.
support.
We've already seen it. I think North America have run it once as well. We'll see whether this... Look, you can tell Tabzz on your screen. This is what he's discussing. It's like 80 carries. Is he going to be Twitch? Is he going to be Lucian? They are clearly the two on the table. We did, of course, see Jinx ran earlier by ROCCAT. but I don't think that's going to be an option. I think it must be one of these two. It's going to be Lucian.
Taking the Lucian here, so we need to see how Alliance, of course, depending on what FNATIC picks. Yeah, of course.
We know what they're picking. No doubt about that.
Pretty obvious. So, of course, Alliance were expecting the Twitch to come out here. I need to see if Alliance want to force now 2v2 lanes and try and shut down Rekkles early on against Braum here, because against Braum, you can pick ranged support who can poke him a lot. It's hard for him to get in range of you unless he can jump straight to a minion and therefore hit you, get the passive onto you and land a stun with his AD carry. If you can't, you can just poke him all day long.
Well, we talked about that fantastic game that FNATIC had against SK Gaming yesterday. These are two of the champions that did work, Evelyn and Twitch. We'll see whether Twisted Fate joins the party. Of course, Morgana was banned out, so Braum arguably switched up, maybe even a better option, who knows. Elise and Thresh are the choices for Alliance, so it is going to be that Thresh Lucian lane.
Yeah, and we saw the lane last game for GAMBIT Gaming, of course, where they destroyed Jerry and Braum in the laning phase. It was, of course, Graves though with the Braum. This time it's Twitch, and Twitch Braum as a lane. Level 1 is actually very scary. They can sneak up onto you here, manage to land a stun, and Twitch can either start with his Q or his E, just depending on how he wants to attack them early on. They can get an early stun and actually force a flash. We need to see how FNATIC plays early on. But of course, Alliance, standard picks here, very strong all around here. Good teamfight potential, but also good lanes.
Good range as well, good poke, good damage onto towers. Everything is there stacked in for now. FNATIC, they insta-locked in Evelyn and Switch. This time around they are having a long talk about it. It's the top lane and mid lane, what we're looking for, what will Peke and sOAZ run.
Twisted Fate is open.
Shyvana, and like that's exactly like I said, you know, yesterday this is the comp they run. You'd see Rekkles popping out, finding him, Peke would come alongside him. It's the pick comp they had yesterday.
Yeah, and this time around they just switched the supports. And with Braum, of course, he can work as a defensive support, but he can also work really well in the pick comp, because if he gets one hit, apply his passive, it's easy for multiple members to get the stun onto target and just kill them here. So FNATIC looking to do the exact same thing they did yesterday, deny a lot of vision away from Alliance and just find picks left and right with Twisted Fate and with Twitch.
So if LeBlanc gets locked in here, or LeBlanc, as Froggen would call it, it does mean that it will be Wickd playing that Kayle in the top lane. We've seen Darien running it so far. We'll see how Wickd does on it.
So I think Alliance will looking to bait out the Twisted Fate, because they wanted xPeke to think, okay, it's going to be Kayle mid lane here. It's not an easy lane for Twisted Fate, but he can at least deal with it. Now, as soon as they see the pick, they just go straight up LeBlanc here saying, you know what, we can now kill you in this laning phase here. So Froggen, he's looking to be very aggressive, and of course Sjokz can be there with him to try and shut down Peke so he can teleport around.
Quite a lot of magic damage as well for Alliance. We'll see how that works out for them, of course. But both these teams looking to go for kills, it seems. This could be an explosive match.
Very much. I mean, just FNATIC with the pick comp, we saw how aggressive they played it yesterday. They're gonna do the same thing here. As long as they get a decent early game, don't fall too far behind, they will go in with the sweeping lens, clear your wards, and find these picks here. So Alliance need to be careful and might have to group up early on, unless they feel like they can kill people one-on-one.
Well, now that they know the champions, which mid lane do you think has the advantage? Tweet us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag Peke or hashtag Froggen. What do you think? Twisted Fate versus LeBlanc? Which way is this going to go?
Well, laning phase, I have to give it to Froggen, of course, but when it comes to overall map pressure here, we need to see what the Twisted Fate can do.
Yeah, LeBlanc definitely the strongest. We'll see how it works out for them, though. Of course, a lot of pressure in this game. FNATIC picking up the win against SK. Can they go 2-0? Can they take down two of the big dogs at the top of the table and get themselves back up there? Of course, MILLENIUM have just won, putting the pressure onto them. They're now 6-4, third place in the league. Alliance 7-2. They want a win here.
And we need to see, of course, early game. Can Alliance punish FNATIC again? Lane swap around them here. Alliance will actually be looking for standard lanes and try and just shut them down 1-on-1, 2-2 here. Alliance, of course, can look for the lane swap instead.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game about to get underway. It's a biggie. It's FNATIC facing off against Alliance. Of course, FNATIC will be starting off as the blue team alongside with Braum. And that means Alliance, they're going to be the red side and playing from top to bottom. Who's going to have the big advantage? Anything fancy? There's a pink ward I'm seeing already at level 1.
Yeah, this is one of the nice things about Elise jungle. You can start with only 2 potions, and then, of course, your jungle item, and then a pink ward, actually. And it works really well against Evelyn early, because you can place it on your side of the map, up here in one of these bushes just around your red buff. And if Evelyn doesn't spot it, she's basically going to be spotted out every time she wants to try and gank mid lane, or if she roams up towards the top lane and doesn't go through the river.
Of course, the disadvantage is if FNATIC choose to go in numbers.
They will spot it then,
yeah. The minimap, it's pretty much all standard defensive line here. Nobody pushing, nobody going anywhere in towards it. We just saw YellowStar briefly throwing out his Q, so we know he's leveled up already.
Very even.
See, very close between these two top lanes. And you know, a little bit of Gangnam coming out from Peke there. After his performance yesterday, of course. I think it was, what, 10-3-13 or something?
Something crazy, at least.
I know for a fact it gave Freak a hell of a lot of points in Fantasy, which I'm up against. We'll see how it works out. Of course, he is up against a formidable opponent in Froggen in that mid lane.
And he did decide to go exhaust here, simply to try and stop the all-in burst from Froggen. But we need to see how they want to play the laning phase. And we need to see what both teams will do here in this level 1. For now, FNATIC moving every single member down towards the red buff. So they're looking to be in the bot lane. Seems Alliance actually going to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, this is some late movement from FNATIC. They've held themselves in there for a long period of time. But of course, are they going to invade? Are they going to go down towards that bottom
Too
blue?
late to invade, yeah.
You can see Tabzz and Nyph waiting around. I think it's just simply protection for the red. And it does mean that we are going to have standard meta lanes.
This is the most standard level 1 I've seen in a long time. There was no invades, no deep wards for any team this time around here. Pink ward didn't even get used by Sjokz yet. Wanted to save it in case FNATIC were invading on them so they couldn't clear the pink ward. So we just see standard lane, standard level 1. Not too much happening so far.
Oh, YellowStar missing his skill shot straight away at the start. That's not what you want to do. That's right. It's your first showing on Braum, of course. That is the Winter's Bite, which is his Q. Of course, the whole point is he lands his passive, lands that Winter's Bite there, stack it up, get another basic attack in there, and then the AD carry just needs one single attack and it will stun out your opponent.
Exactly. If YellowStar, once he gets a few levels, can then dash to his minion, hit Nyph once with an auto attack, Q him, auto attack once again. It's so easy for Rekkles, just one hit and you're stunned, and therefore FNATIC can win the trade. Froggen early on got the early level 2, therefore he's going very aggressive.
Yeah, immediately stun card does land, but that's the difference. He can just distort away and quickly that yellow card, while it will land, Froggen's the other side of the map and it doesn't really make much difference. Big minion stack between the two. Sjokz, of course, still got that pink ward in his pocket. We'll see where he places it. I've got a funny feeling it's actually going to be deep inside their own area, making sure they can cover off, maybe even towards that bush. You can see he's just pinged out the bush.
It's my bet.
Going to go down in towards there. There we go.
So early pink ward here, and we need to see if Cyanide, once he moves in for the first gank, or maybe if he wants to invade, will actually check the bush here, because normally people just walk right past it, don't even think about it. But there's of course the chance now for the pink ward. They didn't see he actually started with a pink ward, so they don't know.
I distinctly remember a certain NIP game in the qualifiers of a 25-minute pink ward sitting in that bush after being placed. Not pretty, and it's honestly because at the end of the day, there's a lot of things on your mind, so suddenly walking past the bush, you're just pathfinding your way there. You're looking towards another lane or something like that.
Exactly, you're looking at so many different things, especially as a jungler, you're seeing, okay, where can I go for a gank? You communicate with your lanes. You don't necessarily look at your own champion just moving through a river.
So at the moment, this bottom lane, Tabzz, of course, at level 3. YellowStar up to level 3 as well, so everybody, no crazy aggression from level 2 between these two. It's almost a mirror from the last match, of course. This time around, the AD carries have switched around between Twitch and Graves in the last match, so you've already had a good glimpse of how Braum works in the lane. Of course, you guys playing solo queue may have seen it a fair portion or not. It's been banned a lot up in the higher echelons of the game.
Pretty much every single solo queue game I've played for the last few weeks, he was banned as the first ban every time. Nobody really wants to deal with him, but we see early on here, he needs a few levels. He needs to level 6 before he can range engage onto you, unless he wants to jump straight forward, which of course is very risky against the likes of a Fresh here, and just trading some damage back and forth.
Just a gentle flay from Nyph there, putting pressure on towards the lane. Top lane, we haven't really talked about this. This is a matchup that we've heard about and heard rumors of starting to develop in the European LCS. For the last few weeks, honestly, the players have been saying Kayle versus Shyvana in the top lane. It's a good matchup. But we've been waiting to see it, and finally it's happened. We'll see how it works out between Wickd and sOAZ.
And this is the first time we see it with standard lanes, so if Wickd can actually deny some CS, haven't done it here early, sOAZ is actually ahead on farm for now. But the idea is basically Shyvana can never jump towards you because you slow her with your Q and you just hit it from range again and again. You can speed yourself up, of course, so therefore you should be able to farm the lane very safe as Kayle.
Well, you can see YellowStar jumping down. He does manage to get one hit. Can he get a second? He's got vision onto Nyph. There's the stun. There he is locked up. You can see Cyanide coming around the side. He's got a good flash away. He may be able to escape this one. The stun comes back in once again. Rekkles catches on. That's the AD carry with first blood.
And YellowStar did exactly the thing we talked about earlier. He jumped to his own minion, got the first auto attack onto Nyph here, landed the Q, so he was slowed. You already have 2 stacks now. Another auto attack, and then Rekkles just with one hit stuns Nyph. Cyanide joins in. Very nice first blood here and good use of Braum.
YellowStar, of course, having fantastic stats alongside Rekkles yesterday. If you think back to the opening spring split, they were the KDA pairing with 26 KDA or something crazy like that back in the opening in the spring, of course. 10-1-10 for Rekkles yesterday, and that was a quick pink find for Cyanide, but he dare not go near it right now because Sjokz and Froggen are making the way to protect it.
At least clearing out the ward here. Just a matter of time, of course, before Cyanide can actually move in. Just 2 hits to clear it away. He might even take the Wraith Cam and go back and do it.
So Cyanide clearing out the Wraiths, and he will get around there. Sjokz is going to ward out the Wraiths, I think, here. He's going to certainly take a look. There is the ward going down, so he's going to look towards the red. Obviously not going to be there, but it may set up something then in his bottom lane.
And this was a very smart ward for Sjokz. He's putting them at the camps here, so basically once Evelyn starts it, she pops out of stealth, and therefore you get full vision of her. Nyph, though, he's in big trouble again.
Oh, locked out, but he managed to sidestep. He's going to get one caught in there. There's the damage coming out. The stun will come through. Nyph's in trouble. Cyanide flashing for it. That secures himself the kill. I don't know what the hell Tabzz was doing around there. Here comes Wickd teleporting into the fight. Can they turn this one around? Tabzz is going to come back in towards it. Rekkles gets away. Intervention being used by Wickd. Sjokz going to have to flash away. One more hit would stun either of them up. But they do get out. A hell of a lot of summoner spells burned, and still just the 1 kill for Rekkles.
Every single Alliance member had to flash away here. Wickd teleported in, but Nyph was already dead, so once sOAZ joined the fight, FNATIC was still more members in here, and they were just stronger. And we see the power of Braum. Once there's no flash on your support or your AD carry, if you're too far up in the lane and the jungler comes, it is so easy to land this stun here onto him and just kill him.
Big difference in the lane right now. You look at Tabzz, he's desperately trying to farm up. He's got very good farm. Let's not discredit that. 63 to 37 CS. It's a big advantage, but those 2 kills for Rekkles will give him a good edge. And you can see he's been back and got the Bilgewater Cutlass. So once that Blade of the Rune King comes out, we know what Rekkles is going to do on Twitch. He's going to be looking for all those picks, those kills. And xPeke is already at level 7. He's going to be start joining in with that Destiny.
And it's just very smart play by FNATIC, knowing which lane can we gank the easiest here in early game. Kayle up top lane is very hard to gank, of course. sOAZ brings very little amount of CC, just his ult where he can get a small amount, no slows, of course, no stuns. Mid lane, it's hard to gank LeBlanc, who can just jump back to his own tower. So they focus the bottom lane here early on, also knowing they're going to lose the matchup by itself, and therefore they get these 2 early kills, which is huge for them.
Clever from YellowStar as well, knowing that the mid lane had gone away, comes up, cleans out that pink ward and gets himself a ward in there. Once again, good coverage from both of these teams at the moment. You talked about, now, of course, Sjokz going down to that bottom half of the jungle, getting the good ward coverage of Cyanide. Of course, they have no vision down the bottom, but the fact that they don't see him down the bottom, they know he's up the top.
Yeah, well, again, that was though the unlucky thing before, because Cyanide didn't actually do any camps. Look at xPeke, he wants to teleport top.
He's going to come in, there's the Destiny straight behind. Of course, intervention's up. It's a good use early on. Can it hold him out for long enough, though? sOAZ going down, the tower hits coming in. Not quite enough, and Cyanide and xPeke do the damage. sOAZ gets away scot-free.
And now they can gank the top lane because they can send multiple members. xPeke, of course, teleporting up there, and Cyanide just joining in by himself. sOAZ just got his ulti up to jump out of the tower. Didn't die for it. Again, very well played by FNATIC, putting a lot of ganking pressure early on here.
So, blue ball picked up by Froggen there, but the first tower of the game may well go down in the top. Of course, Alliance reacting to that. The fact that the jungler is in the top lane, they're going to try and take out this jungle in mid lane. So, Dragon is the word I'm after. It's actually a pretty late one. And why is this? Because we've seen Elises obviously being picked quite heavily in Europe, but if you look at America, 3.5-minute dragons, they are commonplace now in the last week.
So in this game here, the Elise couldn't do the dragon simply because the bottom lane got killed twice. They knew, okay, as long as your bottom lane is there to just your support, you can never just go safely and start the dragon here. So FNATIC had all the pressure in the bottom side of the map. Therefore, Elise, of course, had to wait a bit. As soon as they saw multiple members top, though, it was an easy dragon for Alliance to pick up.
Froggen going aggressive. xPeke comes around the side. He has got Cyanide with him as well, so 3 members potentially to stack in that mid. Froggen will clear out the minion wave, though, and it's safe for now.
Still down this bottom lane here, 90 CS on Tabzz, doing a very good job trying to shut down Rekkles and God. And once again, YellowStar jumping into his own minion to just land the first hit onto Tabzz, get the first proc, maybe even the slow, and then Rekkles could follow up if he wants to. For now, he just wants to farm, though.
Rekkles is continuing his aggression alongside him, YellowStar, seemingly having some fun on this new Braum. Of course, it's going to catch in there. xPeke does manage to get the yellow card out, stunning each other up at the exact same time, and that's kind of a deadlock between the two until somebody has enough burst damage. Froggen, of course, is the one that should be able to put it out. That yellow card is only going to catch once Froggen's away from it, so it's only a matter of time before Froggen is able to burst xPeke down, and he's going to start being a little bit more careful. You can see he's already having to back away.
Still though, just the fact the first gang gave a kill over to Twisted Fate was a big deal, and of course Froggen wasn't able to follow up here, just went straight for the Dragon. So this is also why Alliance now moved 2 members in to start hitting the tower, meaning the next time xPeke wants to teleport somewhere, the tower should be fairly low, and they can then kill it and trade whatever kill he gets for his team for the tower to Alliance.
Well, this time around he is going to back away. sOAZ actually trying to sneak around there, but warning signs coming out. They spotted Sjokz in that jungle. They have got a pretty deep ward in now, and again, FNATIC. We talked about the SSD, how good a vision coverage they had, and it's something Alliance have been talking about. Vision control, vision control. At the moment, they do not have it. FNATIC definitely have a big advantage in that department.
Yeah, all the wards they had early on in the jungle of FNATIC have all gone now. They need to go in and put a few new ones. But now they've just been staying back, haven't actually looked for any ganks in. You just see FNATIC, they actually done the exact same thing Alliance did earlier, just put wards in the entire jungle here, spotting out everything Sjokz is doing. Even if Kale or Froggen wants to go in and get some farm, they can see everything.
Well, it's given sOAZ a big advantage, of course, because that tower has gone down in the top lane. It means he can stay safe. At the moment, he's sitting in the bush just off the side. He's happy to go 1-for-1 with Wickd. You can see in terms of gold, it's actually pretty even between the two. Of course, we've seen the teleport from Wickd used earlier on. Peke, Destiny's coming in. They're going down teleport to the bottom. Well. Teleport comes in as well. They're going to lock up Nyph. He's dead no matter what. 5 members all over him. No escape there for Nyph. That's his 3rd death of the game.
And this is perfect timing from FNATIC, because look at the top lane here. The wave was in the middle, so Wickd couldn't push it down fast enough to get a lot of hits on the tower. In the mid lane as well, Peke had just cleared the entire wave, so Froggen wouldn't be able to push on the tower either. So it's just very good timing. They didn't lose any damage on their own towers and got a kill and a lot of assists.
Froggen's going to try and sneak in. Cyanide in there. There comes Sjokz around the corner. They'll land the cocoon. Cyanide goes down. Peke maybe the focus. YellowStar comes in. Stand aside, gets on towards him, and Breakable pops out. Does manage to block out Froggen's damage, and Sjokz is going to get away scot-free here. Peke cannot get onto the right target. Froggen will get away. It was only his mirror image. Sjokz just off the side. Oh, sOAZ has found him. He's in trouble. Sjokz's going to go down. Peke will take himself an easy kill there. And again, FNATIC come out on top.
Come out on top again here. Exhaust was used by xPeke. A little bit too late here, so it didn't actually deny any damage from Froggen. And then YellowStar, of course, joined in. Didn't have his ulti ready, so had to just chase on and still managed to pick up a kill. And just pushing up this lane a little bit.
Yeah, trying to get some damage on sOAZ, trying to keep him around that tower, but missed out on his death sentence, which forces him back. Rekkles, he's backing off. You can see he's got 2,200 in his pocket.
He might buy the Scrying Orb again here.
Slightly on Tabzz. He may switch across to the Scrying Orb. He's definitely purchased an item. It's Blade of the Rune King being picked up. There is the Scrying Orb as well. You can't see it on your screen.
There it is.
And now, and you can tell you, this is exactly what they did yesterday. They worked to great effect against SK.
As soon as he had the blade and he could start stealthing around, finding picks on one-on-one people, he bought the Scrying Orb here and just looking for targets now. Froggen could be one of them. You could just land a gold card from xPeke and you burst him down with the Twitch, force him either to flash away or he's gonna die.
Sjokz's got to be careful here. He's going to try and go aggressive on sOAZ. The rest of the team are collapsing in with him. Don't forget, of course, Destiny not available at the moment. Sjokz's got to be careful. Cyanide tries to turn it around. Repels away. Wickd comes in. There's Peke joining it. It's a 3v3, but the red buff will be taken by Sjokz.
So Sjokz got the red buff at least, but FNATIC playing very aggressive and once again putting wards deep inside the jungle of Alliance and then push up all the lanes here. Mid lane is the target for them. 4 members from Alliance are over to defend, and Froggen going very aggressive here.
So as he's going to get locked up, stunned out there, YellowStar quickly comes and joins the fight, gets himself in between them all, blocks it off. Nyph again the focus target. Good knock up there from YellowStar, but they do not manage to get themselves a target, or do they?
On hit.
Sjokz's going to try and get away, but he gets caught out. Death sentence on Cyanide. He gets pulled in. Froggen will lock him up, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Tabzz has been found in the jungle. Rekkles locks on towards him. Can he follow through? He does get the stun down there. Rat-a-tat-tat is running, and Rekkles destroys Tabzz where he stands.
This is why so many people are afraid of playing against Braum. You see, he gets the passive on Rekkles. He knows I can get this kill, I can get the stun. He just flashes after him, gets the stun here, and kills Tabzz easily. sOAZ going very aggressive.
sOAZ thinking he can try for it, and Froggen, he's going to get stunned out here. Froggen can't walk through the flame trail that sOAZ leaves behind him. FNATIC 7-2 up right now. It's still only 2,000 gold though. This is not that big an advantage despite how it looks.
But it's the same 2 champions we saw yesterday, going 10-1-10 for Rekkles, and I believe something like 10-11 kills for xPeke, getting the great early start, getting the kills early on here. So FNATIC, of course, will be trying to do the exact same thing that they did yesterday for the entire game, and they've done it already here, finding picks left and right, and if it wasn't for a max range hook from Nyph before, Alliance wouldn't have gotten a single kill out of it.
If it wasn't for the Dragon, they would be falling out of this game quickly, but it is going to be secured, the second one of the game for Alliance, which is what's keeping that gold counter ever so closer. And of course, you look at yesterday, GAMBIT, they did exactly the same thing against Alliance. That's what kept them in there for a long period, and then they managed to turn it around and win the game.
And that's the thing FNATIC needs to be a little bit afraid of. Don't give up too many objectives easily. They actually set in their pre-game into themselves. FNATIC or Alliance often go for kills instead of objectives. This time around, FNATIC is doing it, so Alliance keeping up in gold for now. xPeke just pushing up this top lane. Wickd is there to wait for it.
Wicked's wave clearing, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get singled out here. There was 4 members of FNATIC in that top half of the jungle for a period, which they do have very good coverage of. They have stepped away for now, though.
And could be an issue for Alliance, the fact that both Kayle and the Blanc here, it's a bit risky to wave clear because you have to get very close to the minions. You either have to jump straight into them or actually stand in your auto attack range, so it opens up for FNATIC to get some damage, to land a gold card, maybe even land a stun through Grom's passive here, and therefore get a kill.
Red buff, blue buff, does go across the Peke there. He thought he was going to mess up there. He managed to throw the card out at the wrong stage! Froggen caught out, Rekkles catching on towards him, has to distort away from that one. That's going to leave that mid lane pretty open. That's going to take a couple of shots. There it is. Eventually, will go down to Peke.
And this is what FNATIC need. They need to get all the outer turrets away so they can go even further into the jungle of Alliance, place even deeper wards, and just try and spot them out left and right, and use the 3 sweeping lenses to also deny a lot of vision away from Alliance here. So good start, and also why they had so much focus on this tower.
Scrying Orb used out there, but they're looking towards the Dragon. They didn't even know that it had gone. They're actually pinging around it, and they're thinking, should we stick around it? They clear out the pink ward. They are instead going to move on down towards the bottom outer turret.
Rekkles for now just going back to farm. Already picked up quite some kills, of course, from the 2 ganks early. He fell very far behind in farm, but still managed to go even in gold just because he picked up those 2 kills. And now putting his focus onto this bottom lane here with Cyanide and, of course, YellowStar joining in. As long as they get the last outer turret here, they can really start becoming even more aggressive. And we can even see Twisted Fate just trying to one-on-one people everywhere on the map.
So it's a big advantage for FNATIC early on, but if you look towards Alliance's team, they have a lot of power if the late game were to come around, if they were to hang on in terms of towers. Remember, it is only 2-0. Mid turret is on a thread. That will go down with a breath of fresh air. And of course, Alliance, you know, they have the ability, if they can pick up a kill, to go straight for the objectives. We heard them talking about it, but this is not what they want. You can see Nyph almost face checking in there, put the ward down on the head, managed to uncover that 3-man gang.
So the YellowStar took some damage in return. Froggen keeps just jumping forward, hit xPeke a few times, go back again. Doesn't really want to go fully for the kill, it's just more his way of poking.
The mid lane, again, is going to take some pressure. If Peke steps away, he's going to looking towards his bottom lane to maybe use that Destiny card to get down there. He can't step away for too long or he will lose that tower. You can see he's trying to keep himself down this bottom area. Cyanide will take the red buff. He's going to give it across to Rekkles. I think he will.
Yeah.
And that may well start off. So we'll see whether Rekkles makes use of this ambush and starts to look for kills on Tabzz.
This is really the time where pretty much everyone from Alliance, you can just sneak up and force them to either flash away or just straight up die. I mean, even Froggen in the mid lane is an easy target for him now to just force back. And of course, if Sana joins in from stealth, if Twisted Fate joins in, it should be a kill for FNATIC. Turn it into a dragon, maybe even try and take a tower deeper inside the Alliance area.
And we should talk about actually sOAZ in that top lane. You know, as Shyvana up against Kayle, has gone for a different item, has started out with the Banshee's Veil, of course, countering in towards Wickd. Wickd talking about how strong Kayle possibly is in this matchup. He's quickly countered it with an item.
And not only does it counter Wickd, it really counters Froggen as well, because he wants to burst again onto sOAZ, and of course the Banshee is just going to block the very first hit here, and of course the early magic resist is very huge for him. So it's a very smart item. He's also going to be in the front line whenever they have a fight, so as long as he can just stay alive for as long as possible, we of course know the rest of the members can do so much damage.
Tread's also picked up by everyone in that top lane. Wickd trying to bully sOAZ away from lane here. 3 members of FNATIC are going to push in. It's going to be 3v2 in this bottom lane. We're going to see whether Froggen is going to come down. I think he's just going to hang around in the side. He's actually got that mid open to himself, so he may push on towards the tower. He's got the minion wave in there. Peke, if he wants to protect it this time around, will have to use that Destiny to get back quick enough.
And we can see Alliance here, because they fell behind early on, simply said, we're not going to try and make any plays. Sjokz has just been farming the entire time, hasn't even gone for any ganks, because they knew we just need to farm up at this point. We don't want to risk taking any fights. We know Twisted Fate can join in, we know Evelyn can be nearby. We can't even go inside FNATIC's jungle at this point and ward up, so we won't have any proper wards. Therefore, we just farm. Same goes for Sjokz, of course, in the jungle, so that's why he's not been doing anything for the last few minutes.
So Tabzz is going to take the bottom turret down. As I mentioned, these turrets are close to being caught out. Here's a teleport. Here's going to be Destiny. Nyph in trouble once again. Stun comes out. Tabzz keep it off the side there. There's going to be a good lantern being pulled out. Wickd teleports in and joins the fight as well. Meanwhile, Froggen catching out YellowStar in the river. Wickid's going to come up and collapse between them. YellowStar uses his ultimate on Froggen. Wickd has to flash away with intervention used. Sjokz almost caught out as well. But at the moment, it's FNATIC putting the pressure on, but Alliance dealing with it very well.
So the gank was actually set up by FNATIC, but because Wickd teleported down so early, they backed away wise enough, didn't want to deal with Wickd and his teleport here. Instead, just traded some damage back and forth. Both top laners had to join in with teleport, so they won't be able to split push for now at least. Therefore, we might see a big team fight. Froggen though, he's still in the mid lane, I'm not sure why.
Yeah, scrying up, giving good vision of that. YellowStar taken very low, they're going to hang on. Death Sentence does not land. Froggen is this time going to come down. Minions may push in on that middle tower. You saw the hit points on it. It's next to nothing. Froggen is spotted out, so he's going to clear out that one. Meanwhile, you guys on Twitter, of course, talking about it. Why
I started Rekkles this week, so there we go.
Yeah, everybody was wishing they started with Rekkles. Dragon being started off here. Is this a good move by Alliance?
Could be a risky one though, taking quite some damage. YellowStar is fairly low, the sOAZ also taking some poke. Alliance should be able to pick it up.
They're going to take the Dragon, they're going to take YellowStar. That's going to be a hook and kill. The Death Sentence doing its job. Alliance can rotate straight up towards the top here. They're going to take down another turret. This is a good gold advantage being picked up by Alliance.
Yeah, so okay, mid tower and Dragon only traded away their own bot tower here, so very smart move by Alliance. And Froggen now going on to sOAZ.
sOAZ going to get locked up. Cyanide's going to join him. So Froggen going to get baited into this one. Look at this though. Top and middle lane both being pushed. Sorry, the bottom lane. Alliance shoving in towards. That's going to be an inner turret going down. 5 members of Alliance pushing in. FNATIC have to back away. They can't push on towards it too long or they're going to lose this inhibitor turret. sOAZ is doing what he can. He can't Dragon's Descent. He can't do anything on towards it. That's an inhibitor turret going down.
They're getting killed
sOAZ taken down. YellowStar comes back in. Respawns, goes back down again.
It's the
Alliance keeps on pushing. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see Rekkles. He's on the inhibitor turret as well. He's keeping on down towards there. Froggen catches down sOAZ. The Destiny comes around. Cyanide's going to come around the side here. They're going to keep on pushing. We can see in the bottom corner. That's the inhibitor turret going down. Alliance are keep on pushing. The inhibitor turrets are dropping. They're going to keep on shoving through. And FNATIC having to back away desperately, but that's a second Nexus turret going down. They're on to the Nexus. Can they finish the game?
Hit the Nexus.
A 23-minute game.
Hit the Nexus.
Alliance, they're going to get blocked off. They can't finish it, can they? One more. They've done it. Alliance take down FNATIC in 23 minutes. Tactical problems from FNATIC. You have to wonder. 5 members versus 2. It does not do the maths. And Alliance take the victory over FNATIC despite being heavily behind in kills.
FNATIC were expecting Alliance to back away after 1 or 2 towers here, but they just kept going because they picked up a kill onto YellowStar. They knew they could keep going here, and FNATIC didn't recall in time. They were too greedy for the towers, and now they lost the game.
Well, the crowd are on the feet, we're on our feet, everybody. Wow, what a turnaround, what a quick finish
23 minutes
from Alliance. They keep their spot at the top of the table, 8 wins, 2 losses. They were not happy with yesterday's performance. I'm not sure they're going to be happy with today's performance, honestly. It was not a good opening, but what a fantastic finish.
What a finish here, and simply Alliance just saying, well, as long as you're pushing towards our base, we can just keep going, keep going. Nyph landing the hooks onto YellowStar again, picking up the kills. Cyanide was just waiting to go in. He was waiting for his team, but they never joined in. xPeke as well, he teleported back to Rekkles to take the tower, didn't teleport back to base to try and defend. And all of a sudden, your Nexus is gone. I mean, what a finish.
Well, I mean, that finish caught everyone off guard, ourselves
with
included.
23 minutes
Nobody was ready for that finish. It was looking like FNATIC were in the driving seat. You only need to look at their stats. It's 5-0-1 for Rekkles, 2-0-4 for Peke. It was setting up just like it was yesterday. But no, Alliance, tactical choice, go for the mid lane. They knew it was already weak. We knew that was just going to go down, but the fact that 5 members were on that mid turret compared to, well, it was 3, I think, period. In the bottom lane. They got the inhibitor down. They were onto the Nexus turret, but they were just not quick enough.
Not quick enough, of course not. I mean, it was just a long way in here. Didn't even have any minions with them in the end, I think. And it's just Alliance saying, you're taking our bot tower. We know we can't defend it. We take the Dragon. And then because, again, FNATIC, they stayed in this bot lane here, so Alliance, okay, we just moved mid, and just kept going.
So who is that? Who makes the call there? Because it looked like...
Well, everyone at this point should be screaming, go back, please. I mean, they keep pushing.
FNATIC were obviously discussing it. It's like, clearly not happy with it. I do distinctly remember, obviously, of course, the days that Peke managed to get that back door in there. That was Kevin saying, I've got this, guys, I've got this. Axes were not landing. And, of course, they didn't get it. This time around, it looked like sOAZ and YellowStar, they were the ones defending. We've got this. Maybe we don't got this. Don't. We'll see how it worked out. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go over to the stage. After that epic finish, we're going to see Sjokz, who's standing by with Froggen.
Thank you very much, Deman. Indeed, Froggen. I mean, very unexpected. All of a sudden, you guys finished the game. And as they said, who was making the call? What were the calls like when you decided to go for that?
First, we fought for Dragon. Then we went to mid. And we pushed down the mid tower really fast. And we were way faster than them because we were pushing as 5. And on top of that, Shyvana and Evelyn were both low. And none of them recalled. So they just straight up died when they tried to defend. And I think they tried to recall a few times as well. And they just... called to don't finish them, and it's just they get caught and they die, and we can end the game. So.
They called, they died, and we end the game. You seem very calm right now, but try and emulate a little bit about what it was like at that moment, because it was close.
I don't know. It's pretty crazy to finish a game like that, but it's mainly because people don't base from them. It's not really so much us, because we know we are faster than them and they have to base at that point. If they don't base, obviously we can just keep going. And if they die, we can even end the game. And that's basically what happened, that we just flashed for them and killed them. And then we could just end because they didn't finish their base timings.
Well, amazing finish in any case. And talk me through a little bit of the rest of the game. Up versus a Brown, and I think baited out the Twisted Fate with the Kayle first pick.
Well, Kayle is just really strong right now. It's not really because there's any specific counter to it or whatever. She's just really strong. Even if she gets behind, she's really she's probably the strongest in the game right now outside of Kassadin. So we just wanted to pick her, and you have a safety net as well, so Lucian can always go aggressive because we know they wanted to pick Twitch. But it was a real struggle for us because we wanted the 2 versus 2 bot lane that won really hard. And we ended up falling behind due to a gank, and that meant TF could also jump around, so we had a lot of pressure on us that game.
So this is actually a very important week, important week for you guys. You played versus GAMBIT and didn't win that game, and then won the game versus FNATIC. It's kind of the old school teams up against each other. What do you make of those 2 matches? What do you draw as conclusions from that?
I think our pick and ban right now is pretty weak because when we scrim, we don't necessarily play against the same champions we're playing against now, which made it really hard to make a really proper strategy for them and practice going into this week. So I think our picks and bans this week were pretty weak, and we could definitely have lost both games. Like this game right now, we could have lost as well. So we need to get stronger next week.
Yeah, but you didn't lose. What a finish it was. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a short break. We need to cool down after that, because what a finish. But when we come back, the Copenhagen Wolves will take on SK Gaming. And we're going to break down that amazing finish. Stay right here.
Dude, I just need to listen to songs I'm getting pumped for, dude.
Listen to Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger. No.
They're still not basing.
We can kill Shyvana if she walks close.
I get to.
Get Shyvana, get Shyvana. Get Brown, get Brown. Finish tower, finish tower.
Brown. In, get in.
Triff was still bad. I'm gonna base.
TF ulti. He's bot.
Finish again.
Okay.
our coverage of the European LCS as I'm here with Quickshot and Joe to take a closer look at Alliance's win from that last match. We've taken a break, we've cooled down because what an ending that was, but let's take it back to the beginning and the picks and bans. What did stand out for you guys? FNATIC actually running a very similar comp to yesterday.
That's exactly what stands out. Alliance got some comfort picks, but it felt like they may have been forced into some corners, locking in the Lucian very early to prevent the Braum Lucian lane, for example, because they synergize so well. Insta-lock Braum from YellowStar. The rest of the comp is exactly the same as yesterday. The Evelynn, Twisted Fate, Shyvana, and it just felt like FNATIC had a lot of comfort champions for this sort of pick and invade and dive heavy style that they played so well yesterday.
Yeah, and the new thing obviously in that comp that really differed was the Braum support pick, and we saw how much of a control that gave him in the lane, setting up 2 or 3 kills, even maybe make sure he gets his passive off there, the slow coming in as well, and managing to lock up 2 or 3 kills onto Nyph early. Really solid pick today.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's the comp just as yesterday. xPeke again on Twisted Fate with teleports, making things happen all around the map. We actually have a replay to show that off when he went to the top lane to get a kill.
So one of the things I want to highlight about xPeke's Twisted Fate is this is 8 minutes in. And if you contrast his first Destiny to Nick's first Destiny earlier in the day, he actually secures a kill. Let's just roll this one out. And notice how smart Cyanide is. He had ganked bottom lane twice at this point already. And the moment xPeke had become unlocked with his Destiny, Cyanide is there to back up xPeke, goes for the tower dive, they get through the intervention and they secure a relatively easy and safe kill on to Wickd. The reason we show that clip right now in comparison, in regards to the fact Alliance still won, is FNATIC had complete control. FNATIC played the map, they had more kills, they got the dragons, they were pushing Alliance all around.
Yeah, and I think another point of that is the vision control that FNATIC had. We always give Alliance credit, they always say that vision control is so important, and it is. Things like that allow, when you've not got the vision control, which Alliance didn't have in this early game, it allows xPeke to move a lot more freely with Cyanide just walking wherever he wants. Really well done.
Absolutely, and then what we actually kind of fear if you look at that game, FNATIC's doing really well, but they tend to drop it when it comes to the mid game, and in spectacular fashion, I must say, in this game specifically. We'll actually have a replay of the dramatic finish of that game if we can get that up on your screen, because it was quite unbelievable.
Yeah, it's not often you get a fully committed base race. And this is Alliance, even though they've been bullied and pushed around, you'll notice they're actually even on gold, and they've just got better positioning on this mid lane. 5 members are there, and you'll see that Rekkles is off on the sideline. Keep your eyes on the minimap as we actually roll this clip out. And Alliance are very committed to the push. They grab 1 tower, and you'll see again, Rekkles is just hanging out on the sideline. It's like a half-committed defense from FNATIC. Pause right here. Now, take a look at FNATIC's positioning. You've got YellowStar and sOAZ trying to defend. Cyanide's looking for a flank. And xPeke and Rekkles, they're sort of half-committed. FNATIC don't know if they're all in or they're all out. And communication and decisiveness in these stages is very crucial. It's about this point that I believe Alliance are going, let's go, let's just all in, let's get the in-hit. So keep rolling through the clip. And do pay careful attention to the minimap. xPeke is pulling back. xPeke is coming back to defend. And at this point, he's going to decide, oh, hang on, actually, you know what, let's base race. I'm going to go to try help Rekkles out. He goes back to the in-hit. You've got 5 pushing versus 2 pushing. It's always going to be an advantage of Alliance. And at 23 minutes, Alliance just find themselves a win.
Yeah, and it was the calls here that cost FNATIC this entire thing. You see Cyanide just doing laps almost, waiting to get his ultimate down there. As soon as he appears, xPeke had already pulled back there as well. And quite frankly, Alliance, even though, as we heard at the end of the game, and we always say this about Alliance, and remember back to that video where they're like, just stay calm during team fights, and then they're all screaming all at once. Didn't matter in this case because they were going for one single thing, but FNATIC obviously needed to make a clear call there, and that call obviously just wasn't in place.
The question for me is what was happening in the communication for FNATIC's side, because there was 3 FNATIC members trying to defend the inhibitor turret. And it was at that point that a clear call needed to be made. The 3 of us are going to throw our lives at here to get some kills and defend. And if those 3 didn't kill members of Alliance, they were always going to lose the base race. Alternatively, why would you try and race 5 members when you've got a Twitch and a Twisted Fate at 23 minutes? You're not going to just delete towers. So I do feel that the calling is questionable. And unfortunately, FNATIC just made the wrong decision.
They will be hitting themselves across the head when they watch that replay. Let's look at what this means for both teams, because as Froggen, as I pointed out with Froggen, it is an important weekend versus GAMBIT and versus FNATIC. Could this be a bit of a momentum game 4 weeks into the summer split? All teams kind of looking for their form. in search for playoffs, and then a moment like this between these two teams.
I would dare say it gives confidence to Alliance in terms of their shot calling, because they all committed to a call, they trusted the call, and it worked. And I would say it's going to sow the seed of doubt in FNATIC, because whoever was yelling the loudest or whoever was making the decision wasn't taking the big picture into account, and that could be a big blow to their mindset.
So I think there are two ways to look at it if you're FNATIC right now. Number one, that is a crappy game to lose. That is the worst way to be losing a game. On the other side, it's very easy to pin down, I think, why they lost that game. So it's also something that they can probably easily work on. So on one hand, horrible way to lose a game. On the other side, easily fixable, I think, for FNATIC.
Well, whatever side it was great to watch for us, so that's always nice. It's nearly time for our next game, so we'll rejoin Deman and Deficio at the desk in a moment. But first, let's hear from the Copenhagen Wolves' Unlimited about the problem his team has in picks and bans.
I think our hardest issue is the ban phase, because we have many picks that we can't play against. It's Nidalee, LeBlanc, now Sjokz too. So I think we can just train to be able to play versus these picks, and then we can actually ban what our opponents play, instead of just banning the picks that we can't face.
Yeah, not sure Unlimited should be telling everyone what they have problems with in that mid lane.
Probably not the smartest, unless he's baiting it out here and wants people to pick them.
Well, we saw Amazing do the same thing. It didn't work out well
True.
for him against Cloud9. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the final match of Week 4. It is going to be between Copenhagen Wolves, as you just saw, versus SK again. It's been a rough season so far for the Copenhagen Wolves, as they've struggled to find their way in the opening few weeks. Yesterday, of course, they had to forfeit their match versus ROCCAT due to a player illness and not having the paperwork for their substitute Mazzerin ready in time. I'll be calling him Mazzerini in this game, don't worry. It's an old Call of Duty thing. But, of course, well, he's going to be playing this match. He's the new man in the middle, and that means it is also the main problem for the Wolves right here, because it is a man they've really not had chance to prepare for. They will have had very little experience in practicing with him.
Yeah, but here, Mazzerin as a player, at least, has quite some experience. He actually went to World Championship last year when he played for Gaming Gear EU. And of course, you can take all the experience from the group stages where he lost his games and maybe even use it here to play a little bit more relaxed. And of course, now Copenhagen Wolves have a bit of a surprise factor with a new player. Maybe SK are not fully aware of what he's actually playing or what Copenhagen Wolves want to play with him. And therefore, I actually think Copenhagen Wolves, they can punish SK early on, especially with a new player here who can go in and surprise people. And it's what they need to do if they want to win this game. Unless they want to just simply say, we're going to build a comp around Woolite. They've done it before and just rely on him getting some kills early on. He's been great the entire season long here. And we have seen them do all these protect the Woolite comp. And as long as he does well early on, they have a chance. But often when they go to late game, they don't really have enough damage.
You know, you could argue that man in the middle, Mazzerin, is the most experienced member in that team. He's played at the highest level in League of Legends at the World Finals. They beat TSM in that last game.
Of course,
the group
the
stage.
Teemo game from Regional.
The Teemo game, of course. We all know that one. SK Gaming, well, on the other hand, have continued where they left off in the spring split. They've maintained their top spots in the top half of the table, at least. Not quite the top spot right now, as Alliance just base race themselves back to the top, of course. They have been performing well in almost every game. Of course, yesterday, SK struggled. They struggled to get going. FNATIC dominated them. They kept trying their split push with Freddy on Aatrox, but the problems were they were being picked off throughout the game. We just saw FNATIC try and do the same thing against Alliance. They had an answer for it. SK, they didn't. They were pushing up just a little too far in the lanes.
And everything started from the same problem we've seen with SK Gaming time and time again. The early game is weak, or it can be weak at least. FNATIC got ahead early on and simply just took full control of the map, and there was nothing SK could actually do to come back in the game here because they kept getting caught out of position. And especially N-Rated and Jessis, they were punished every single time. Jessis, he went 1-7-3 on Sjokz, a champion he normally plays so well, but he was just a target for Rekkles and xPeke every single time. Even though it was a bad game, even though it was a bad game for SK Gaming, we still have to say they are the heavy favorites against the Wolves here. Of course, Wolves with a sub and also just straight up team-wise, SK Gaming should be the stronger team.
Yeah, Jez earlier in the day said on Twitter, he said, I was angry with myself yesterday, but I put that out of my mind. We'll see how he performs in this game. Let's check out the lineups for this matchup. Over on the blue side, it is the Copenhagen Wolves. That means it is YoungBuck in the top lane, Airwaks in the jungle, Mazzerin, the new man in that mid lane. For now, Woolite as the AD carry and Unlimited on support.
On the red side, we do have SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskan in the jungle, Jesus as the mid laner, Candy Panda on AD carry, and of course Enrated is the support.
Before the picks and bans, let's see who you guys at home think is going to come out on top. According to LOLesports.com, no surprise on this one, 83% of you have given it to SK Gaming.
As we just said, heavy favorites going into the game here. And they need to win, because again now, Alliance, picking up a few wins, even when they're actually not even supposed to win, or when they're falling behind, they can even pick up wins now. So SK Gaming, if they want to hang on to this or try to go for the top spot, they need to win these games.
Well, the fans were right in the last game. Only just 53%, I think it was, for Alliance. They did manage to win that game. Don't think anyone was expecting that game.
Nope.
The fastest European LCS game as well, in the spring and summer.
23 minutes.
Yeah.
Saying, you know what, we're just going to pace race.
It kind of caught everyone off guard.
A little bit.
And YellowStar even just tweeted out and said, well, that just happened. That was not what I was expecting.
It's the worst feeling, of course, sitting
Communication
back
errors,
there like, communication.
So, picks and bans about to get underway. What are we expecting here? We've seen Braum in the last 2 games. Is he going to be picked again? Will it get through?
Well, so he's been a strong champion so far, but not a champion I would consider to be overpowered per se. And I think a lot of the players agree that he's a good champion, and he's definitely worth picking early on here, but we still need to see more to really decide. So early on, 3 junglers band their way here. They are the top ones, so simply means we're going to see some new junglers here, unless, of course, it's the jungle Yori from Airwaks.
Yeah, that opens things up completely there. Lee Sin, Elise, taken out. Cassid in the final ban for Wolves. Kog'Maw, of course, aimed at Woolite. He's played a fantastic Kog'Maw in the last few games. Evelyn was taking away that final jungle. Last ban for SK Gaming. Will it be a mid laner?
Jax is still open here. LeBlanc is open, of course. We see me around Braum, Twitch. A lot of potential first picks here for Copenhagen Wolves. Let's see if they want to get an early comfort pick for Mazzerin in this mid lane here to make sure he can perform, or if they want to go for something for Woolite, or maybe, of course, a Jax pick.
Wow. Even YoungBuck's face is just like, what? Why you banned Vlad against me? Okay. Have you seen my Vladimir performances in the last few games?
Please. Flame is lame.
We've got to enjoy the game. Jax, of course, was locked in, but YoungBuck. And I
think they're happy.
His own facial reaction said everything for me there.
But this was basically SK Gaming saying, we don't want to ban anything as our last ban, so we're just going to take something we don't expect him to play anyhow, and just ban away Vlad, and of course Copenhagen Wolves instantly just locks in the Jax.
Well, there's a number of options for this one, and a lot of teams like to call it as leave multiple OP champions available. So obviously gives SK a number of options. Will they go for maybe a Twitch, a Thresh in there? Of course, we've seen Enrated playing Thresh, I think, the last 3 games running now.
Lucian is open for Candy Panda. Of course, he's played multiple different AD carries. And if they actually lock in Twitch, I think it's more to take it away.
Braum, of course. We forgot the fact that he was left open.
True. Lock in here for Enrated with the Braum. We just saw him last game with the Twitch. Very strong at setting up ganks, of course. And as long as Svenskan, who normally enjoys ganking the bot lane, comes down and visit a few times, they should be able to pick up a few kills.
So Twitch Braum, we just saw it last match. Worked very well for Rekkles and YellowStar. Not so well in the 23rd minute. Of course, Copenhagen Wolves, they have a number of options. Lucian almost certainly could be the AD carry, but it is Woolite. He's played a lot of Graves as well in the past. Of course, the fact that Kog'Maw was taken away from him, I wonder if he's going to switch, keep on Lucian. Lucian works very well against Twitch.
Yeah, of course. We just saw the laning phase in the last game with Lucian. You're very strong against Twitch. You trade really well with him early on, and you can just put a lot of pressure on him. Should be the AD carry pick if they want to go for something safe. Otherwise, we might see Woolite go for something that can scale into the late game as well. Could be a Jinx. Maybe even a Sivir. Oh, there we go.
No, back to old, trusted, tried and tested, faithful, Thresh, and Lucian.
Such a standard lane these days. I mean, we see it all the time. Last split as well, we just pick pretty much every.
Well, look at that, 94%, 95% pick rate for Lucian. It's crazy.
Not been banned a single time.
Yeah. Nobody bans it, yet everybody plays it. Oh, no. Nevertheless, Renekton, this is a possibility. Freddy, of course, has a 100% win rate on that Renekton. I wonder if he's going to say it again. Don't let me down, guys. Jarvan in the jungle for Svenskan. This is a champion he did play a lot when he played with you.
Exactly, and was a champion he was very good at because he always knew when to go in for the team fight, to set up his ulti here, and actually when he shouldn't do it. Because often we see Jarvan go in, put down the ultimate and forget to take it down again and trap a teammate and just end up actually doing a lot of harm to his own team. But the thing about Jarvan now is, he was of course changed a little bit. First of all, his W actually now only costs 30 mana at all ranks, so you can max it second and spam it away. Or he can go for his flag, the E, as a second max here if he wants to get some attack speed for the Twitch, of course, in the team fights. We need to see how he decides to play it. And of course, we have to remember the EQ combo, the flag, and then you Q onto it. It's very hard to hit now because it's very small.
Interesting. Jack's jungle, I believe, is going to be the choice. It could be Shyvana, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jack's jungle. And of course, we also have Orianna in the mid lane, which was Mazzerin's main champion. Yeah. If now that I remember my stats back from
Gragas and Orianna, I believe, were the two for him.
Gragas kind of taken out of it, so Orianna has to be the fallback.
And it's just also generally a very safe laning champion here, and you want to farm up, you want to get to your team fight point, of course, land your ulti, put it onto Shyvana, put it onto the Jax who's jumping in the enemy team, and you just have a perfect shockwave and you can just set up a very beautiful team fight.
Well, Kayle was the final choice. He will be in the mid lane this time around for Tabzz. We've seen it universally used. We've seen it as support back in the spring. We've seen it in the top lane. And in the last game for Wickd, 73% win rate for Kayle so far.
And this is something SK Gaming likes to do when they pick Renekton. They always take a mid laner who scales really well into the late game because they want to make sure, even though they do well early on with this Renekton pick, they want to have something for the late game. Just don't want to go full early game, full aggression, and just get outscaled. Therefore, the Kayle pick makes a lot of sense. With Twitch, of course, you have a very strong late game team fight now. So overall, SK Gaming, very solid, very standard picks, I would even say, for him. Renekton, of course, with Freddy in this top lane. We see it time and time again. And we just need to see what Svenskeren can do on this Jarvan and what Airwaks can do on this Jax here. Of course, he needs a lot of time to build up, and Fatal Flare is nerfed.
We'll see how it works out now. Of course, the champions have been picked in. Do you still think SK Gaming will win this match? Tweet us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag CWWin or hashtag SKWin, and we'll see if any of you have changed your minds.
I definitely think SK Gaming won out on the jungle pick here with 3 junglers being banned away, just because Jarvan can do a lot more in the early game with Jax. We know he needs items. If he wants to become a split pusher, he needs the blade, he needs the Trinity Force. There's a lot of expensive items here you have to build up just by farming the jungle. So we need to see how he wants to play it, and if he builds Feral Flare or Elder Lizard now on the Jax.
And I'm looking at the teams, this is almost going back to, I wouldn't say spring, I would say summer 2013. This is the big bruisers, 2 bruisers on either side as well. A lot of AD carry. It's going to see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. The game is about to get underway. This is the final match of the week, of course. We're moving to London next week, so let's see how this one works out. The final game in the studios for now. Copenhagen Wolves going to be starting out on the blue side, and SK Gaming over on the red side. Can they keep up with Alliance, who now top the table with 8 wins, 2 losses? SK have to win this game after losing to FNATIC yesterday.
Let's see what SK Gaming decides to do early on here. Of course, they want to have Renekton against Shyvana. They want to use this very strong Renekton early on in the laning phase. But at the same time, it can be very risky for them to go against the Lucian and the Thresh in this bottom lane. So we need to see if they want to swap it up here. Try and get some farm on Candy Panda. Make sure he can get up towards the Blade of the Ruined King. And then he can really start to gank people left and right.
And Rated and Unlimited standing staring just off of the side. Who wants to get the ward in the bush first? Unlimited doesn't fancy it. No pink wards being picked up, no reason really for them. Of course, Twitch is still there. It's going to be Enrated that manages to get his ward down. No sweeping lenses at all, so no way of clearing that one out. But of course, it gives them knowledge that it is there. Of course, 71% of you still sticking with SK Gaming, so you're still thinking they came out on top after those picks and bans.
And the very strong thing as well for SK, once you get to team fights, if Svenskeren can log up multiple members from Copenhagen Wolves, it leaves a lot of time for Candy Panda to just stand there with rat-a-tat-tat and spam it onto the members here. But of course, you can also turn around and say, Candy Panda, he doesn't have any jumps. And there's a Jax who's going to jump towards him, there's a Shyvana who's going to jump to him, with possibly the ball from Mazzerin to just shockwave him and kill him instantly, or unless Jessup, of course, is very fast with his ulti.
Speaking of Jessup, I wonder how this is going to work out for him up against a new mid laner in the LCS. He's not played against, of course, before. After yesterday's performance, he's going to want to put in a good performance this time around. We're going to have to try and prove himself, and how better to do it than against a new player. But of course, that puts a lot of pressure on himself. You know, everybody should expect, certainly his team would expect him to beat Mazzerin one-on-one.
Well, also it depends on the champions. Candy Panda will take a lot of damage here early on.
They're going to try and turn it around there. Passive going down, Unlimited taking 2 stacks on Woolite as well, but Candy Panda not following up that damage, not getting that stun down still. Very early level 1 fights here.
And Copenhagen Wolves are really taking full advantage of the fact they're too ranged against a melee support and a range AD carry, so they can get all this auto-attack poke onto Unrated with him only responding with the Q.
Health pot's choked down. Candy Panda tries to sneak around the side and get some free damage onto Woolite. Woolite turning that back around very quickly. Very well played there. And this bottom lane is definitely the one to watch right now. Of course, we can see in the jungle Blue Buff being picked up and Rated getting flayed in, trying to get the stun back
level
down
2.
Limited. There is the level 2. First hit by the Copenhagen Wolves. SK immediately back away.
Just backing away. Need to wait now for the wave to actually hit the tower before they can get the level 2 point themselves. Meanwhile, though, mid lane, both of them just fairly standard farming. Level 3, of course, for Jess is just slightly ahead in XP for now, but there's, of course, a lot of minions for Mazzerin to pick up.
So this mid lane, we'll see how it works out for Jez, as he is, as I mentioned, a lot of pressure on his shoulders for this one. He's got that sports psychologist, of course, SK have used, so he may be knowing about these situations. Airwaks with that double buff looking to try and take some advantage of this one. Svenskone is just off at the side on the Wraith, so he has support, but he's going to come around the back towards him. Jez is going to walk the correct way and just sneak around there. Counter-strike running out. Easily walks back to lane.
There was no ward. Oh, actually a lot of trading down here in this bottom lane.
Candy Panda again taking a lot of damage from this one. Woolite trading very well so far. He's almost got himself a 10 CS difference built up. Woolite going aggressive on this one. Got to be careful he doesn't get stunned out towards that tower, of course. They could put damage back down on towards him. He wants to get that double hit combo. The hook not landing on Candy Panda, but again, that Lightbringer putting the damage down on Candy Panda.
They just poke away all the time. In the top lane, though, it's a different story. Of course, Renekton will be dominating the lane, and we just see it here. Freddy, full HP. YoungBuck already taking quite a lot of damage, and Freddy, once again, going aggressive, trading, and then just jumping back to his own minion. That's the way you simply dominate your lane with Renekton here. So SK Gaming, while they're losing the bottom lane for now, they are, of course, winning the top lane. So it should be a lot about the junglers here. Will Svenskone come down bottom lane to try and help out here, try and set up a few ganks, or will he go up top lane and just try and snowball Freddy?
Well, this is part of the holy trinity we saw in the spring, of course. Shyvana, Renekton, and Trundle to join them, of course. We haven't seen a great deal of this matchup. In fact, this is the first one that I could think of in the summer so far. And of course, Freddy, as he mentioned, 100% win rate on that champion, and Rated going aggressive, blocking off.
Missing the
Candy
Q
Panda
again,
there, Unbreakable does not go down quick enough and gets hooked in by the death sentence. Can they put the damage down in time? They do throw out that lantern. That forces SK to flash away, falsely trying to show that Airwaks was there. Of course, he wasn't, but it's enough to force and call the bluff of SK.
And they traded Exhaust from Unlimited with the flash here from Raider. He's also forced now to go back to base. Candy Panda is too low himself to actually do anything other than just try and farm under the tower. So full control for Copenhagen Wolves. Airwaks now coming towards this bottom lane. Candy Panda expected, already put a ward to spot him out.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he's going to get away quick enough. If he comes around that corner, ambush popped, he's going to walk away from that one, stealth up, and that does give themselves some free time on this tower. They're not going to take it down for now. They keep pinging out. They know that Airwaks is there. And Candy Panda actually going to try and interrupt it. Jungler on jungler action. He has got the knock-up available. Candy Panda, if he sticks around a little too close, does get the slowdown. Now he's out of range. There's the lantern. Airwaks is safe.
Forced to flash through, just in a little bit too deep, and just a very smart ward by Candy Panda, expecting him to come here, so they had full vision, and therefore Svenskone could just run from this mid lane down and force the flash away. So Airwaks, you might see him just farm now for the next few minutes until the flash comes back up, unless of course he wants to try and find Svenskone and fight him.
Well, Svenskone's taking advantage and stealing away the large Wraith and I guess two of the small ones as well. Ping comes out and Mazzerin's like, yeah, he's here, but I can't do a damn thing about it because Jez is all up in my grill once again as Jez keeps that damage going down. Mazzerin having to play very defensive so far.
This is, of course, two members from solo queue who will have played against each other quite a lot. Mazzerin, of course, is a very high-rated player as well. Not sure if he's challenger, but at least very high up in Diamond 1. And therefore, Jesus will know at least something about him, and we've seen him last season. He's pretty much playing the same, seeing as he locked in Orianna again.
Yeah, changed his playstyle. Of course, it worked for him. It got him to the World Finals in the international wildcard team, GamingGear.eu. And of course, as I mentioned, they recorded that one victory.
Oh, there we go.
Coming down the bottom. N-rated, jump into the minion. Lantern goes down, but that's enough to pull him away. They didn't quite get the stun. You can see one more hit. It has just come off cooldown. Svenskone's going to back away. No, because Unlimited comes in, forces the flash. Happy with that, flag and drag.
Yeah, that was pretty much the best SK could actually get out of the situation. But once again, we saw N-rated use Braum the way you can do here in the lane. As long as they stand next to their own minions, or next to your minions, sorry, you can jump to your minion, get the first hit, land your Qs for the slow, and then set up the whole gank. We saw YellowStar do it 2 times in the last game, giving 2 kills over to Rekkles.
So Freddy in this top lane, gone to the traditional triple Doran's blade. Of course, we saw Darien doing the same thing, but this is Freddy who kind of started the whole thing off. This is his standard Renekton play, and you can see how much of a bruiser he is against Shyvana this early on. Of course, level 6 to level 7. Big advantage for Renekton at this time, stage in the game.
And he can basically just sustain in this lane here over and over again. He's very tanky in case the jungler even comes up to try and help out YoungBuck, and that's why he builds these triple Dorans. Most likely going for Tiamat as the next item, and then into tank. We have seen him do a few different things here, but if he wants to continue to dominate lane, he could go for Tiamat.
To pop that and break ball down to block out the damage from Woolite there, getting that double tap on towards him. Again, nobody gone down in this game just yet. We're moving into the 8-minute mark. Still 10,000 apiece between two teams, and Mazzerin happy to play the defensive farmer here. He's not going really anywhere past that mid lane river point, playing very defensive. He's going to get himself blue buff, as is Jez's over on the other side, so both mid laners have themselves their buffs. We'll see what they can do with it.
It's actually a very good point. He's letting Jez's just push the wave down every single time it arrives. It means it opens up for Jez's to rotate to a different lane if you want to try and set something up, while Mazzerin is forced to stay at his tower and pick up the CS. So we could potentially see SK try and set something up with Jez's. I think for now though, they're just happy farming away. Of course, both mid laners scales really well into the late game, so they are happy just farming away.
YoungBuck's going to go towards that Sunfire Cable and rated again, getting hooked in. Happy to be popped that unbreakable, but a little bit too early. Does manage to cover off the damage. It's Candy Panda that took a fair bit of it. Svenskern's going to come around the back of Unlimited. Caught out of position here. Will he go for Woolite instead? I think it's going to be Unlimited, the focus target. There's the stun. There's the lockup flag and drag yet to be used. He's going to get caught out. That's going to be first blood. Svenskern takes it. Selfish jungler, as he calls himself.
So the flash was blown from the last gank Svenskern did well, without actually any danger really. He just came in, no buffs at all, and Red already used everything. This time around, once again, Copenhagen had pushed SK all the way up to the tower, so it's easy for Svenskern to just walk in behind him and get here. A nice first blood.
Yeah, I mean, he was spotted. They had that ward in the river, but they were pushed
Did he actually
so
jump the
far
dragon?
lane there as well. Nobody walked past the one that's in the river, so he walked straight past that ward. They were just way too far up lane. Airwaks having a look towards this mid lane, see if he can leap towards Jez's, but Jez's spots him out because there is that ward in the little bush just off the side, gives him vision, just above the bush. You can see the pink ward. Actually, I'm not sure if that would have spotted him. Well, there's just simply spider senses tingling now, I'm not too sure.
Well, Jezz is down this mid lane, just keeps doing the exact same thing, push the lane out, go over, do his Wraith camp again and again. So of course, we need to remember some of the CS he's picking up is the small Wraiths. They don't give too much gold, but still, he's extending the lead, getting a lot of gold. And rated back in his bottom lane here. Candy Pen is level 6 as well, so now they can actually start fighting back.
Pounce is down there. Builds Water Cutlass is now picked up for Candy Panda. Has fell behind in CS, but the fact that he got that assist earlier on should be helping him out there. Svenskern looking to start.
He can do it again. Just jump over the dragon wall. He did the same thing before, and with this ward here in the river, it's too far up for Copenhagen to even spot him in time. Svenskern coming in.
Ultimate available. Pounces straight on towards Unlimited. Locks him up in that wall, and Unlimited is not getting out of this one. And rated with that ultimate. Unbreakable, stopping the damage going on Svenskern. It's another hit and run.
And this is simply Copenhagen Wolves for me showing they haven't played against the Jarvan for a long time, because once when you're against Jarvan, there's two very important wards. They have one of them in the small bush here because he can jump over the wall. The next one is just at the dragon, so you can see him run in to the dragon pit and jump over. Otherwise, what does it even matter if he can just walk behind you every single time? And 2 kills now for SK Gaming and a dragon because Svenskern just jumped the dragon wall.
Working out very well for them. The dragon will come down as well. That's going to give them a 2,000 gold lead, along with their 2-kill advantage. Still even in terms of lanes, no kills on the towers going down yet. YoungBuck's in trouble. Freddy taking a lot of tower hits there though with Dominus running, but it has, as you can see, taken YoungBuck very low on health.
Very low, and they can keep doing this. They can even send Svenskern up now if they want to go for a safe dive onto YoungBuck. Either just force him away from the tower or just straight up kill him. For now, things are looking very good for SK because Svenskern put all his focus on this bottom lane, helping them out. We knew they were going to fall behind, but of course with the ganks, like we saw in the last game, FNATIC did the exact same thing. Twitch will get some kills. The jungler will get some kills.
You can see there how it works, the bullying. Freddy bullies YoungBuck away, has to back off there. Hadn't got teleport quite up, which means he misses that complete wave of CS, which is why he's falling further and further behind at the moment. It's a 20 CS differential between the two. Ward coverage in the side there. Oh, look at that in that bottom corner. Pink ward not spotted by that ward. That's why the new Summoner's Rift is coming, ladies and gentlemen.
just a small little advantage for SK. A little bit lucky, I think we can say. But we actually see Airwaks here going towards the Fatal Flare, even though it's very nerfed. I mean, most junglers would like to say...
Oh, that's harsh.
Oh, they could actually
SK could see it, but Copenhagen Wolves couldn't. Yeah, we'll move on from that point. We'll move on swiftly.
Onto the game.
Unlimited.
Two junglers
they've
each
learned,
other.
that's for sure. They've put themselves a ward in the tri-bush. They're not going to get caught out by that Dragon Flag and Drag this time around. Airwaks trying to put damage down on Svenska, and SK here in numbers. 3 members there, and Rated leaps across the Jezus' aid, and will back away at the moment. So, let's see where they're going to push. You can see the Rat returning to the bottom lane. Didn't quite have enough to complete the play to the Rune King. Meanwhile, Woolite, of course, very close to completing that Bloodthirst. That Mazzerin, though, still being defensive in his mid lane, but you can see the damage that Jesus has worked down on that turret.
Every single time the minions will hit the tower, just 1 or 2 hits from Jesus, and he can just do it over and over again because there's no pressure. Airwaks in his jungle. We talked about once he used the flash, he had to go back to jungle and just farm. Also, he built towards the Fatal Flare, so he needs to farm. He can't help. Svensson, on the other hand, just been ganking over and over.
Okay, at the moment, bottom lane still very even. Dragon, of course, was taken in the last time they got a kill, so that's going to be a while away for now. 160 to 134 CS in now mid lane. Svenska going for
needs to be careful.
Assist. He's going to get caught out. Counter-Strike will stun him up. Svenska taken very low from this one. Jesus is going to get close enough for the intervention. Could he turn this one around? There it is. It goes down just in time. He has to back away from this one. YoungBuck could chase on towards him. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, Candy Panda's going to turn this one around. They get the stun on Woolite. Woolite slides out to safety. Meanwhile, top lane, Freddy takes down the turret. That's the first one of the game. SK with the advantages all across the map.
So Svenska here managed to get out, had to use both his ulti and the flash, but still, top tower is now gone. Mid tower is very, very low as well, so SK can just walk in, give it a few hits and pick it up. They just need to worry about this bottom lane, where Copenhagen is still putting some pressure.
So blue buff for Jesus, that's going to go across his way. Svenska creating opportunities, I feel, is the best way to put it for SK Gaming right now. Candy Panda onto Woolite once again. I haven't got the stun locked in this time around, popping out of ambush just a little too quick.
Still though, they're responding back at least to the damage, and everything was used when you look at the ultimates from Copenhagen was in the last exchange. Of course, the same for SK Gaming actually. Everything was popped. For now, they're just farming and waiting for them to respawn, or maybe waiting for the junglers to come down and help.
Well, at the moment, of course, it is SK Gaming with the lead, but don't rule Copenhagen Wolves out yet. They have that Jackson jungle. You said it's going to take a long time to get going.
A long time.
You can see he's picked up that Feral Flare. He's got to stack that to 30, and that takes a long, long time. Mid turret is going to go down. That's the second one of the game for SK Gaming, continuing their gold advantage. You can see it's almost 4,000 now, and SK Gaming slowly but surely starting to crush out Copenhagen Wolves. And you know, we talked about SK, how weak they've been in the early stages of the game. They've got a 4,000 gold advantage coming out of lane phase. This is a big, big problem for Copenhagen Wolves.
Definitely helped the fact the 2 solo laners have been so strong for SK, and then the fact Svensson could put all his focus on his bottom lane, giving the kills they needed. And of course, again, we keep talking about this Jax in the jungle. He needs more than time. He needs some kills as well if you want to become a split pusher. He needs the blade, of course. Even the Trinity Force. YoungBuck though, going aggressive onto Freddy.
Well, there is a big minion wave
Jax
there
coming.
onto Freddy. You can see the damage going down towards him. Jax is coming. Freddy, not too worried about it. Clears out the entire minion wave and just chills on in the top. Goes on farming in the top.
Sure. I mean, why not? YoungBuck already backed away and Jax was spotted out. Actually, it wasn't. It was the own board from Copenhagen Wolves, so I'm not sure if he actually saw Jax, but just backed away. Now he needs to be careful.
Now he needs to be careful. Goes in, face checks on the bush there. Good leap strike, counter strike. Freddy in trouble. No Dominus available, no slice and dice, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And he's going to go down. This time around, it's Airwaks that does get a kill on the board.
Oh, nice interrupt here.
Interrupt the flag and drag Svenska and caught out. Good death sentence as well, but he leaps on towards Woolite. It's not going to be enough. The AD carry in there, Unlimited gets the kill.
Copenhagen Wolves here really showing as well. They're in this game here. Very nice interrupt from Unlimited onto Svenska when he tried to jump over the wall. And of course, Airwaks, very important, picked up the kill in this top lane.
Quick 2 kills for the Copenhagen Wolves, pulls them equaling kills and 3,000 gold behind. Let's see what they can do with this. Can they turn any advantages from it? And of course, Dragon is going to be up in 17 seconds. Looking across. So not too long.
Again, just check it.
Great play.
He's waiting with the play, and then as soon as you see the flag, you just use it, stop him from jumping over, hook him, and therefore an easy kill for Copenhagen Wolves.
would have preferred it to go to Woolite.
True.
Unlimited.
Fantasy points, so...
Well, I don't have... You have actually, don't you?
No, I don't. Maybe he has himself.
Nevertheless, I'm sure he does. SK Gaming starting off the Dragon. They're going to get it for the second time. Undisputed, it seems here. I don't think Copenhagen Wolves are going to get too involved in that one. You can see Mazzerin using that attack ball command to just get a peek on there. So, gold-wise, again, 4,000 back to SK, keeping everything in objective control their way.
And I don't think there was a timer on the Dragon for Copenhagen Wolves because they were actually moving towards it, but just way too late, so SK had already killed it. And of course, the first Dragon was after the gank in the bottom lane. There was no wards for Copenhagen Wolves. And therefore, SK Gaming should be happy, even though giving up 2 kills. Need to be a little bit careful here, and Ready also taking some damage.
Unbreakable doing its job, blocking out the Cullen. He gets hooked with the Death Sense. He's going to turn it back around with his ulti. Teleport coming in. He has to flash away from this one. Is he going to get away safe? Airwaks is closing the gap. Where you got to go, N-rated? He's going to get locked up. Tries to jump on towards him. Candy Panda could have done him some favors to walk away, so he could have used his passive to get to him. Little confused by that play there.
Would have died to Airwaks for sure. I mean, he could have leap strike onto them with the counter strike, and Copenhagen also just getting the kills onto the right targets. Now we talked about how Airwaks, he needed a few kills, just picked up 2.
Why did Candy Panda not flash across and you stand behind
Didn't have
me?
flash.
Ah, it's gone cool down, I can't tell. Yeah, it is.
You're getting old, mate.
Haha, you're the one that needs glasses, buddy.
Very true.
So, Woolite pushing that bottom turret. He's going to take that one down. We do see, of course, SK trying to respond, stealing away that blue buff. I'm not sure if it's quite available to them just yet. Whether they got it, no, they didn't. It wasn't. It was the Wolves. That was all they managed to take from that one.
Meanwhile, though, SK just going to steal this blue buff. Onto Jez, he can just keep farming. I mean, look here, 200...
There's the blue buff.
There was it.
That's what they were after. Jez has managed to get that one. Of course, they took the inner turret while all those kills were happening. So, SK, despite losing 2 members down the bottom lane, despite losing that tower, they still come out ahead.
They get the global gold at least for the team, but they just need to be careful because, again, 2 kills onto the Jax. It's not exactly the guy you want to give kills because he can still become this split-pushing monster, and we know Renekton late game won't be able to stop him.
Well, forget Renekton. Jez has got that Hurricane now.
Jez might be able to...
Got 1,600 gold on him, of course, with that Nashor's Tooth, so he's building up yet more items. Jez is going to become very, very strong. Mazzerin, we haven't seen him really getting involved just yet, but of course he is on Orianna. He needs the items before he can start making the plays.
Just been playing very safe, didn't want to take any chances. Barely even traded with Jez in this laning phase, just waited for the minions to come down, farmed them, want to go towards Death Cap, want to get his Void Staff, and then just become very strong when in team fights, where again, Copenhagen Wolves can jump in with Jax, with Shyvana, onto the likes of Candy Panda, onto Jez's, and try and blow them up because there's no jumps on either Kale or Twitch.
Singular pink ward being used by Unrated, clearing out 2 of the wards in that river, taking away the small bit of vision that Copenhagen Wolves tried to claim. Freddy in his top lane. You talked about how much of a monster he is, and YoungBuck actually a little split in between his decision making. He had the Giant's Belt and armor on there, but didn't build it to the Sunfire Cape. Went instead towards the Pearl Water Cutlass, and now it's kind of split between the 2 items yet to complete either of them. Freddy, on the meantime, happy to just brute force his way through this one, but we're at level 13 now. Shyvana will start getting stronger.
Yeah, of course, especially once he actually completes the 2 items YoungBuck is building towards. I think he went for the Cutlass because he was expecting Airwaks to come up again for even more ganks, so you have to slow from Shyvana. Airwaks will join in with his Cutlass as well, and you just have 2 slows after each other to try and kill Freddy again. And now they are actually going towards his top lane. Remember, 2 Cutlass.
See whether they manage to jump on towards him. Sven's going. Oh, he's backed off. He's backed off. Freddy's on his own. They're going to have to tower dive it. Counter-strike not going to land, and Freddy happily walks away from that. Clever play. Stunned up Airwaks before he could leap towards him.
Very, very smart play. Didn't just instantly dash away, so Airwaks would just jump him. Of course, Leap Strike wasn't cooldown. Freddy wouldn't have known. You need to see, though, again, SK, they have full pressure on this mid lane. Because Mazzerin has been playing so safe, the tower is gone and just keep pushing it down. So they have all the vision, of course, from the minions. Now, Freddy, be careful. Never mind.
No, YoungBuck's like, I'm off. I'm off, buddy. I'm not going to fight this one. Gets himself the Blade of the Rune King. Now he might fancy it, that's for sure. But while this is all happening, down the bottom area, you can see SK moving in, taking control of the jungle, putting the wards down, and making a move on this bottom tower.
They should be able to pick up the tower. At least Candy Panda's already. Now YoungBuck going for Freddy.
This time around, Blade of the Rune King has been used. Airwaks getting ready. Counter-Strike's going to be built up. He's going to leap on towards him. Can he catch him down? Dominus being used. Freddy trying to slide, trying to do some fancy work, does manage to flash away. Airwaks follows through. Oh! Didn't get the second slice and dice off. Or the dice, I guess, in the slice. Doesn't matter either way. Down the bottom, you can see Unlimited's going to get caught out. SK on the second turret right now. They've taken down the outer one already pushing on towards the inner. Candy Panda blocking out some of that damage. But look at this. Copenhagen Wolves, ballsy play coming out. Going Baron. Oh, nice. Mazzerin gets involved. He pulls himself a shockwave, catches two of them out here, and Rating's unbreakable, not going to block too much. Mazzerin catches on towards that. Meanwhile, back at the Baron, you can see in the bottom corner, Copenhagen Wolves stole a march on SK Gaming. Jez is coming towards them though. It's only down half. This is dangerous play by the Copenhagen Wolves. Mazzerin, Jez is going to come around the side. He's got that rune out hurricane. He turns on towards Airwaks, locking him down. The damage is big from Jez. Takes down one. Intervention used. Can he get on the second? Here. Woolite joins the party. Interventions run out. Baron is regenerating. It's enough done from SK. Teleport comes in from Freddy. It's a little late, not really needed. Close play by the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, Jez is moving in here, really saving it for SK Gaming. Otherwise, Copenhagen Wolves would have picked up the Baron with the kill also onto Freddy. But we see the same thing happening here. Every time Copenhagen Wolves picks up a kill somewhere on the map, SK is in a different position, taking down a tower, maybe a dragon, always responding with some global gold. But we clearly saw the idea behind the cutters, of course, from YoungBuck and Airwaks. Just go up here, gank this Renekton again, pick up a kill where he won't be able to escape, and of course Freddy, a little bit unlucky, couldn't slice over the wall.
So Dragon spawns, and straight away SK on the case, and you can see they're going to take this one away. Copenhagen Wolves trying to move into position. They may be a little bit too late here. We do see them maybe cutting some bully down. SK only got 2 members. Svenskarn is now coming in there, and Rated doesn't quite land his skill shot. Mazzerin, of course, with Shockwave back available. Copenhagen Wolves moving in.
No teleport for Freddy.
They may take this one away. Svenskarn tries to slide in. Instead, Cataclysm jumps on towards it. Airwaks manages to lock that up. Jez is taken low. YoungBuck flashes in, takes down Jez, and Rated now locked low. That's going to be another turnaround kill. Mazzerin goes down to Candy Panda. Candy Panda with Rat-a-tat-tat running on towards YoungBuck. Freddy getting involved. He's a huge, gigantic crocodile, and he's all up in Copenhagen's face. Now you can see Freddy chasing on towards YoungBuck. Where's he going to go? Woolite trying to put some damage around the side. He's going to get locked up, stunned. Svenskarn comes in. He gets the kill. Back down the bottom. YoungBuck still being pursued by Freddy. He's got slice and dice across the minions. Can't quite get the stun down on him. He should be safe. He's going to keep on running because he's got Svenskarn and N-Rated to join towards him. The ultimate from N-Rated. Long range downtown skill shot. Bounces him in the air. It's the ace for SK Gaming.
And this was such a risky play by SK Gaming at first. They started the Dragon with only 2 members. We see the replay here. There's no teleport on Freddy. He's running from the mid lane. YoungBuck joining in already. But because Svenskarn, he catches 2 members in his ulti here, he got a lot of damage onto him. And look at Candy Panda on the top of your screen. Untouched until YoungBuck actually joins the fight. No ulti for him. He won't be able to jump towards him. So you just have this Twitch in the back line with Rat-a-tat-tat all over your team. And of course, Freddy, once he actually joins in, Untouched as well, can just go and roll over Copenhagen Wolves. So it was a risky Dragon they started, but because Candy Panda was untouched, because Freddy could join in, managed to win.
Fantastic stuff from SK Gaming. And of course, that gives them a fairly hefty gold advantage. 9-7 in kills, 5-1 in turrets, and of course, more importantly, they have themselves a 7,000 gold lead. Everybody's going to go back and buy themselves some huge items. Let's take a look at those items. You can see Needlessly Large Rod and Haunting Guy is picked up by Jez's this time around. Yosu's Ghostblade being picked up by Candy Panda. Massive, massive damage from everyone after that fight. Trinity Force actually picked up by Woolite as well, so he's completed that item. Next team fight could be a biggie, but let's see if they can close the gap. Airwaks going in towards Svenskarn, and he can lock in towards him. The whole Copenhagen Wolves moving in, a good play. Svenskarn locks them in. I'm not sure if he wants his fight. He's going to get caught out, but Candy Panda again at the side, doing rat-a-tat-tat, doing the damage down towards them. The rest of the SK Gaming, they need to respond to this. Jez is down the bottom lane. He's on the inhibitor turret. He's got that hurricane. He's got the damage. Now he has to back away, but it's enough for Copenhagen Wolves to step away from the mid turret.
But second time in this game here where Unlimited, he predicts the jump from Svenskarn and just interrupts him with the flame. SK though, let's start the Baron, now backs away because Copenhagen Wolves are just pushing up this mid lane.
Yeah, Freddy, you can't solo that one.
Behind though.
Candy Panda to help him out. Jez is coming around the side, catch on towards Woolite. Instead, you can see Copenhagen Wolves maybe try and turn this one around. Woolite goes aggressive, Jez is on towards him, intervention pull. Shockwave does nothing, and now Airwaks is going to get caught out. It's a good counter strike to turn it around. Jez has to back away from YoungBuck, manages to avoid the damage and turns it back around on towards him. Candy Panda down the bottom, he takes down Woolite. YoungBuck running for his life, and again, SK Gaming come out 3-0 on top.
Copenhagen Wolves, they spotted Jesse out of position, just went everyone for him. He just popped the ult on himself. Rest of SK joined in. Once again, Candy Panda was left untouched in the fight. Who just do so much damage. He's 5-1 and 2, and SK Gaming getting the ward here, going for the Baron.
Ward cleared out, vision gone. SK Gaming going to pick this Baron up. There's nothing the Copenhagen Wolves could do. Airwaks is still dead. It's going to be just about respawning before this Baron goes down. So SK in full control now. 11,000 gold lead.
And we talked about how Copenhagen Wolves had to teamfight, where they need to put the ball from Mazzerin onto either Airwaks or YoungBuck and then jump towards Candy Panda, try and kill him instantly when the fight actually starts. They haven't done it a single time. In the Dragon fight, Airwaks was caught in the ulti from Svensson, very far away, couldn't jump out, couldn't do anything in the fight. This one here, they were just completely out of position, and therefore SK Gaming are just winning these fights.
Every time I look at that little player camera of Candy Panda, he's coughing his little heart out. He's still 5-1 and 2 on that rat, but he really needs to get some medicine down him. I worry for his health. Yeah, I'm going to be taking down the white though, and he's got a lot of gold on him. Of course, the split between, he's gone for a Zeal and towards the BF sword, so he's not quite sure what he's going to complete next.
Could be the Infinity Edge for him, and of course Phantom Dancer, and just go full team fight damage.
Both at once, just complete them both at the same time.
Of course, I mean, why not?
Style.
Everyone wants around like 5,000 gold. It happens every day.
So SK Gaming making their move, of course. They've already put some damage on this bottom inhibitor turret. That may well be the next focus of Tiger. You can see SK clearing out the waves, so they have the ability to push in there. While this is all happening, Freddy's staying off on the side, split pushing in there. Jezzers, he's coming in from the mid lane. It's causing problems for Copenhagen Wolves in every single lane.
I'm just looking for a pick here for SK Gaming. If someone is out of position from SK, Braum can jump in with his passive, try and get the stun going. Svensson, of course, can lock down a target. If you look at the flashes here of Woolite, will have his dash. Flash should be ready very soon, but Mazzerin could be the target. No flash, no hourglass.
Oh.
Freddy though, going for YoungBuck.
Freddy going straight in. You've got a little deep on this one, buddy. You need the rest of your team to help out. He's already used the flash, but what's happening across the side of the map? He's going to not get onto YoungBuck. He's just about to get away from this one. Freddy will get shut down by Airwaks, but that's going to buy time for the rest of SK to lock in towards his tower. They're going to push on towards it. Unlimited locked on towards N-Rated. Pops the ultimate, bounces him in the air. Unbreakable comes out, got the damage down. Jezzard just nukes down Unlimited. Doesn't have a chance in this one. But SK, oh, Spike and Drax with Svensson goes deep on that one. Gets himself the kill on Mazzerin. You talked about how he may be the focus target. YoungBuck comes back out again. There's a lot of damage from SK, but they've got to be careful they don't go on too long, and they have to step out of this fight.
Oh, Woolite now dashes away here, has flash ready. SK really wants the tower.
They're taking it down. That's the inhib gone down. Svensson finishes the job on that one. The inhibitor will follow. Woolite gets slowed down quickly. He's got to be careful he doesn't get locked up. SK will step away. Big advantages, of course. They do have that Baron still running. They might move into mid.
And again, whenever Copenhagen Wolves are going for a kill, if it's onto Freddy, the rest of SK just move in a different lane, push on to the tower here. And we actually saw Copenhagen Wolves trying to chase a little bit, wanted to go for a fight. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw it.
It's all right. Nobody saw that Svensson. It's all good. He didn't miss his flag and drag. Straight in towards the pit. Carry on.
Right. Mazzerin died very fast.
Very fast, yes. I mean, well, I guess he kind of needs us on his Argos in there now. He's almost certainly the focus target. He's been fairly passive, but he's not been too bad. He didn't lose out his lane. Well, he lost his tower technically, so you could argue he did lose that lane. Blue buff will be picked up. He hasn't had that for a while, so that's going to help him out here. I think we may even see Woolite and Unlimited try and shove this top lane quickly while SK back away to try and take that tower down. It's brave play though. There's no vision for Woolite in that top lane. You can see Freddy already on the hunt.
And Freddy's so far ahead compared to YoungBuck. Just look at the items here. He's already going towards his 4th item, only 2 completed for YoungBuck. Of course, the kills, whenever they ganked it, actually went over to Airwaks. They wanted him to get the kill on the Jax as well, so he could really become like a monster. However, he's still pretty far away. You only got Fell Flare and your Blade as your damage items and your Giant's Belt. That's it. I mean, you need a lot more. Trinity if you really want to do a lot of damage. Randuin's Omen if you want to be tanky. I mean, Airwaks, because he's a jungle Jax, still far from his power spike.
Meanwhile, you look at the mid lane, compare them as well. Jezzers, of course, he's got himself the Void Staff now stacked on towards there. That Haunting guys came out very early on as well. SK still with the Baron up, but look at that. You can still see Mazzerin has put a lot of damage down if he lands it in the right point, which is always the big
risk when you pull Orianna out.
But this is again why Copenhagen Wolves need to be the team to start the fights, because they need Mazzerin to put the ball on YoungBuck or Airwaks. We talked about it again and again, and they need to jump in, shockwave, so you start the fight. If you wait for the Jarvan to engage onto you and you don't have an Hourglass or Flash, you're just an easy target for him to lock down, and then SK with Candy Panda, with Jess, is just gonna pretty much one-shot you.
Well, this is the problem. Every time they pull them to one side, Jesus goes in, gets a couple of hits,
Nice
Svenskeren
shockwave.
pulled in, there's a shockwave intervention again, doing its job, blocking out any kill shot on Svenskeren. And again, SK step away, they're safe once again.
Safe and just pushing down again. Jess though, always going in, get a few hits, take some damage, back away, no ulti from him.
Oh,
Freddy again.
Freddy on Airwaks this time around. You talked about how he got himself that Giant's Belt. Is it going to be enough? Death Sentence could come in from Unlimited. Can lock in towards it. Freddy will go down. What's happening in the mid lane? They've got themselves another
Same deal.
turret down.
Again, it's the same every single time. Freddy, he's playing like Darien here, just pulls multiple members towards him, and they just take towers everywhere. So SK Gaming, they don't even care about him dying.
Yeah, and it's Freddy, of course, making the calls like, I'm going to draw everyone's focus in the top lane. Just take that turret out, will you? Another inhibitor turret goes down. Anyone with SK on their fancy points will be very happy because they really do it by the numbers. They'll take down every single turret in the game, and they'll take all the dragons and barons as they go. At the moment, they are in full control. And Copenhagen Wolves, well, it is a tough situation for them. Of course, Countard was ill. You know, he wasn't unable to play. Even as a player, you know, it's got to kill you not being able to play, watching your team, seeing them suffering as they are at the moment.
Oh, I mean, it must be the worst. You want to play every single game. I mean, when you talk to the players here, even though you're losing games, you still enjoy being in the LCS. You enjoy doing this as your job, so you want to play and you want to show, of course, what you practice every week, that you improve. And very, very sorry, of course, for Countard that he's very sick.
Well, it's a 15,000 gold differential right now. SK Gaming, Candy Panda on the hunt. Airwaks is a little deep in the lane on this one. Way out of position. He's going to get slowed down. Counter-Strike not really going to do its job. Oh, not sure Candy Panda wanted to be involved in this
Oh, a lot of damage, though.
But there is a lot of damage. Candy Panda gets out alive, though.
Still had heal as well, so was fairly safe, but still a lot of damage from Airwaks. He can really hit back, and now they're just going up towards this Baron.
Yeah, it's going to be spawning in 15 seconds. SK Gaming in position. You can see Copenhagen Wolves can't get involved in this. The fact that the jungler just got taken down as well. No smite steals, no super mega death rockets, no mega inferno bombs, nothing able to launch itself into this Baron pit. Unless maybe an ultimate shockwave. Perfectly.
Just throw the ball from base and try to kill it.
he can't really go too far away. It's going to be a Baron for SK now.
And we can just see the same deal for them. Put Freddy in the top lane once again, push down towards the tower. Rest of the members stay either bot lane or mid lane. Can always move in. Remember, both inhibitor towers are gone, so it can go straight in, hit onto the inhibitor. Can even go 5 members and just try and force a team fight.
This may well be the final push for SK Gaming. 5 members coming straight at the mid. Of course, no turret there. That was taken down a moment ago. So they're going to move straight on towards that
Candy
inhibitor.
Panda still.
Bottom one has respawned. Candy Panda comes in with the ambush. Svenskeren sliding in. Airwaks jumps onto Candy Panda. Rat-a-tat-tat, just roaming in down though. No doubt about that one. YoungBuck's getting destroyed as well. You can see Freddy taking all of the culling damage and barely being touched. Unlimited getting slowed out there. That's going to be the inhibitor in the middle and the bottom. Freddy flashing, trying to get the stun on Woolite. Flag and drag. Svenskeren catches on towards him. Hooked him by the death sentence. Quick slide and defense from Enrated. It is going to be 1 kill for Mazzerin, but that's all they're going to get. The Nexus turrets are falling. SK Gaming in a dominant performance will take down the Copenhagen Wolves here. They're going to get themselves some style points towards the end to try and get some kills. You can see Jesus wants to finish it, and that is SK. They're continuing. Second place for them, and another fine victory.
And a standard game for SK Gaming, taking every single tower, full focus on the map, of course, and taking it very slow. Early game, they did give up a few kills for Copenhagen Wolves, but then just said, you know what, we're done doing this. Only Freddy is now allowed to die, and therefore they just had full focus on taking down towers every time Copenhagen Wolves tried to kill Freddy. Still though, it's a very, very hard situation for the Wolves. You're playing with a sub in the mid lane, and at the same time, you're playing against one of the best teams in Europe. So credit to Copenhagen Wolves, they really had some good plays here. They tried to come back in the game, tried to get some kills on Airwaks, on this Jax here, get him going, even though he was a jungle Jax. And it almost worked, but still SK Gaming were just too strong.
But I mean, you said it yourself, you look at the lane phase, the early kills that really started things going for SK. And you said it, you know, they just haven't played against the Jarvan for a while, and he kept sneaking in around that dragon pit, catching him off guard around the wards.
and snuck in unseen and got 2 kills down for that bottom lane.
It's one of the annoying things about jumping because there's so many places you have to walk because you can just jump over the walls, get down in the bush here and just sneak in or sneak onto you. So of course Copenhagen Wolves, it's a tough situation. Again, it might have just been you didn't have a ward at the time because you could only afford one. If you'd just been forced back, I mean, there are many situations where you couldn't have a ward at the dragon and therefore spot him out, but it did cost them a lot because they lost the mid lane straight up one-on-one. They lost the top lane, of course, with a Renekton expected. So it was all about this bottom lane, and the fact Svensson got a few kills early on made it so Candy Panda got into this mid-game point where he was very strong. He had Blade, he had Ghost Blade, and then going into the first dragon fight we saw, it was him sitting in the back just destroying Copenhagen Wolves.
And Freddy, of course, still got his 100% record.
Yeah,
Renekton
holding
still
on to
happy
it.
with that one, making the calls, being the I don't know what you'd call him, the man at the top that keeps on dying. The proxy is what they love
Steady
to call
Freddy.
it, but sorry people, proxy doesn't mean what you think, because no matter how strong you are in the English language, you're using the word wrong. That's a fact there. That's my little Kobe there for the moment. What do we think overall? SK, of course, they were destroyed by FNATIC yesterday, looking good, but it was against the Copenhagen Wolves.
Sure, and also with a sub,
yeah, a substitute Copenhagen Wolves. Copenhagen Wolves themselves, you know, they've said that they had no expectations on this game. They're going to look at it and just say, yeah, well, you know, we gave it a shot. We weren't expecting too much. So I don't think they're going to be too downhearted about it.
We are in Europe, and teams lose and win left and right. You never know what's going to happen. So just the fact they actually pick up a win here against one of the lower ranked teams, it is actually very important. Because once they play Alliance, once they play FNATIC, we saw it against FNATIC yesterday, you can't expect to win every game against the top team. So you need to continue to beat the lower teams. Otherwise, there's just going to be someone like Alliance or FNATIC who's playing better now, who's just going to take your position and move up.
Speaking of positions, of course, Alliance dominant victory. not sure
Oh,
I
really?
could use that word. 23-minute victory. Top of their table. We're going to talk to SK Gaming, who are hot on their heels. We're going to go over to Sjokz and Quickshot, who are standing by with Jezzes on his KL from SK.
Thank you very much, Deman. Indeed, joined by Jess as well. Well, it looked like you had something to make up for yesterday. What a game from you guys. Very explosive. Obviously, the Copenhagen Wolves were playing here with a sub, so did that change anything in the way you picked your mid-champion in this game?
I kind of knew he played Orianna. It's his most played champion. I've only seen him play Orianna, so I was kind of expecting him to play it because he had to blind pick his mid lane. So I was just simply waiting with my Kayle because I just pick Kayle against Orianna, and then it's just a farm war. Whoever farms best just gets the best out of it, like in team fights and stuff. So, yeah.
Well, it definitely seemed to work out. From a spectator point of view, that game felt very chaotic. It felt like there was action in every lane all the time. What was it that stemmed to the very aggressive champion interaction in this match?
I think we just picked strong laners and just pushed everywhere because like yesterday we got strong laners, but we got like lane swapped because we thought they were gonna lane swap. So it was pretty bad because we didn't get the lanes we wanted, and we kind of fell behind from that. So I guess we just wanted to prove that we could just stomp lanes and just get out from there.
Yeah, it was, as Trevor mentioned, very chaotic, and there was one very important moment where it could have gone either way. And we actually have a replay where we're going to play that moment out, as it was very important. You can put that replay up on the screen. And it was when you discovered that they were doing Baron, but we'll get there in just a second.
So we're going to roll this from the top lane view. Let's roll this clip out. Freddy's going to go down, but what was happening in your team communication? Because you're about to push bottom lane as well.
Yeah, like right now we're just talking about rotating from mid to bottom, and since they're two top, we can just do whatever we want. Like we can just go crazy on bot lane.
Now, who's calling in this point? Because Freddy's obviously under pressure, and you guys make a concerted effort at the tower. So what's the communication like in the team?
Well, we're just pretty chill here. I think it's just like Freddy's just, oh, they're too top. Can you just get something? And we're like, yeah, let's just go bottom and get that. But we know that they're on Baron, so we just take the bottom tower or like try. Actually, I'm moving towards Baron while they try to do bottom tower. I don't even know why they suicide here.
So is this a mistake from the rest of your team? Because you end up pushing up to Baron and getting some more kills. What could you have done better in this scenario?
I think they should just have backed out, kind of, because Orianna ult, it's really hard to just siege on the tower when enemy has an Orianna with a ball just laying on the ground. And especially when we know that they're on Baron and I'm on my way towards Baron to stop them, they should definitely just have backed out because it was just plain overextending.
Okay, so a little bit of individual mistakes. I want to ask your opinion from the calling point of view, because that one obviously was a little messy from SK's side. FNATIC were put into a position where they had a calling issue in the base race against Alliance, just before your match. How do you deal with those pressure situations, and how do you prevent them happening in the future?
I think the FNATIC against Alliance match, like FNATIC just had some kind of brain lag or something. Like they just lagged out and they didn't even know what to do. So I think it's just those moments where you don't know what to do, so you're just waiting for someone to say something, and then no one's saying anything, so you just give them free objectives, and this is how it goes.
Yeah, well, in this game, maybe some other things we can touch on, actually, is the Jarvan pick coming in. Obviously, you're not a jungler, but why did Sven want to go to that champion? Obviously, a ton of jungle bans in the game.
There was a lot of jungle bans. So there was only kind of the Jarvan left, and then some random jungler picks like Jax or Yorick, for example, or whatever champion. But yeah, like Elise and Lee was banned out, so we just banned Evelynn because we knew they wanted to first pick Evelynn. So yeah, it was just pretty weird jungle picks.
Sven Skjæren definitely put up a good show on Jarvan. It's one of the better Jarvan performances we've seen recently. I want to ask about your team in terms of itemization. I imagine in the team camp you talk about compositions, you talk about champion matchups. Freddy goes for a Blade of the Ruined King on Renekton. It's a little non-standard. Is this something you discuss as a team, or is this something you trust Freddy to make a decision on because it's his role?
It's definitely something we trust each other on. Like we expect everyone to know their own role. And I think the reason why he goes Blade is because he just wants to keep having the pressure 1v1 and just keep split pushing. So Blade of Ruined King is a really good item to 1v1 Shyvana, on that I think at least.
Yeah, and in good hands with Freddy, of course. One final question for you. This weekend, the loss to FNATIC, very convincing win here. What do you think of the team at this point? 4 weeks in the summer split. What are the general thoughts in your head?
I'm pretty confident. The loss against FNATIC was just kind of a flop. Like, everything just went wrong from how we had prepared everything, and we just went in and did completely the opposite, kind of. So yeah, it was just kind of, I don't know. I still feel confident. I still feel like we're one of the top teams, so it's not a big deal.
Just before we move on, who's going to win the World Cup?
I don't watch World Cup.
Oh, scumbag!
Yes.
Well, could have picked the country.
No, well, I hate spectating. I hate watching league, and I hate watching football. I hate watching
True
anything.
competitor. If you're not on the pitch, doesn't count.
Exactly.
Nice. All right, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, we do remember you on the football field. That was also very impressive. Thank you very much. And now let's head back over to D&D at the desk for an update on the standings.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. It's all right, Jezzers. We know Denmark aren't in the World Cup. They didn't quite make it, did they? So, of course, at the end of week 4, here are the current standings. After the surprising turnaround win by Alliance, they remain in first place with 8 wins and 2 losses. But SK Gaming, they're still right behind them with 7 wins and 3 losses.
And at the bottom of the table, we have ROCCAT, 3 wins and 7 losses. And the Copenhagen Wolves are now moved into last place at 2 wins and 8 losses.
So at the end of week 4, we have selected an OP lineup of players who really performed well this week. In the top lane for us, it was Kevin from MILLENIUM. No surprises. Fantastic work from him. Played a rally on both games. Yeah. You can see he got that 5 KDA.
5 KDA was just solid all around, even though he had a few issues early on in his laning phase. Always managed to go into these team fights here. Very strong and always have a very big impact for MILLENIUM.
In the jungle, well, it's another teammate of his. It's Kottenx. He had a 70.5 kill participation as Lee Sin. 31 of 44 kills played, of course. Lee Sin versus Elise and Lee Sin versus Evelynn.
Yeah, and both times he played Lee Sin, he followed Kerp around the map here, setting up kills over and over and over again. And the thing about Kottenx for me is, as long as he performs well early on, MILLENIUM will always do well.
No surprises either in the mid lane. The man that he did follow around the map, It is Kerp, of course. 12, 3, and 18 KDA for the week. He played Twisted Fate in that first game. Fantastic stuff. And then Fizz against Kale.
Against Twisted Fate, yeah. He used the Fizz into the Twisted Fate and just destroyed him in the laning phase. Or not in the laning phase, sorry, but destroyed in the game itself. And as long as he gets a good early game, he will roam around, set kills up, or get kills everywhere, and we just saw it this week.
Well, sadly for MILLENIUM fans, it's not going to be Kreaton as AD carry because it's Rekkles. He's the man we went for. 15 individual kills, the most this week, of course. He played Twitch in both those games. 10-1-10 or something like that.
5-0-2 in the last.
5-0-1, I think, in the last one there. Despite the fact his team lost the game, it was a fantastic performance by the AD carry.
He's such a strong Twitch player because he knows when he can roam, he knows when he can set up these one-on-one ganks here and pick up kills.
Needs to learn when to defend them.
True, should probably recall, but That's a team thing.
Of course, alongside him, it is his support, YellowStar. He had a fantastic performance yesterday. 19 assists overall in that match. 20 KDA as Morgana versus SK Gaming, and of course Braum today versus Thresh.
And we really saw him set up a lot of the kills for Rekkles yesterday, and then today on Braum here. Every time Cyanide came down for a gank, he would go in, get the stun onto Nyph, pick up a kill for his AD carry, of course. So overall, just a very strong support performance and a strong week for the FNATIC dual lane, despite losing one game.
Well, out of those 5 players, we have to pick ourselves an MVP. This week, we've gone with Kerp, the man in the middle for MILLENIUM. He had a 14 KDA as Twisted Fate versus Kale, 8 KDA as Fizz versus Twisted Fate. Fantastic stuff for him.
Overall, he's just a player, when he performs, he can carry his entire team, and everyone from MILLENIUM knows he's going to back them up.
Well, we have 2 video clips that show off Kerp's ability to make the plays happen for his team. Fantastic clips here. Check these out. You can see the first one was Fizz up against Darien.
Yeah, he doesn't even need his ulti. He's actually so close to Darien. It's very hard to hit the Fizz when you just spot on him.
He doesn't need it. He missed it. But nevertheless, this was when he came in. Mr. Rales was creating problems for them throughout the game. Of course, that was the early kill. Gets in there, stuns him out. Fantastic performance by Kerp once again.
And the best thing about this kill was it set Mr. Rales so far behind that he was actually under-leveled. He didn't even get his blade early on, and it simply also meant for Kerp. He just kept jumping towards him over and over, killing him and carrying the entire game.
Everybody's going to be happy if they took him out of the Fantasy League points because he had a bad week last week. Everyone took him out, and this week he shines.
Didn't he do like 40 points in the last day?
Yeah, fantastic stuff, fantastic stuff. So week 4 of the LCS Summer Split continues tomorrow in North America, of course, as Team Solo Mid will be facing off against Cloud9. Cracking opening game there. Then it's going to be followed by Evil Geniuses versus LMQ.
Then Team Dignitas will go up against Curse, and Counter Logic Gaming will take on Complexity. And after the LCS games conclude, the North American Challenger Series semifinals will continue with Fan Gaming versus Team LOL Pro. And those matches will begin on Saturday at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 12 noon Pacific.
And of course, the European LCS will pick up at a new time in a very special place next Saturday as we hit the road and head to London's SSE Arena at Wembley for Week 5. We're going to be kicking off the day with the European Challenger Series finals where Alex Hitch and the Ninjas in Pajamas will be facing off the winner of today's semi-final match, which will be happening in just a moment. And then the European LCS will immediately follow, starting out with SK Gaming versus Alliance. Then it's going to be the Super Hot Crew versus Copenhagen Wolves.
And then we're going to have MILLENIUM, who's going to take on ROCCAT, and we'll end our first day in England with GAMBIT Gaming versus FNATIC. And the action begins at 2 p.m. British Summer Time, which is 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which of course is 6 a.m. Pacific.
Many time zones. That of course wraps it up for us today. We'll see you next Saturday in London. And now it is time for our European Challenger Series semi-final as H2K Gaming square off against Lublin Shore, with the winner heading to London.
Stop teasing them.
ROCCAT looking for the first tower of the game. They're going to get it as well as a dot binding. Landing onto Impale, they chain the CC, and Jankos gets that kill.
If anyone asks, we prepared a lot for this game, okay?
We'll go maybe then Graves, Braum. How is that lane?
Mandy.
Slow it down, but have they got the damage? They do now. Kevin's there, and he gets the kill onto Genja. Diamond going to be headed up on the other side, and this is going to be an ace for MILLENIUM.
Froggen's going to try and sneak in Cyanide in there. Then comes Sjokz around the corner. They'll have the cocoon. Cyanide goes down.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. Airwaks manages to lock that up. Jez is taken low. YoungBuck flashes in, takes down Jez, and Rated now locked low. That's going to be another turnaround kill. Mazzerin goes down to Candy Panda with Rat-a-tat-tat running on towards YoungBuck. Freddy getting involved. He's a huge, gigantic crocodile, and he's all up in Copenhagen's face.
Brown. In it, get in. I'm gonna aim to base.
He's bot.
I'm finish again.
Okay.
Yeah, I killed Savannah.
Yeah, finish again.
Go ham. Everything on the tower.